Welcome to closing weekend from the premier meet in the country with some fireworks to come to close out the summer. Chad Brown in pole position for yet another training title, and he could significantly increase that lead this weekend. First up in Stakes Company, the long-awaited return of program trading. 16 and a half months away. Today is the audition to get back into the Breeders' Cup picture. In the perfect sting, Brown sends out dynamic pricing. She's been in 3 straight graded stakes. Her only loss coming in the Grade 1 Diana and the barn's first ever Whitney winner. Back for more in Sunday's Jockey Club Gold Cup. Can Sierra Leone exact some revenge after his loss to Mind Frame in the Stephen Foster? That and more on this Friday edition of Saratoga Live. Great to have you with us. A beautiful Friday afternoon. We're just 4 minutes away from our opener with this early start on our Friday card from Saratoga Springs. Great to be with you. I'm Greg Wolf. What a weekend we have to close things out. We'll talk all about the big ones this weekend. 2-year-olds with the fillies and the spinaway, the boys and the hopeful, and of course maybe the race of the year, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Today, 2 stakes races on the grass with the Bernard Baruch early on, and later on this afternoon we will have Chad Brown with a big favorite dropping out of graded stakes company, coming out of the Grade 1 Diana in against just Stakes Company in that perfect sting, and it looks like dynamic pricing could be very tough to beat in that race. Oh yes, we also have an $85,000 pick 6 carryover beginning in race 7, which we will talk about as well. With me, first ever pairing of this group, I believe, Jonathan Kinchin, Richie Migliori, Megan Burgess. That's where you get signed up to play everything in Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus when you punch in that code at setup spot 200. I said the names. Everybody knows who you guys are, and ladies as well. Good to see you all. Long time away for program training, and now Chad Brown saying he may have to reinvent this horse as maybe a miler if he wants to go to the Breeders' Cup.
Well, he's really good. I mean, his races were Grade 1 caliber before he went away. And if he was trained by anyone else other than Chad Brown, there obviously could be a little concern about the layoff. But because he's trained by Chad Brown, I could care less.
Well, he had a horse win earlier this meet that came off a 2.5-year layoff. So it doesn't seem like layoffs are an issue with Chad Brown runners.
You're exactly right there. I will say, as far as this particular, I do have a stat that I'll share with you later once we get to that race. It's kind of interesting as far as there's a poor stat when it comes to Chad Brown off the layoffs. I'll save that for later, but you're exactly right. He's going to be very formidable in that race coming up. He's also got 1 to 2 up there with tax implications, so strong hand on this card as always.
Yeah, we start this card mile and a 16th on the turf, allowance optional claiming field. Odds-on favorite for Chad Brown, and we'll have the rail tax implications. But just got beat by Proctor Street, who could have a big chance to beat dynamic pricing in that stake later today.
Yeah, I like Proctor Street. I do quite a bit, actually.
Look at the Tattersalls grads that we have going this week. Right off the bat with tax implications, program trading. Interesting Bill Mott runner in that feature, too. I think it's being ignored a little bit. A Lilac Rolla. And then channel check in the last for Chad Brown, dropping down in class. Tough race to close things out if you're playing this pick 6. We start off here, though, 1 to 2 favorite, obviously tax implications, as we have the 5 on our screen, however. What do you think? We'll start with you, JK, about the 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the 2 is one of those horses, when you look at the past performances, looks like a horse that just doesn't necessarily want to win. I just think that the horse doesn't necessarily want to win against some of the horses that she's been facing. Proctor Street, who I like later to win that race. She ran into Special Juan, another talented horse who's made a lot of money. Sacred Wish, a Grade 1 winner. She's run into a lot of these horses that have really kind of gone against her. I thought she ran a winning race here. The problem is that horse on the outside, the 7 horse in the green and black, Proctor Street, just ran better.
And improving Proctor Street, who is learning how to settle, relax more, and it makes her turn her foot, her acceleration, that much more potent, and she really finished the deal. She was just second best here. This wasn't a case of a horse not wanting to win.
Exactly, but she's kind of one of those horses, as you mentioned, she's been put in a lot of spots where she should win, but doesn't quite seal the deal. She's also a horse that's been working in the mornings with dynamic pricing, who we'll see later on in this card. She's been moving along well, and she's up there at 2 to 5. She is absolutely the horse to beat in this field, but I wonder, such a short price to kick things off. She's kind of somebody that I want to take a little bit of a stand against here.
Let's bring in Acacia Clement for the first time today as we kick off this Friday card. Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and starting with your favorite Tax Implications, she's always been a good workhorse. She's always been a good mover. She's always visually appealing to the eye before her race. Yet, as you guys were saying, not necessarily the winningest type. Now, I do agree. I think Proctor Street is a class above, and she showed that in her race last time out and will be a player in the Perfect Sting later on. Prior to that, running against Graded Stakes Company. Go back to last summer, though, and I know she won the Eatontown, but she did it by a slim margin, and she was beaten by Breathaway, who's not a winning type either. She just kind of strikes me as one of those horses that sometimes does run to her competition, and while she looks fantastic today, as she always does, I don't think her Beyer speed figures are necessarily so much far and away above better than what she faces in here. It might be a touch softer allowance than what she tried last time with the presence of Proctor Street in there. I respect her, but she is a very short price. Her stablemate, Fun with Flags, the 3, she came out of the De La Rose last time out. I thought she did not have a great trip at Monmouth 2 starts back where she wasn't comfortable. Last time out, though, she just didn't fire. She's been really sharp and on her toes. I think she's better if she can be a bit more forward. The 6 Pocamucha is where I'm going to take a stab with. She did get steadied out into the first turn in that De La Rose last time out. Ozara would come out of there to win the Boston Spa in her next start. I know that she is not a winning type either, but she is a much better price, and I think she looks the best she has. Third off the bench, finally the 7, Storm Miami. A new face in here, tried Stakes Company last time. She's been really wound up, but she has run well at Saratoga, including that win. 2 back, Greg.
1 to 4 favorite. Tax Implications could be the start of a huge Friday afternoon for the leading trainer at the meet, Chad Brown. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Pocamucha has loaded. And here's Storm Miami. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tax Implications asked for a little bit of speed. Storm Miami on the outside sprints up. And Tour Jeté has some good early interest. Tour Jeté and Storm Miami now go on to lead. Fun with Flags comes away in third. And then it's Fantasy Performer, who's fourth through the opening furlongs. Flavian Pratt settles Tax Implications at the back of the field, 6 or 7 off the pace, and another 2 to an unhurried Pocamucha. The opening quarter mile in 24 3/5 seconds for Tour Jeté, leading the way over Storm Miami onto the backstretch. That margin a length and a half. And just behind them, Fun with Flags under a nice hold in third. They're followed by Fantasy Performer in fourth. Tax Implications, heavily favored, 5 lengths off the lead and 2 in front of Pocamucha. It's Eric Consell and Tour Jeté down the backstretch run through a half in 50 and 1. With Storm Miami still in second. At the rail, Fun with Flags third. No change in the running order. Fantasy Performer fourth. Tax Implications is fifth. 6 lengths off the lead. And Pocamucha. Around the far turn, Tour Jeté, the pressure coming from Storm Miami, and a move from Fantasy Performer, sprinting up on the outside, and now Tax Implications is getting underway, following Fantasy Performer as they reach the top of the stretch. On the far outside, Tax Implications trying to get the rundown of this group. From the back of the field, Fun with Flags and Pocamucha are trying to complete the exacta as Tax Implications takes over. Tax Implications, an easy win. Fantasy Performer gamely held second. It's a photo for third between Fun with Flags and Storm Miami.
Tax Implications, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Flavian Pratt dominate this first race.
It was all about who Tax Implications has been facing. She's been facing tougher company, in my opinion. She found a spot that was just a tad bit easier. She'd been running good races. She'd just been running good races against horses that happened to be running a little bit better.
Well, there was no pace on whatsoever. I liked your idea, Megan, you know, with the filly that was on the lead. But as she's coming through the stretch, I'm thinking about those car commercials. Bad credit, no problem. No pace, no problem. She's just best.
How am I supposed to back up that, Richie? Oh my goodness, that was catchy. No, it was extremely impressive for her to be able to come off a 50 half that was set by Tour Jeté, who, you're right, I mean, Tour Jeté last time out got an easy lead, and that was my thought process handicapping this. But listen, Tax Implications, the class of this field as we knew, and she backs that up in this effort.
27 to 1 shot underneath. Fantasy performer for Lisa Barkowski. What a win earlier in the meet. 2-4-3-7. And let's go back to the beginning. Look at the start.
It looked like as smooth a start as you're going to see, right? Nobody really deviated from their path. They all seemed to break very cleanly and got into the first turn in good shape.
It was interesting. We mused off camera about your perspective as a jockey and riding a front runner that goes 50 and a half. As far as your take as a jockey and getting and executing, unfortunately, this filly didn't. But what's your take there?
Well, you establish a slow pace. You're in command of the race. You've gone a half and 50 and change. You've created an advantage, but now you have to use that advantage. Don't allow the closers to be on top of you and then try to outkick them. Start spreading the field, start going on. Now, I don't think Tour Jeté was good enough regardless, but that's the art of riding a front runner. Establish the advantage, but play that trump card at some point.
Tour Jeté wants to go further. You know, some of her best races, or her last race, which was one of her best races, was going further. I think this is entirely too short. I don't care how loose she was on the front end. She's going against horses that have much more turn of foot. She's a grindy type of filly.
1-4 favorite starts things off, meets leading trainer, adds one more with a lot more work to come, including program training off the long time away. And our first stakes action of the afternoon. Tax Implications starts off this Friday card with an odds-on win.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Final weekend of action, Labor Day weekend, and Friday starts the weekend, doesn't it, JK?
Yeah, of course it does.
All right, thank you.
Always.
Tax Implications starts off this Friday card as a 1-4 favorite, winning pretty easily to kick things off for Chad Brown, his 29th winner of the meeting. Flavian Pratt gets his 39th winner, and Klarovich Stables continuing to have a tremendous meet. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by Seth Klarman here, winning owner, tax implications. Finally getting back to the winner's circle, Seth. It seemed that her class really prevailed today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she's been knocking at the door repeatedly. She always tries, and she found a field she could definitely get the best of.
As you said, she always tries. I know that maybe it's been a little bit of time between her wins, but I think a horse like her who's consistent has to be a pretty fun one to have in the barn.
She's a lot of fun. We know she's going to show up. She brings home a lot of checks, so she's great to have.
Well, I wanted to ask about a horse coming up later in the Bernard Baruch and program trading. Off of a big layoff, seems to be training well. What can you tell us about his return?
So, I mean, it's obviously Chad is saying he's better than ever. He's a great horse. His record's really impressive. He's won very, very big races, so we're glad to have him back, and we'll see if he can put it together today.
Really looking forward to seeing him later, but congratulations on the win here.
Thank you so much.
Seth Klarman kicking off the day with a winner, Greg.
And in the hunt for an owner's title as well, chasing Mike Rapoli with that win, now 2 back. And of course, program trading to come in race 3 in that Bernard Baruch.
He's very much in the thick of this. He may be 2 behind, but they're running a lot of live horses over the last few days of this meet. And you know, if you're close, you'd like to get it done.
So tax implications, $2.70 to kick things off on this tremendous Friday card. When we move on, see if things get a little bit tougher. They should here in race 2 in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, 6-time reigning champion general sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty, who we just saw look dominant in the Travers as well. 7 furlongs, maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies. And Steer Clear, Todd Pletcher. Rat Ortiz Jr. opens right now as the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, look, in this horse, it works out well, right? Spendthrift-owned horse in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. My eyes also go down to the bottom to America the Great. It's a horse that's bred by Bobby Flay, or sold for $1.2 million. Yeah. But that's not even the start. There's a sibling that sold for 1.5. Another sibling that sold for 2. I mean, this pedigree is outstanding, getting to go 7 furlongs on the dirt here.
You also have Academia, faced maybe the best 2-year-old filly on the ground, so we're going to see in the spin-away coming up in Tommy Joe.
And then Tennessee Belle complemented both of their efforts by coming back and winning very impressively, so she's coming out of a very productive and live race.
We're going to talk Jockey Club Gold Cup when we come back. The rematch from the Stephen Foster when Mindframe beat Sierra Leone, the Classic and Whitney winner. Back for the rematch. What a lineup for this big one in the older horse division on Sunday from Saratoga. Stay with us.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Labor Day weekend, Fox Saratoga Saturday moves to Sunday. Breeders' Cup Classic and Whitney winner Sierra Leone faces Stephen Foster winner Mindframe in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Special coverage presented by Caesars Sportsbook. Sunday, 1 Eastern.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Fox Saratoga Sunday to close out this summer at Saratoga Springs. What a race we have for you. It starts at 1 Eastern. Last year's Classic winner, this year's Whitney winner, against the horse who beat him in the Stephen Foster. Sierra Leone against Mindframe, the rematch. Terrific supporting cast as well. Another Classic winner in White Barrio. Highland Falls runner-up in the Whitney, banishing Phileas Fogg, that huge win in the Suburban for Gustavo Rodriguez. What a group as we take a look at the lineup in this mile and a quarter, $1 million test. And Sierra Leone, what did you think? Well, we'll start with Mindframe first. That's Stephen Foster, JK. What did you make of it?
I mean, look, if you look at it objectively, Mindframe got a better situation than Sierra Leone. But the thing about Mindframe is his style is the type in which he's going to get his own trips like that. You know, Sierra Leone, and I know he's not in this race, but he's a part of the conversation as a whole, is Fierceness. Both of those horses, in my opinion, need things their own way. Sierra Leone was disappointing on a number of occasions last year when he didn't get the right pace to close into or the right setup. Now, the difference is that Fierceness's no show up is really bad. Mindframe's that horse that just kind of always shows up and does his thing.
He shows up, but if there's not pace, it compromises him, right? There's pace on it. Even without his rabbit, there's pace in this race, especially for a mile and a quarter. But I think the point you make about Mindframe is extremely important. He's versatile, he's tactical, and he creates his own trip. So if they go quicker, he can be a little further back. If they go slower, he can put himself in closer proximity to the leaders. And that's where I'm going, Mindframe. He's just too honest for me.
And we know he'll handle a mile and a quarter because he did it when he wasn't ready to handle a mile and a quarter last year.
Yeah. Megan was so impressive. Third start of his career, asked to go not only into a Classic, but go to a mile and a quarter. And if he stayed a little bit straighter, he might have won that race, Mindframe. That showed how talented he was early in his career.
The raw ability was just always there. Mike Rapoli separating these two. We'll see Fierceness tackle journalism in a blockbuster on Saturday. But I mentioned this on the show with you guys last weekend that Mindframe's one of my favorite horses in training. He's one of the most versatile types you're ever going to find. A Grade 1 winner against the likes of Nisos and Bookham Dano in the Churchill Downs, and then to be able to back that up with an incredible performance, situational or not, in the Stephen Foster was just really impressive. But let's not leave out a horse like Highland Falls, who also sports that tactical ability. Ran the race of his life against heavy hitters last time in the Grade 1 Whitney, and I think we'll be right there with everybody in a really big-time blockbuster type group here.
Sierra Leone, though, his buddy's showing up to ensure a little pace. But again, as Mick said, he may not even need that horse. There's plenty of pace in this race. If he gets that set up, is there no way he loses this race?
No, I don't think that's true because Mindframe might be pretty darn good. You know, we kind of know who Fierceness and Sierra Leone are. We know who Sovereignty is. We think we know who Mindframe is. I think on Sunday afternoon we'll know exactly who he is, and he could be pretty darn good. He could be pretty special. Let's not forget, Mindframe's beat Sierra Leone on a number of occasions now.
I think he made a great point, though. In his third start going a mile and a quarter in last year's Belmont Stakes, you know, he jumped into the deep end of the pool. Mike Tyson, everybody knew he was going to be champion of the world when he was 16. He still had about 20 fights against not the best of his division, where Mindframe in just his third start jumped in and almost pulled it off against a fighter in Dornoch.
It's one of those things with Sierra Leone. We mentioned his quirks, and he's gotten better. Richie, last weekend you've spoken to Flavien Prat about his maturity and how he's been able to develop, not lugging it as much. Still not easy to ride for anyone, but when you have Flavien kind of encouraging when he says that this horse has been able to mature, and that's been his biggest animal, is being able to put everything together. He's had bit changes, highly publicized throughout his Triple Crown season when he just hasn't been able to get there. My question is he going to be able to win back-to-back Grade 1s, all those quirks, the employment of a rabbit? Is he going to be able to get it done? And I think that's still a huge question against this caliber group.
It seems like those problems are a thing of the past. Would you say to Sovereignty, he's better at a mile and a quarter? Would you say Sierra Leone, too, he's much better at a mile and a quarter?
Certainly. Yeah, I think he's definitely much more he's much more likely to win races at a mile and a quarter because that's who he is. Just big, light, strong, freight train of a horse, so going a mile and a quarter is always going to help him, because when the rest of them are getting tired, he's probably just going to get started.
He still leans in, though. Now, he doesn't lug in. He still leans in. And just what you're saying, big, stout, robust horse. If I'm riding against him, I want to put my horse right next to him. I want to just touch him. I want to make him lean into me. I want to make him difficult to ride. I want to push him and hope he punches back.
You might do that at your own peril. See what happens.
Yeah, but that's how you compromise. Flavian's not going to be able to ride him straight if you create that. Some of these horses are big, studdish horses. They want to be bullies. They want to push against you. Initiate it. Go ahead. Hey, come on. I know that's how I see it.
Richie being competitive, race riding, never heard of it.
Yeah,
no.
It's it is.
Race of the pretty big one going out on the West Coast as well, but this one is monumental. What a way to close out the meet. Final Sunday of action with this lineup in the older horse division. Here is the resume of Mindframe, Sierra Leone, so the rematch. And yeah, Mindframe, look, third start of his career. He outfinished him in that Belmont as well, let's not forget.
He did, and I think Mindframe is a better horse, but I also think that Sierra Leone's a better horse, right?
Absolutely.
He's figured it out a little bit more. I mean, look, we are very, very lucky to have the situation we have at the top of this handicap division with Mindframe, with Fierceness, with Nisos, with Sierra Leone. All four of those horses, maybe not Mindframe, didn't have to come back this year. And then we've got the journalisms and the sovereignties coming to the party. We're very, very lucky at the top of this division right now.
Well, and we're really lucky that the Jockey Club Gold Cup came up as big as it did. Usually, we had a great Whitney, and it usually would be at the expense of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. It would cannibalize it a little bit. The fact that we've assembled another tremendous field, this is the best Jockey Club Gold Cup I can remember in the last several years.
Forgotten horse in the mix, too. Locked coming back. We'll see him in the Woodward. We'll see if he can get back on track. Earlier this year, he was sort of the top dog from that Pletcher barn, it looked like.
And
so
also
we'll see what happens with
Highland
him.
Falls as well, who ran extremely well last time and a winner of this race last year.
Race 2. We're about 10 minutes away. And let's take a look at this closing week schedule. 2 stakes on the lawn. One is coming up after this second race here, that Bernard Baruch, where we'll see the return to program trading. Perfect Sting, dynamic pricing, dropping out of graded stakes for Chad Brown, and then it gets awfully good the last 3 days of the meet. Race 2, 7 furlongs again for 2-year-old fillies in this maiden special weight. There is Steer Clear, 9-5 favorite, second time out for Todd Pletcher. Let's go to Acacia.
And starting there, this filly, Steer Clear, does get a little bit more ground to work with today as we have a 7-furlong 2-year-old race later in the season. As the distances start to get a little bit longer, you see some of these horses that just have been crying out for more distance really appreciate these races. And as far as your favorite Steer Clear is concerned, I think that she will love the added ground today. She is tall and leggy. Coming out for Todd Pletcher, who's just been so dominant this summer with his 2-year-olds on turf and on dirt. And in her debut, she pressed the pace setter Cadenza, who did come back to win on the turf, but came back to win yesterday. And she looked to me, Steer Clear, in the running of that race, like when she kind of took the lead and then got run down, she started swishing her tail. She was holding her tail out awkwardly there. It seemed like she just took a few strides to really kind of get comfortable in the stretch of the race. I'm going to watch how she warms up, but I do think if she's able to kind of lengthen that stride a little bit and going a bit longer, that would certainly bode well for her. She's, again, tall and leggy, a little bit more angular in her build, but I think the 7/8 should certainly suit her. Watching her last work on First TV in company with Germantown, it was 6 on debut, but this one just was going so much better throughout and no tail swishing in that workout. Out of that same race is the 5 Immaculate Moon. That race won by Ornelia, who's going to be one of the contenders in the Spinaway this weekend. Immaculate Moon finished 4th in there after she was a little bit wider than Steer Clear in there, but she just didn't really have as much kick late. She gets blinkers on, a short cup in just her second start, and she is by McKinsey, who I have found his progeny really do get better with added ground. She is broad and powerful, which I really appreciate about her, particularly in her hind end. Also, very laid back and classy acting, looking like she really came out of that debut race race in fine form. The 4 Academia, lovely pedigree on this one. Into Mischief out of multiple graded stakes winner Wildcat, who won races like the Beldame for Chad Brown. Saw her in her first race, and she was one that seemed like they'd taken a lot of steps to just try and keep her quiet prior to the race. Seeing that again today, though she has been professional throughout, and she was one who did finish 3rd behind the ultra impressive Tommy Joe and Tennessee Belle. As mentioned, I think that that is probably one of the toughest 2-year-old filly races that we have seen throughout this summer. Now, physically, she doesn't have as much size and substance versus some of the others that are here in this race, but watching the way that she runs and the way that she works, she just starts getting going later in the race. The 7, America the Great, I think is really interesting as that pedigree. Jonathan mentioned she's the full sister to full first captain, also the first sister to full sister to Sedona, who was 1 for 6, her only win sprinting, but her better races did come going a bit longer. This one really looks like she wants more distance. She's going to be more of a 2-turn type, but she is sharp as she comes out of a 4th place finish in the debutante, where she just was outfooted at the start. Given how energetic she is today, I'm wondering if Dylan Davis is going to try to have her in the race a little bit more early on, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. It's a good race coming up. I mean, there's a lot of ways you could go in this spot. You see improvement by leaps and bounds. I mean, Danny Gargan's runner, the 5 Immaculate Moon, took all that money, Mig, in the debut. In that same race is Steer Clear. See if that one can move forward.
Yeah, and she adds blinkers, so they probably felt there was a little bit of greenness on debut. And one thing about Luis Saez is a good rider, aggressive. He'll tend to kind of start moving at the half-mile pole. I think with Joel Rosario, you see a little more of a patient tack today.
Coming down Champions Way as we get set for the post parade. Want to remind everyone, cash prizes, bragging rights up for grabs. Enter the Naira Bet Saturday contest today to win the cash prize pool. Registration closes before Saratoga's 3rd post time on Saturday. Go to nairabets.com/contests to learn more. Good luck to everyone getting involved. Call to post we hear in the background. And we'll start with Fancy Footwork, Amelia Green, 2nd-time starter.
Yeah, horse had a little bit of trouble last time on a sloppy racetrack. Took some money.
Steer Clear, 2nd-time out, Todd Pletcher.
Enter in the Grade 1 spin away and lands here is a good omen, and she should be forward and looms large in this group.
1st-time starter, Mark Hennig, Barn, Catchy, the 3.
This horse has had a lot of works leading up to this debut.
Yeah. Medaglia d'Oro filly. Here is Academia, faced Tommy Joe, who we'll see in the spinaway, was 3rd to her first out.
She's a Peter Brandt homebred out of that Grade 1 winner, Wildcat. Looks like one that could appreciate more distance. Gets another furlong here.
Immaculate Moon, facing Steer Clear once again.
Yeah, one of 3 horses that exits the 2 best 2-year-old filly races we've seen this year, the Tommy Joe race and the Ornellaia race.
Divine Passion debuts, Ken McPeak.
Out of a Grade 3 winner, Passion, she's also got a foundation of solid works, but McPeak runners typically need that experience on debut.
And America the Great, 1.2 mil, as JK said, was actually favored in the debutante at Churchill back in June.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking to me that you could have a pedigree that much better than this one, right? 1.2 million, but she's the cheapest of her siblings. A 2 million, a 1.5 million, and then this summer a 2.7 million gun runner. Might be more valuable to Bobby than those cookbooks.
Could be. 5-2. She's getting bet from that outside slot for the Marcassi barn. Dylan Davis will ride. Here, though, is the one who's been favored throughout. Mig, Steer Clear, with the meets leading rider aboard.
She has speed. I mean, she's going to have to get another furlong, but that was a real nice effort. And like Jonathan said, the filly that beat her, she's in the spinaway, and she looks like a major contender. And one thing we know about Todd Pletcher, right? He's very good at getting his horses prepared as they stretch out.
7 furlongs, tough distance for these youngsters, but the main players, Megan, they all have some experience under their belt.
They do. I think that's really key here, especially in these juvenile races at Saratoga. We've seen those with experience as far as being able to get the job done. But I will say, I can't help but ignore Fancy Footwork up there at 6-1. She is one with so much size and scope, as Acacia had mentioned in her paddock report, and she just did not break well, was completely out of it early, and really debuted. I think of all the horses that debuted, she faced the most trouble, and she ran incredibly well. Amelia Green, she actually was one of Maggie's 2-year-old reports, which was a good omen, I think, for any juvenile here so far this meet. And she's just one that, yes, she's going to appreciate some more distance, but I think she's going to be really competitive here.
Congratulations to Amelia Green as well. Got a double assist, getting her first Saratoga Stakes win of her career, but you take it any way you can get it.
A little bit of a slow start for her, and then she really came to life, and her barn's going well. I know this filly's got post one, but I'm in agreement with you, Megan. I think that first race was better than it looks after being compromised at the break and finished well.
Meanwhile, here's Immaculate Mune. Danny Gargan, second-time starter, so they make that change. Blinkers on. And what do you think, JK? 7-2 right now.
Look, I mean, I think in a perfect world, this horse would be entered somewhere and be 4-5, but she happens to be in here with a horse in Academia who I thought ran extremely well first time out, and a horse in Steer Clear who ran better than her in the race that she was in. So there's a direct comparison. It's not, a lot of times in racing, you're comparing kind of apples to oranges. Like it's that strength of schedule thing. Well, the Cowboys beat the Eagles, so if the Eagles play the Giants and the Giants beat the Cowboys, then it doesn't work like that. But with these two horses, the 2 and the 5, they were in the same gate together. They were in the same race together. And to me, it's not even clear who ran better. It is clear who ran better. Steer Clear.
Isn't that the greatest thing about the maiden races, 2-year-old races in Saratoga? One year I rode a filly for Rusty Arnold we thought would win. She finished 3rd. Well, Winning Colors won the race. She wound up winning the Kentucky Derby. Epitome was 2nd. She wound up winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. And the filly that I rode for Rusty wound up being a Grade 2 winner herself. You're going to see the cream of the crop.
Let's go back to Acacia for more on Fancy Footwork.
Yeah, second-time starter. She's the one with experience I didn't touch on, as she did have trouble at the start last time out. She did get squeezed back pretty significantly in that race, but she warmed up really well out there today, traveling well over the track. She does have the rail post position, and you can see her next to the lead pony. She's big. She's a big girl. And so that is going to be a little bit of the challenge, and I think with that big warm-up that John Velasquez gave her to kind of rev her engines a little bit, make sure that she brakes cleanly and doesn't give herself an opportunity to be bumped or squeezed back. I think she will love a little bit more ground, and did actually run on up the inside on a wet track last time out to her benefit. Now the 2 first-time starters are big prices, and the 3 Catchy is a $400,000 daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. Her only win was on the grass, and she's the sister to multiple Greatest Stakes place Cat Burglar. This one is a big, good-looking filly. It's tough to debut at 7 furlongs. I will say she's very fit. I think that her top line could maybe come up a little bit, strengthen a little bit. But she had a big solo warm-up and has done everything right so far. She's one I'll watch with interest, but one that I'd probably want moving forward. However, the 6, Divine Passion, I kind of like this filly at a big price. Now, she's been preparing down at Belmont Park, so I can't watch any of her workouts. But as we learned yesterday when Kenny McPeak had a first-time starter win here with a horse that was based down at Belmont, she's been trained and being prepared by Jimmy Jerkins, who, of course, is such an exceptional horseman, working with Kenny now, overseeing his string that's based down at Belmont. And Kenny had mentioned how we've seen Jimmy doing prepping, especially young horses, to come up here. This one comes from Jimmy's care as well. Horseman I have so much respect for. A little bit chatty back in the paddock when saddling, but not doing anything naughty. She's not the biggest, but very athletic at a big price. I'm going to keep a little bit of an eye on Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. What a gutsy performance in that personal ensign, Torpedo Anna, and McPeak has said either Keeneland or Delaware, and then we'll go on to try and defend that title in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
I thought that was a stellar performance. She was so game. The 2 fillies that she was vying for the lead with wound up last and second to last, and they're 2 good fillies and mares in their own right. And then she faced a fresh challenge from Darth Vader, who was sitting the perfect trip and fended her off.
There is Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Steer Clear, the 8-5 favorite. And this one coming up, they'll have the ultra-talented Tommy Joe in the spin-away.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this horse, when you have a horse first time out show a ton of speed, and then get beat that's just an indicator that they just weren't quite fit. That talent is still there. Now they're fit. You put the speed together with the fitness, and you get a horse to do what we might see here with the 2.
Here's the second, Saratoga. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thanks, Greg. Immaculate Moon is coming in. She's joined by Divine Passion. And the last one to load will be America the Great. America the Great coming up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Steer clear, America the Great. It's steer clear fastest and opens up a length and a half. Now it's about a half a length. Getting a little bit of early pressure from Academia, who's racing in between horses. Immaculate Moon, Divine Passion are also in the mix. They are followed by Fancy Footwork, who's 5th. On the inside, the gray is only 3 lengths off the lead. At the back of the field are America the Great, who was just passed by Catchy. Steer clear. Goes through an opening quarter in 22 and 4, and the favorite leads by a length and a half over Immaculate Moon in second. At the rail, it's Fancy Footwork, and Divine Passion is 4th past the 3/8 pole. Racing 2.5 or 3 off the lead. Academia is right next to America the Great. Catchy at the back, fairly compact group behind the leader, Steer Clear, who rattled off the half in 46 and 1. Steer Clear turns for home with a 2-length lead. America the Great takes up the chase into second as Steer Clear shaken up by Arad Ortiz Jr. Catchy his surface from last, trying to get into second. A 16th to go, and it's Steer Clear by 3 over America the Great. Steer Clear, sharp every step of the way. Scores by less than 2, but it was 2 easy lengths. America the Great was second. Catchy finished 3rd, and right after the wire, Catchy fell down. Catchy fell down right after the wire, and then Fancy Footwork.
I'll try and get you an update on Catchy and Jose Lezcano. Steer Clear doing this pretty easily for Todd Pletcher to break her maiden with the meet's leading rider, who gets number 56, Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, she was impressive. She popped away from there. She held her position. She advanced her position. She's a very nice horse.
Looked like a winner every step. Popped out of there, established the pace, and Mike Rapoli answers right back to Seth Carman's Carvage stable as far as the race for leading owner.
9-5 favorite wins this second. Steer Clear. Pletcher, Arad Ortiz Jr., Spendthrift, and Rapoli. We'll be back with more right after this on Saratoga Live.
Now 650. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
John Gaines started this back in the 70s, had such stallions as Riverman, Sharpen Up, Bold Bitter, Leafard, Blushing Groom. I think our slogan says it best: power, passion, performance. We're looking to be a power in not only the breeding sector, but in the whole thoroughbred industry. You know, I think passion describes our team to the best. Mr. Beck and his family have owned this farm for almost 40 years. Brian Graves has been a part of this team for almost 20 years, myself here for 3 years, as we look to continue to grow. And I think performance describes our stallion roster perfectly, both at the racetrack and in the sales ring. And obviously, Tappet was a huge feather in the cap of the farm. He's done well for the last 20 years at stud. We have McKenzie with 5 Grade 1 stakes horses in his first crop. We have Drain the Clock and Olympiad with stellar sales results with our first crop yearlings. We were very excited this year. We brought 4 new stallions in. We had Grade 1 winner Tappet Tri, son of Tappet, another son of Tappet, Mandy Pope, homebred Charge It, Muth, son of Good Magic, only stallion retired this year in Kentucky that was a Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, and followed it up with Preakness winner and Pennsylvania Derby winner Seize the Great. We were very excited to have a son of Arrogate. We were a big believer in that stallion. We bred to him several times. We're bringing Grade 1 winner Locked, son of Gun Runner, into the stallion roster for 2026. Grade 1 winner at 2 at Keeneland. Grade 2 winner at 3, defeating older horses in the Cigar Mile. Grade 1 winner this year at 4. You know, Brian Graves, Anthony Beck, myself, and the rest of the team here, we look for these horses that are going to hopefully be breed shapers and trying to continue to grow the stallion roster here at Gainesway.
Program brought to you by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. Steer Clear, impressive in the second. And we have the Bernard Baruch up next. We'll get to it. Steer Clear, though, very good. And how much does this flatter Ornelia, guys, in the spin-away?
I think it definitely flatters her. This filly was decidedly best, and Jonathan said it. She had natural speed first time and was able to do it even better second time with that race under her belt.
All right, so Steer Clear, graduate start number 2. Todd Pletcher, 23rd winner of the meeting in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, America the Great. And catch and complete that trifecta there, as we have had a formful beginning to the afternoon, and looks like it could remain that way after our first stakes action of the afternoon in this Bernard Baruch. 16 and a half months away for program trading. Long-awaited return, Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown, and playing catch-up here to try and get to some of the big events later this year in the fall.
Look, he's shown his talent. You know, if you could be competitive in races like the Turf Classic that they have at Churchill, one of the best Grade 1 turf races we have in this country, and you can win those types of races. And look, this horse kind of always shows up. There's 1,000 ways these horses can get beat, even when they're the best horse in the race, and program trading has dodged those on a number of occasions.
A 3-time Grade 1 winner, and obviously something went awry in the Manhattan last year, but we've seen Chad Brown do this time and time again, where he brings horses back off of long layoffs and they just jump right back into the frame. Although I know Megan's got a little bit of a kind of an interesting stat. At least I thought it was interesting.
We were chatting off camera that Chad Brown, as far as bringing horses back in stakes company, off that extended layoff, is 0 for 5 here at Saratoga. So yes, and Chad Brown we trust as far as getting his horses fit and prepared. He's been working in the morning with a horse by the name of White Palomino, kind of stakes caliber there. But pretty interesting statistic, excuse me, as far as Brown's stakes involvement with those horses returning off of the layoff.
4 to 5 favorite right now. Program trading for the comeback. Meanwhile, with more on what happened in race 2, let's go back to Acacia.
Unfortunately, on the gallop out past the wire, the number 3, Catchy, did sustain a catastrophic injury to her left front leg per NYRA attending veterinarian Dr. Sarah Hinchliffe. Our deepest condolences to trainer Mark Hennig and his team and all of the connections with this filly. I can report some positive news on jockey Jose Lascano, who was able to walk off the track on his own power hour. He is being brought immediately to Albany Medical Center with a potential injury to his left shoulder. So certainly hopes and prayers that Jose will be better soon, but alert and awake, which certainly is the best news, Greg.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll get to this Bernard Baruch when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
375, 400, and 400. $400,000 in the back.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Sal Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Moto.
In Italian to win it.
Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Big M.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
650-75. Buy them.
Respect them.
75. Now 700. Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Thanks for being with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Later today, race 11, Perfect Sting. $150,000 purse, fillies, mares, 4 and up. And you don't see runners, Mig, coming out of grade ones. In fact, it was just a grade 1 winner 2 starts back, comes out of the Diana, dropping into company like this. But the timing of the calendar was a result that Chad Brown has dynamic pricing showing up here.
Yeah, listen, she's very good, and like you're saying, timing is everything. There's races I'm sure they're pointing towards, the fall. So instead of working into them, why not put her in a spot like this where you know she's going to be ultra competitive? And I'm not saying they're doing it to try to be leading owner for Seth Klarman, but why keep her in the barn if she's doing well?
Yeah, I mean, look, she's proven to be right there in this grade 1 company with the Just a Game, her third in the Diana. But, it's look, if they're ready to run here and you want to run in a stake here, run here. It doesn't prevent you from trying to find some other stakes along the road. And so, to me, this is a 2-horse race between Dynamic Pricing and Proctor Street. I think they're the 2 best horses in here. Dynamic Pricing's obviously kind of been to the mountaintop. Proctor Street's trying to get there. To me, it's just between those 2.
Chad Brown had said he'd love a little more give in the ground. We did get a little bit of rain, but it's been effective, too, on firm going. Meanwhile, here's the up-and-comer, Proctor Street, who just was dominant last start against stablemate to Dynamic Pricing, Tax Implications, who we saw kick off this card with a win today.
Flattered that race as we saw, and I'm with JK on this. Those two are these Proctor Street and Dynamic Pricing are the 2 horses to beat, and especially from a pace consideration, Rakia, the number 2, and New Rome should give these milers something to sink their teeth into late. They're both going to come off of things, and I really, really like Proctor Street. 3 for 5 there for trainer Brendan Walsh. I think he's kind of underrated. He doesn't have a huge string here at Saratoga, but he's very methodical about where he puts his horses, and she just seems to be that filly with upside who's just getting better and better. But you also have to give credit to, as you mentioned, Dynamic Pricing got that grade 1 win over a yielding turf course in the Just a Game. She is a serious threat up there at 9 to 5.
That is coming up later this afternoon, 6:12 Eastern start time. That perfect sting. We'll get to the third coming up, our first stakes action of the afternoon in a moment. First, let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by Matthew DeSantis, a content creator for Naira Bets. And Matthew, closing week, what do we got as far as promos are concerned over at Naira Bets?
Well, we got a lot. We have the $10,000 late pick 5 hit and split promo today. We also have that Sunday and Monday here at Saratoga, but tomorrow's a big day out west at Del Mar for the Pacific Classic. Got a 20% bonus on all exactas out there all day for Saturday at Del Mar.
Pretty cool. Some big races, as you mentioned, Del Mar and Saratoga as well, and I'm sure deep dives into all of them.
Of course. No, we have previews up on the Naira Bets YouTube channel right now for the Pacific Classic. Nisos versus journalism versus fierceness. Going to be a lot of fun, but we got the Spinaway, we got the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and of course Monday, got to close it out with the Grade 1 hopeful.
Always looking forward to all of that. Thank you, and thanks for our weekly check-ins. Great job over at Naira Bets.
Thanks so much, Acacia. Appreciate it.
Greg?
He's a busy man, a lot of great content out on Naira Bets. Be sure and check it all out if you're a member. If you're not, get signed up now. As we're 20 minutes away, again, from our first stakes action of the afternoon, this Bernard Baruch mile and a 16th inner turf. And the long-awaited return, program trading off since June of 2024. We're showing even money. Board here showing 4 to 5. I don't think you'll get anything close to that by the time the gates open, Mig.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, he's just faced such considerably tougher company, and he's comported himself extremely well. And when it comes to layoffs, even though I think it's a very interesting set that Megan brought up, Chad just seems to have the formula to get horses ready off the bench.
Let's go 2 starts back. And this Turf Classic, grade 1 win, beating, among others, the very talented Web Slinger.
Yeah, I mean, look, this horse was impressive this day. It's a good race. It's the race, if you're not familiar, it's right before the Kentucky Derby. So,
yeah,
you know, the Kentucky Derby is that bucket list item. If you got a turf horse, it's a fun race to win. So everyone shoots kind of their best shots, and he had so much guts to go up the inside the way that he did, and that's a very comforting thing when you're having a horse coming off a break.
There are 2 things that are critical, in my opinion, to making a top turf horse. One is turn of foot, acceleration. He's shown that consistently. And then courage, just what you're saying, JK. Horse that will race through traffic, will race through tight spots. He did not bat an eye, Megan. He just was brave and came through.
I loved taking that trip down memory lane to some of those races last year. He beat the likes we saw of Web Slinger and Integration, who out of that Turf Classic came back to win stakes themselves and just got the better of them. And 3 back in the Hollywood Derby, going the 9 furlongs again. He showed that same courage. He had a nice trip that day. And he is just a horse that shows up every single time. I mean, 5 for 7. He's banked over $1.3 million. And in the paddock, I'm anxious to see Acacia's thoughts about his physical, because to me up here, he looks pretty good.
Well, Chad Brown had said, all that time away for that horse right there, nothing serious, just a lot of little minor problems that kept him away, and now finally has him right. And 4 to 5 for the comeback here. Meanwhile, the 5, Donegal Momentum. 2 back, grade 3 poker winner, and led every step of the way, Megan, in that victory.
He did, and critics can say he got his way on the front end of some soft fractions, but look at his length of stride. You'll see here as he nears the wire, and Maggie, who knows his horse extremely well, she quotes on this as well. Look at his stride, and as Richie mentioned, that acceleration that you want to see from turf horses, and he has definitely kind of re-emerged later on in this year. He kind of was one of those horses that you wanted to see get better, and this was kind of that breakout performance for him, and he's going to be very formidable here. The thing about him is, in this particular situation, is program trading's a horse that's going to like to come off of things and be that knocking on the door late, and Donegal Momentum, we saw, wants to get on the front end, could take some pressure from a horse like Northern Invader, who also likes to be forwardly placed. So we're going to see how this situation unfolds as as far as him being able to fend off a horse like Program Trading on the front end here.
Never had a horse like this who's going to be, bearing down on him late.
And the one thing I'll say about the topic, I mentioned a big part of the conversation here is about Chad off a layoff. I think when you get to the level that Chad's at, the success that he's had with the owners that he has, and I'm not saying this like he's like disrespectful about the idea, but he is allowed to make a lot of the decisions. Where I think other barns, some barns, not all, but other barns get a lot of pressure from owners. Oh, where's Program Trading? Can we run him in Saratoga? I really, I have a lot of friends and family. We want to come watch him run. And then those trainers feel the pressure to rush them back. Chad doesn't have that. He gets to operate strictly for what's best for the horse, and his owners, especially his bigger owners like Seth Klarman and Saul Kuhlman and Peter Brandt and all the others, give him that time to do what he wants to do, not what might be for a fun weekend.
He's risen above that because of his level of success, and owners will get better results from their trainers if they allow them to do their job. You hire someone to do a job, allow them to do it. Trainers will get better out of their jockeys if they allow them to do their job. You can't micromanage. You have to trust in the people that you're putting in that position to handle your horses.
And Seth Klarman is one of the smartest men that you will find in this game, and I think that's a credit to letting Chad kind of take over behind the wheel. And as far as mating decisions, just everything in that operation, as far as Klarovich Stables, a lot of it has to do at the ground level with Chad making a lot of those instrumental decisions, as you see here. And as Andy mentioned earlier in the program, this race was not an afterthought. This is exactly where they wanted him to land as far as coming off of the layoff.
There is Chad Brown with Seth Klarman. Program Trading set to make his comeback here, 15 minutes to post. This Bernard Baruch, we have the post parade for you when we come back.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Thanks for being with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Our first stakes action of this final weekend of the meet. The Bernard Baruch and 3-time Grade 1 winner program training on the comeback trail for Chad Brown. Let's go to Acacia.
And good to see him back. And as we heard from owner Seth Klarman earlier, he said that per Chad Brown, he feels like he's even better than ever. Well, I can confirm here in the paddock, and he has always been a very handsome individual. Program trading looks better than ever as well. He is one that typically, when I last saw him back in 2024 and 2023, prior to that, he would be kind of aggressive early on. Always been a good doer. He always carries weight. He would get very energetic prior to his races. He would sometimes have to break out of post parade. That's what he did before the Manhattan. And then he would settle a little bit more after that, but he clearly has a world of talent. Now, he's been a little spicy here in the paddock, but that is typical of program trading. But while he is a very solidly built horse, that's normal for him. He's strong in all the right places, which I do appreciate. Watching his recent workouts on First TV, he worked in company with White Palomino, who is Grade 1 place. He was second in the Belmont Derby. And just it looked like, albeit on the dirt, this horse, program trading, had the edge every single step of the way. Throwing a few little bucks, looking like he's feeling good today, coming out for this return to the races. Now the 5 Donegal Momentum, unfortunately, did take a bit of an awkward step, pulled up out of an abundance of caution last time in the Kelso. Tom Morley reporting afterwards that thankfully he came back fine to the barn, and great to see him back on the track here. He does run his best races using his very dangerous weapon, which is his early speed. He's always one that is a little bit of a lighter frame type, a very elegantly built horse, son of Uncle Mo, but he has that Uncle Mo stride where he really throws his legs out in front of him and really covers the ground very nicely. I am curious as to how much pressure he might get with the presence of Northern Invader in here, but he is one that, again, does run well when he gets comfortable on the front end. Incredibly fit coming back off a little bit of that break since that July 5th try in the Kelso. The number 3 Northern Invader, speaking of him, he is one that I haven't seen since he ran in the Tampa Bay back in February, when he had come off of a layoff that day, and he had come back as a gelding too, and he just really looked, even though he ran well there, like he needed to strengthen. Well, he has put on a ton of muscle mass since I've last seen him in the last few months and coming in off of steady racing. Now, he is a horse that probably is a touch better when the 7 furlongs to the mile. Last time out up at Woodbine, he was second best in a stalking spot, but back he was able to wire the field. This pace could be a little bit interesting, as Northern Invader, as is normal for him, very sharp in the paddock as well, Greg.
All right, thanks, Acacia. Post parade coming up. And exciting to see what we get from a star who went to the bench here. And if he performs big, what will come next? Can he get in gear quick enough to get to Del Mar?
Yeah, it's, you know what? It's just not their style. So, I mean, I just don't think it's their style. I guess there's a world in which they could look to do that, but that's kind of who they've become in this situation. They're not going to rush to those moments. They're going to do what's best for the horse. Now, look, he runs off the screen here or something like that, and you start working backwards from a race at Keeneland or something like that, then yeah, maybe. I don't know if he's got enough credentials, with the committee to try to get in off just this win and train up to that race. Depends on how many Euros come.
Interesting that he's never run as short as a mile before, right? A mile and a 16th. I know it's 110 yards difference, but still.
Yeah.
Take home that share of that $10,000 with a late pick 5 today. You saw the promo. Hit and split that $10,000. Got to opt in. NyraBets.com. Here comes our post parade. Price getting shorter on the 3-time Grade 1 winner. Program trading back. Flavian Pratt, his regular pilot, back aboard for the return.
And this horse, as Acacia mentioned, just looks incredible. He's on his toes. He's ready to go. And for the connections to say he's never looked better, that's a very dangerous comment here.
Northern Invaders, Cherie DeVoe, and 4-time winner from 12 tries in the grass.
Yeah, it has a lot of natural speed. It will depend a lot on what the 5-horse Donegal Momentum does.
Here's General Jim Shug McGahee.
Hasn't seen the winner's circle since the Pat Day Mile in 2023, but to me, it could really reinvent himself as a solid turf horse.
Donegal momentum quick early, led every step of the way to win that grade 3 poker.
Outfitted with that red hood, which will be taken off when he gets to the starting gate. It's just to muffle the noise. His best go is when he's able to make the lead. It depends on what Northern Invader does for his best go.
And turf debut for the long shot here, Tabawatch.
Completely outclassed in this field from a 32 claimer win on the dirt to now facing a horse like Program Trading. It's going to be about as big of an uphill battle as you can imagine.
Mandatory pick 5. You see the pool 160,000 plus, or you may not see it, but I'm seeing it, so there it is. Several options to play over this weekend. Manage that bankroll wisely. For most, you would think this is going to be a major single for everyone starting off a pick 5 in this sequence.
Yeah, a major single or a great opportunity to pick up a bunch of equity if you beat this horse. It's kind of the, you know, it's the way you got to look at these types of sequences is, and it also depends on what your opinions are elsewhere, right? You know, if you love a 17-to-1 shot or a 15-to-1 shot, 20-to-1 shot in the third leg, and you try to get extra cute here and toss this horse, I just find that to be a silly proposition. Now, I think if you like a bunch of chalk the rest of the way and you don't trust this horse off a break, then you could toss the horse. And, you know, and you can try to hit your other short-price horses later. But it's really all about ticket construction when you look at these types of situations and how you want to approach them. For me, he's a free square. I think he's going to run well. I don't think he would come out here to be given a race. I also believe that the pace of this race is going to set up perfectly for him. Northern Invader, his best races are on the lead. The 6, Tabawatch, what's he going to do? Rate from out there? I mean, they're gonna run in front of this horse. He's going to get the pace to close into. And then you got Flavian Pratt that if they don't do any of those things, he'll be close enough because he's an aggressive rider.
And the horse is tactical too, Mig, isn't he?
Well, that's the biggest thing. He's tactical, and I agree with Jonathan. There is speed sign on here. Northern Invader, he can rate, but I don't see why you would want to rate. I mean, you let the horse run to his potential. General Jim can have speed, but that's on dirt. He doesn't seem to show that speed on turf. Donegal Momentum is best when he goes to the lead, and Tabawatch's got to prove that he can show the speed on dirt. On turf, excuse me, that he has shown on dirt.
Let's remember, too, he won off a pretty lengthy layoff as well. He won a grade 1 off a pretty big layoff.
You said it, Greg. That was exactly, you took the words out of my mouth, Greg. I mean, he comes back and is able to win a grade 1 against the caliber field that he did. This should be quick work here.
Pratt, another excellent summer. Had a few days where he was suspended, a few other days where he was away. Record-setting summer, obviously, last year that was incredible on his way to an Eclipse Award. What have you made of his meet, Mig?
I think he's ridden terrifically. You know, he had that one takedown in the Hall of Fame stakes that seemed to be very controversial. But he's a pro, and he's able to just stay steady. Listen, his meet, by mere mortal standards, would be incredible. The meet he had last year, he set a very high bar, so he's a little bit of a victim of his own success.
Yeah, you know who else had a great meet is Steve Rushing.
Yeah.
He had an outstanding meet. The agent for Irad and Jose. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's also probably got the easiest job, too, selling those two riders to trainers and owners. But still, to be able to win over 100 races here at the meet with two riders is sensational. But for me, Ricardo Santana.
Ricardo was ridden incredible.
I thought he was outstanding this meet.
Hardest part of Steve Rushing's job, being the agent for Jose and Irad, is not getting people mad at you when you can't ride their horse.
We'll have more on Kendrick a little bit later in the program. Meanwhile, with more on this Bernard Baruch, let's go back to Acacia.
And wanted to talk about the number 4 General Jim, as this is a horse, yes, it's been a while since he has seen the winner's circle, but he is one that I have always thought looks more like a turf horse. So I do actually love that they're keeping him on the grass today after he switched back to the turf last time out. He was coming from off of it while Big Everest was able to pretty comfortably wire the field in there, and I think he was a little bit up against it that day. Now, is he a bit up against it in here with what he's facing? He may just kind of be a little bit of a cut below. But that being said, he looks like he's doing really well. I watched his recent workouts. It was solo in his last one, and he was under a hammerlock the whole time and just flying around the turf course. And I liked the comment in the DRF Clocker report, which said the general is feeling good. He's looking good as well. I don't know if we're going to see the same kind of speed, but one thing I will say is that he did have an exuberant solo warm-up out there while Donegal momentum, and I do think that his best running style, again, is with the speed. They've taken all the steps, including that red hood Richie mentioned, to try and keep him more quiet prior to the race.
2 minutes to post coming up, 1-2. Program trading here on the way back. Rad Ortiz Jr., is he going to be able to control up front here?
I think it's all about intention here with the 3 Northern Invader, who I think has a lot of natural speed himself. I'm also a great believer that when a horse has a strength like Donegal Momentum has shown me, and a lot of it's because of the efficiency of his stride, allow them to use their speed. Make other people adjust around you. It's almost like an elaborate game of chicken. If you come out of the gate looking at the other guy, it almost encourages them to use that speed. If you come out throwing down the gauntlet, I'm going, that's how you make the lead.
I know he's been effective, too, going a little bit longer. This is a little bit longer than that win in the poker. Is he as good at a mile and a 16th, or is that pushing it against this level of competition?
I mean, I think Donegal Momentum's edge is when he gets comfortable on the front end, no matter how far it is, and then obviously the competition comes into play. You know, if he's facing a horse like Program Trading, if he is the grade 1 animal that we think he is, I don't care if the race is at a mile or a mile and 3/8. Program Trading's going to beat him if Program Trading runs what he's been doing. Donegal Momentum needs to try to get loose and comfortable, and then needs Program Trading to not exactly fire perfectly.
3-1. Obviously, things did not go well in the Kelso. That was almost a just scratch right out of the gate from that performance, but he was very good in that grade 3 poker. And there's Northern Invader, Joel Rosario, the one maybe who poses a threat on the front end to the 5 we were just talking about.
He does, and he's kind of a horse that, to me, might not want this distance. And as far as his speed's concerned, a couple starts back earlier in the year, we saw him set those really quick fractions in the Tampa Bay, and Running B got the best of him that day. So my thing with him is I think that he could get overzealous on the lead. I mean, 45-3 at the half and that mile and a 16th affair, I think he could seriously go. And as Richie mentioned, it's going to be a game of chicken. Is Donegal going to be able to potentially lay off of things? I will say his last mile and a 16th effort, he's only been raced at that distance one other time. He did end up winning that, and he was tactical. So I don't think that he's this one mark kind of, he's a one-trick pony that can only win on the lead. I think that he could be a notch more tactical here, but as we all know, he's going to have to face a beast in Program Trading, which to me doesn't look like that horse, as we mentioned, is going to get beat today, but we shall see.
Saw her his trainer, Sharita Vo, and she will have an interesting first-time starter, JK, coming up later in this card. She feels stunning. Is out.
Didn't she scratch?
Really?
Yeah.
Just came out?
Yeah, it was a late.
Okay.
Oh, I did not know that. Me either.
It was a late
Huge
scratch.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, she was in
race 8. You can tell me, Mig.
During Talking Horses, she wasn't. That's why I didn't know it either.
I thought I heard that she came up a late scratch. Guys, maybe I got it wrong, but that's.
I had not heard that at all.
Hold on, let's take a look.
According to this, she's in, but I thought maybe there was some other change. I apologize.
Bernard Baruch. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
That is Northern Invader, who broke through the front of the gate. Let's go back down to Greg Wolf.
So Sharita Vo's Northern Invader breaks through the gate, does not get too far away. Good news there. Real quick, let's clear that up. Sharita Vo's first-time starter is in. For now, she feels stunning. There's been nothing reported.
No, I heard some announcement about her, and I must have misunderstood it. But there was an announcement as we were coming on set, but I don't know what it was.
I think maybe it was Major Dude in this race, but I agree with Richie. I thought I heard kind of something similar, but Major Dude, a late scratch. Hope all is well with that horse, obviously. But this morning, kind of some bigger news that it did affect this race. He was obviously a contender here, but.
Northern Invader loaded back up. And we will go again. Program Trading, huge favorite from the inside. Here's Frank Miramati.
Back in the gate. They're off in the Bernard Baruch, and Northern Invader does come out very smoothly. And Donegal Momentum showing his customary early foot, and he's able to take the lead extremely easily. Donegal Momentum is now trying to cross over. Northern Invader along the inside. Tabwatch moves up and claims third. They're followed by General Jim, and heavily favored Program Trading in his comeback is at the back of the field down on the inside, 4 lengths off Donegal Momentum. And Jose Gomez has Tabawatch on the outside in second. Down on the inside, it's Northern Invader tucked in third. General Jim 3.5 off the pace in fourth. The trailer is Program Trading. The leader is Donegal Momentum, whose speed is being rationed along by leading rider Arad Ortiz Jr. The opening quarter went in 24 2/5 seconds. Donegal Momentum strolling to the half-mile pole. Tabwatch is in second. At the rail, Joel Rosario and Northern Invader racing in third. They are followed by General Jim, and Program Trading continues at the back of the field. 4 lengths covers them. And at the back, Flavian Pratt sitting on a lot of horse, 49 flat. It's just a matter of where Program Trading is going to go, as there's a room for Northern Invader. The rail left open, and Northern Invader comes to challenge at the top of the stretch, and Program Trading has a clear seam on the outside. They're in the final furlong. Donegal Momentum coming back for more on the outside of Northern Invader. They're head and head coming for the wire. 2 more back to Program Trading in third. Donegal Momentum, Program Trading, Donegal Momentum, or Program Trading, Donegal Momentum. What a brilliant ride. Donegal Momentum, rationed to perfection by Arad Ortiz Jr., defeats Program Trading in the Bernard Baruch. Northern Invader finished third.
Donegal Momentum, the upset, number 57, Arad Ortiz Jr. For the Tom Morley barn. It's been a tough meet. This is going to help everything that's come before.
And we just witnessed the ride of the week. That was just a brilliant front-running tour de force by Irad Ortiz and Donegal Momentum. I thought when he spread the rail and allowed Northern Invader inside of him that it was a mistake, but it turned out he was just kind of still rationing him out and had enough left to hold off the 2 Program Trading. Pace made the race.
Yeah, I mean, Program Trading got a fairly good trip considering he saved ground on both turns. He got the tip at the top of the stretch. And look, he eventually leveled off where he was getting there, but it's Donegal Momentum just had a little bit too much momentum at that point in the race.
We were sitting up here, I said, I cannot believe that Donegal got away with 49 at the half here. And Chad Brown's mentioned with Program Trading, he does need a little bit of pace to close into. I mean, as one would imagine, and I was pretty surprised to see him get that comfortable on the lead. But listen, this is horse racing, and as mentioned, Irad absolutely perfect as far as his trip here with Donegal Momentum.
And came home the last 16th of a mile in less than 6 seconds. They shaded like 5 and 4. You'd have to about sprout wings to catch this horse. He still made up 2 lengths, your favorite Program Trading, but great job by Irad. Great job by Tom Morley to have this horse prepared after being pulled up last time. And Tom had a little bit of a tough meet. This got to feel really satisfying.
Out of the gate, here's the start.
Yeah, he kind of bobbled a little bit, was asked to, go along. And once Northern Invader allowed him the lead and to control things, a half in 49, that was Donegal Momentum's advantage right there.
I was pretty surprised by that. Allowing a horse like Donegal Momentum to get comfortable raiding Northern Invader, I really did think there would be a little bit more as far as kind of challenging him on the front end there. But all the credit to Irad, all the credit for being able to lay out a race like that and execute so perfectly. You see that big bounding stride, and Program Trading, you have to give credit to him too. As far as we don't know if he kind of wants that mile 16 distance. As JK had mentioned, he might be one that wants to stride out a bit further and go longer as he has in the past. So he ran pretty well, all things considered, as far as the pace was concerned.
Well, we expect this horse out of this barn to be ready to rock first time out, but there's no question he's going to get so much out of this race coming back, and again, probably at a distance that he does not want.
I mean, to be fair, I don't want to be results oriented. I think he was ready to rock. I mean, trying to close into a good horse like Donegal Momentum going 49 and a half, you get lose by a half ahead. I think he was ready to rock. And if he wins, we're not saying he wasn't ready to rock. I think he was. I just think he got beat by a horse who ran better on the day.
Still, you expect him. I know. fractions or not.
Of course.
To run this horse down.
Yes, but you would like to think that Grade 1 horse could run down Donegal Momentum, but I still think he ran well, getting the worst of it trip-wise.
He would have had to run his last eighth of a mile in 10 and change. That's not an easy task for a champion.
Well done, Tom Morley Barn. Donegal Racing, Arad Ortiz Jr., and Donegal Momentum. 2 of the last 3 starts has been pretty good, hasn't he?
Yeah, last time it was just a mishap. He kind of got touched, I thought, while watching the replays, on his hip, threw his stride off, he overstrode and stumbled. And when a horse stumbles, a jockey doesn't have the luxury of saying, oh, let me figure it out. You pull a horse up then, because you don't know if there's an injury, and you're going to err on the side of caution. Obviously, there was no injury. He came back. Great training job by Tom Morley, and a tremendous ride by Arad Ortiz.
Lost a brutal photo yesterday. Tom Morley with a favorite. Looked like was home free. We'll get that win, but this will make that be a long-distant memory with this performance. Still to come, Kendrick Carmouche, one of the great stories of this summer at Saratoga. We'll have more on what he's accomplished when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt in to Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $10,000 every Friday through Sunday. $10,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets. Enjoy Fan Appreciation Week specials at the Spa this Wednesday through Labor Day. Plus, secure summer's final premium giveaway this Sunday, a Saratoga quarter zip sweatshirt free with paid admission while supplies last. Visit Naira.com/fans for details.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides, and Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
The runner's on top of the world.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us as we kick off this final weekend of the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun, all in for Mohegan. And we are at Saratoga, after all, the reputation of this racetrack. Upsets, and we get one here. Donegal Momentum beating Program Trading in the return. Well done, Tom Morley Barn. Arad Ortiz Jr., 2 wins through the first 3 on the card. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, well done by Tom, indeed, as Donegal Momentum gets the victory here. Tom, how rewarding is this, given the fact he wasn't able to make his run last time out? So happy to see him back, and the way he fought today.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, what happened last time happened. We had to bring him home, just make sure everything was okay. Obviously, that ruled us out of our midsummer target in the 4-star Dave, but you know, he's done really well the last 3 weeks down at Belmont, so huge kudos to the team down there. They've done all the hard work. He came up here 6 days ago. It's a recipe that worked for the poker, so we went back to that, and he's pulled it off today.
What about the ride from Arad Ortiz as well? I think he's Richie's early favorite for Ride of the Week here, but allowing Northern Invader in, and he knew he had enough horse left.
Yeah, I can't remember the movie. I'm sure Andy will probably remember it, but there's a line that says "Too soon, Junior" in some movie at some point, and Irad said, look, I had loads of horse. I knew I was going to quicken, and that he always finished as well, so I thought it was an absolutely fantastic ride.
It really was, and for a horse that I know has been a lot of fun for the connections too with the syndicate like Donegal, you see a lot of happy people in the winner's circle.
Yeah, and look, that gives us a nice stepping stone probably to the Keeneland Mile now. So, you know, we did it with Tell Your Daddy and ran second down there. So let's see if we can do it again.
Well, wishing you all the best, but big congratulations to the team here.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg?
Well done, Tom Morley's done a great job with Donegal momentum. 5 wins now from 8 starts on the lawn, Mick.
He's good. You know, he's pretty good on the dirt as well.
Yes, he is.
Just a nice horse. And listen, when you've got a good horse like Donegal momentum and you're able to gain a tactical advantage the way Irad did, you're going to be tough to beat. This is how upsets happen.
We move on. Race 4, 7 furlongs, $12,000 claiming race, and wide open as the board reflects. Right now, Killy start. Steven Shower made quite a splash getting into this game pretty recently with the 7-2 favorite, Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3 through the first 4 on this card, Megan.
Irad's on a roll. His brother Jose is not here. He actually, I believe, had 4 winners at Kentucky Downs yesterday, so that's certainly paying dividends for his brother, but Irad on an absolute roll. And you mentioned it, this race is wide open here in the next.
Well, unfortunately, Jose Lezcano injured earlier. That spill after the race in that maiden group. He was taken to the hospital, complaining of pain in his left shoulder, so he's off mounts all afternoon long. And so he was taking over for him, including here in the sport. Joel Rosario will be on It Takes Heart. So this race, we start a pick 4 here coming up. It's all difficult to deal with. I mean, you know better than anyone, you were injured quite a bit in your career.
Yeah, and you know, listen, we just hope that it's nothing that's going to be a long layoff, a long time off. You know, part of the job of being a rider, you're going to get injured. It's not if, it's when and how bad. And Jose's always come back very strong from injuries, though. He's a rider that's got a very strong mental and physical constitution. And you've got to be able to put those things behind you to be able to do this job.
We have the final giveaway of the meet coming up on our Sunday action on Jockey Club Gold Cup Day at quarter zip. And these giveaways, they draw crowds. It's going to be around the block on Union Avenue coming up on Sunday. So be sure and get here early, get yours. We'll be back. More action coming up. 17 minutes to post in the 4th on our Friday action.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Back in our Fox Sports 2 coverage, you're watching Saratoga Live, final Friday of this meet. 14 minutes away from the fourth coming up. 7 furlongs, $12,000 claiming race. Another look at the current odds. The hot hand today, the leading rider at the meet, Arad Ortiz Jr. on the 5-2 current favorite. That is Killy start for the Stephen Shower Barn. More on this race in a moment. Right now, let's go to Acacia with a special guest.
So happy to be joined by Mary McDermott, Naira social media content creator, our weekly check-in closing week, but of course Travers this weekend with all the stars out, and what a great day it was.
Yeah, weather was great, racing was great. We had Sovereignty, Torpedo Anna, and Bookham Dano all make it to the winner's circle like we talked about last week. And then to finish off that week, we got to see Junior Alvarado in the changing of the colors of the canoe, which was great, and we were able to catch behind-the-scenes exclusive content of it through our Instagram, and you can catch it on our Instagram and Facebook.
Looks so fun as he was taking a little paddle around the infield there. But what's this I hear about National Dog Day?
So we don't just have horses in the backstretch. We have goats and dogs. We took it upon ourselves to do National Dog Day. And obviously we had corgi races here following a couple weeks ago. And everyone in the backstretch has little puppies, lots of dogs. So we just went back in the backstretch and saw all of the animals back there.
And then coming up this weekend on Monday, the hopeful for the 2-year-olds, and we're going to see the return of a pretty exciting horse.
Yeah, so we get to see AI, who had an amazing stretch run last time out, and we'll see if he can do it again in the hopeful. Should be a great race, and we're very excited to see it happen.
Cannot wait. Thank you, and thanks to you and the whole social team for all the great work this whole summer.
Thank you, Acacia.
I know Monday's closing day. We got a lot of races still to come.
Feels like Monday's farther away than it is, Greg. We got some awesome cards, though. Lots of racing.
Yeah, I think when we started the day, there was 50 races left, according to our own mathematical genius, Andy Serling. We're on race 4, which means that we've got, is this
40,
good math, 47 left?
Yeah.
46?
46.
Well, this will be, after
47?
this one, 46.
See?
Imagine if they put in lights.
That'd be awesome, as a matter of fact.
They did it at Wrigley. 12 minutes from this fourth coming up. So there's the favorite, Killy start, coming off a win. 20,000 claiming race last time out, voided claim in that one. Mig, what'd you think about this victory?
No, she was just a relentless grinding winner, but she got a lot of pace to close into, which she's not, at least on paper, doesn't appear she's going to get that much pace to close into. But Irad Sticks, Steve Shower, who you're talking about, really made a splash, winning at a very high percentage. And interesting that he's doing it with horses that he's claiming for himself.
He's just moving horses way up as well early in his training career. How big a problem is that, Megan, with not a ton of pace to run into today?
I think that's exactly what I was speaking with Mig off camera, was the pace in this race. And I also think 7 furlongs is the great equalizer, especially in this type of group. I thought that it was an absolute puzzle piece of a handicapping puzzle, as I mentioned. But it kind of took me towards the number 5. It takes hard up there for a woman by the name of Linda Rice, who knows her thing or two about winning races here at Saratoga. And as far as the pace was concerned, and Joelle now taking that mount, of course, I think that horse looked pretty dangerous in this group.
9-2 next door on the 5. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll start off with Killy Start, who did have that win, followed by the voided claim. Yes, last time out. Sometimes it is a little bit tricky to read into those voided claims because you don't know the exact reasoning behind it. And we do see this one come back with a little bit of a drop in class. That's something that's always a little bit of a question for me. But that being said, she's one that's been kind of knocking around at the $20,000 level for a little bit of time. And then last time out, she did get the right setup to get the win. Now, that being said, we've talked about the pace already. See what kind of trip she's going to get once again. I do also think that top to bottom, she might meet a little bit more, maybe not if a deeper field, and a more an evenly matched field today than even she did last time out, though against a notch tougher. She comes back looking much the same as she did last time. She's not one that carries a ton of condition, but she looks great in her coat. She's had good energy here in the paddock. We'll keep an eye on her continuing out up to the gate, but see if she can make it 2 in a row. The number 8 I find intriguing in Whistler's Style, who is first off the claim for Carlos David, was second last time out to Jackie the Joker, who that day got an aggressive ride from Ricardo Santana to be forward, and that's where she runs her best races. Whistler's Style was so far off of it that day. does get blinkers on today, first time in the Carlos David barn. Obviously, it's not easy to claim off of Linda Rice, but I think that this one was really up against it last time. I don't know if the addition of blinkers is going to change her style. It hasn't when she's worn them in the past. She is the daughter of Tonalist. She's kind of that bigger, long, galloping type of mare now, and she is 7, so not going to change much. But she is sharper today than she was last time out. I will give her that. So I'm a little bit interested to see if she might be involved in the race a little bit more than she was last time, where she did run on the one making up the most ground to be second, and she looks great, really, really strong and well built, just as she typically is. But again, I noticed a difference in her energy and her demeanor in the paddock. The number 7, Edistratus, I always struggle with this name, coming back off a little bit of a layoff from May, claimed by Mike Maker, off of David Jacobson, another individual that's not easy to claim off of. But this one does come in for Flying P, and I always take an extra look at their horses, especially when they're spotted a bit aggressively. So while this one is coming in off the bench, is taking the drop down to this $12,500 level and face some pretty salty horses. The first and third place finishers last time out coming back to win with the 79 and 81 buyer speed figure respectively. I have seen this one have a bit more weight and conditioning in the past. She's exceptionally fit off a little bit of that layoff and making her first start. Like I said, I've seen her carry more weight in the past, but I wonder if it's just different barns, different training styles, and she has been training sharply coming in here, and she is one who could be forwardly placed in here at a little bit of a price right now, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up shortly. Killy start still your favorite. And Mig, let's go back to the race that Killy start is coming out of and what happened in that race after the race.
All right, so she was claimed that day for $20,000, and the claim was subsequently voided. Now, I'm all for, the protective measures that are put in place. You don't want horses that are potentially unsound competing, right? But we don't have clear, concise information as to why the claim was voided. It could be that the horse didn't pass a veterinary inspection after the race, or it could be something like a clerical error. If you don't fill out the claim slip perfectly, it's an automatic void. So I think that information needs to be made more public and help you handicap the race. This is, we know the claim was voided, but why? And I think it's critical to know why.
Look, I think that, I don't think any of us will disagree that it's a measure that's needs to be in place. It's positive for the welfare of the horses, and but some tweaks, some adjustments to it.
Yes,
I think could probably help.
Well, we have made some big strides with the news here in New York. The uncoupling of entries, that was a major hurdle to get past, and that's great news for bettors.
Absolutely, that's exciting.
And then Monday, penny breakage
on Monday is also exciting. None of that rounding business anymore. It's all good.
Post parade here coming up. Don't forget, we'll look ahead to it in a minute. Yeah. We'll go through a little bit that pick 6 carryover still to come beginning in the 7th. Go ahead, Mick.
I'm just making a joke here, but when that should be rounded? When you pay a bill and you are off by a penny, and then you're getting complaints that your bill is outstanding because you made it out the checkout for a penny less than you were supposed to.
I was going to bring it up because I thought it was a joke too, but I'm glad you did. That was pretty good.
This sounds personal.
Sounds
like someone was not balancing their checkbook.
Well, I'll take the blame.
Here comes the call to post, and we'll kick things off with the entry in here, and they will break toward the outside. April Antics kicks things off.
Yeah, drops in here from starter allowance. It's always a dangerous drop when horses were protected and now they're not.
4th to the outside, 3rd to the outside, Miss Lau, the other half of the entry.
Yeah, we'll give Linda Rice a second chance to try to figure this one out. 2nd off the claim from Brad Cox.
The rail to this long shot. She's an Arctic Queen.
Getting back to the 12.5 level, stretched out to a mile and 8, showed high speed. Now she goes from 5.5, a mile and 8 to 7 furlongs. Is it the Goldilocks effect? Is it just right?
How do you like them?
I always mess that up. I like to do that. I always say, you like apples, and then I forget how you say it.
Kendrick Carmouche on these apples. Again, more on Kendrick's terrific summer coming up. Favorite, still Killy start?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I skipped over my spot here. Yeah, listen, she looks very formidable, dropping off of that voided claim.
It Takes Heart went by Joel Rosario.
Yeah, another one that is one of those that's dropping in from protected races.
Equus, Wayne Potts.
Should be well placed, this horse, with the lack of a real clear-cut speed in here.
Edis Strudis drops in class. Mike Maker off the claim.
Keep an eye out for those pink silks for the remainder of the meet, trying to make a run at the owner's title, excuse me.
Flying Peace stable. They're still in the mix. Whistler Style, blinkers on.
Well, adds blinkers, looking, I guess, to get some speed out of her because she's devoid of any early speed. And in a race that doesn't appear to have a lot of speed, could be a problem.
Rudy Rodriguez has Flavian Pratt, Book of Wisdom, coming off a win.
Yeah, this horse won last time, but I thought last time was probably the time. It was 4-1 that day. It's drawn well, but I feel like last time was the time.
3 minutes away from this fourth. Coming up, part of a pick 4 that starts here. We have a New York bred maiden special weight coming up next in race 5. As we look again here at Killy start, public has not moved off this one as the horse to beat.
A real strong effort last time, and even though it was a voided claim, horses do have to go to protocols to make sure that they're okayed to race. So, and they're very stringent, and we've got a great veterinarian team here at Naira, so I'm sure she's fine.
And Arad Ortiz Jr., some big-name riders who have some pending suspensions, but it sounds like they're going to potentially push those forward to next summer and maybe start the meet serving those suspensions. Arad Ortiz Jr., one of them.
Yeah, but, you know, it's an interesting ruling that they've come up with that you have to serve them at the meet that you incurred that suspension, obviously, even though it will be a year later. And that could come back to haunt you. Who knows? You're on like a really good 2-year-old that's going to debut in one of those first days, and you might have to relinquish the mount. It's never a good time to have a suspension.
So looking like that, at least for Arad, that will be the case next summer. Yeah, first 3 days may miss.
I think with his brother going to Kentucky Downs, it would have been cool if he stopped riding and just ended at a tie.
Yeah, no.
They're not competitive or anything, right, Jonathan?
No, not at all. You know, it's funny, too, because, you know, I was wondering for half a second, because Kentucky Downs was dark today, I was surprised that they didn't try to get Jose to come back up just for the day to ride here, because he's going to be back Monday, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They could have snuck in one more day to kind of keep it close, but he'll probably need a super day on Monday to catch his brother.
I don't put it past him. He's on curtain call for Mark Cassie and the hopeful on Monday. He's going to be, I think he could be formidable on that day. But Irad looks like he's stretching even further out in front today. It's going to be pretty hard to catch him. But puzzle piece of this race, Greg.
What's that?
Puzzle piece of this race. Puzzle pieces
These
to me.
12-5, and yeah, Rad up 5 now, by the way, on his younger brother. 12-5 claimers, they are tough because, you know, sometimes it's just with these lower level horses, who's feeling good on the day.
Yeah, who's good on the day, right? And well, you know, watching horses warm up, I think, is more critical in lower level races as opposed to, you know, mostly, you know, stakes horses, good horses. They all look good. It's
Typically,
more of
these lower level claiming races, would you agree, not the races you want to lean on?
No, not always the truth. I mean, I think that as a blanket,
No,
yes.
typically, yeah.
As a blanket, yes. But I do think there's some opportunity sometimes. Like for me, I really do feel like this version of it is a 2-horse race. I think the 4 or the 7, and I said this on Talking Horses this morning, the handicapping show, and Andy looked at me like I was crazy. I said the 4 or the 7, I believe, will win by 5 lengths. 4 or the 7.
Wow. I
just think one of them is very well meant and is going to be very tough to beat. I just don't know which one it is. I think it's probably the 4, but we'll see.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And both of those did warm up very well, and I'm going to take a shot with the 7 in here, starting with you, JK. I wanted to reserve judgment on the 5. It Takes Heart until she got out on track because she's never the smoothest mover. Sometimes some days are a little bit better than others. It's just how she is. She can be a little bit of a crampier kind of type of horse that takes a little bit of time to get going. I will say, by her standards, she was doing well out there today. Went right away from the pony under Joel Rosario. Rosario, who climbs aboard here in Jose Lezcano's stead. She was very relaxed back in the paddock. And like I said, for her standards, moving very well. And I think if she's able to get to the lead, where last time she caused her own problems, throwing her head up at the start and just really looking like the ground kind of went away from her at the beginning there. Her speed is dangerous. The three of these apples, I like the name. I wanted to just mention her because she is a new face and takes a drop in class off the claim for Rob Atras. Comes in out of that same tough race that the 7 does. So both of them similar types of layoffs in here. These apples was very sharp throughout, looking like she could probably strengthen with a race in here, but really on her toes for the new barn. And Kendrick Carmouche aboard, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Back to Killy start, 2-1 favorite. There he is in the background as Rad Ortiz Jr. in those yellow silks looks for number 3 today.
Yeah, she's very logical. I mean, she came off a big effort last time, going, 6.5 for 20, and here's 12.5 for 7, going 7. And you get Rad Ortiz sticking, so he must have liked the way she felt last time.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to me, it's one of those situations where I think she's extremely live. Her last 4 races have been pretty good.
Frank Miramati with the call. Here's the 4th from Saratoga.
Waiting on Book of Wisdom to the outside stall. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was an even start. Edith Strudis in the pink colors is going out for the early lead. On the inside, here is These Apples moving right into contention. And even further inside, She's an Arctic Queen. So She's an Arctic Queen now takes over. Equus will be in the 2nd spot. Edith Strudis 3 deep in 3rd. Miss Lau is 4th, passed now by These Apples, who takes that 4th spot. Then it's Killy starts 6 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to It Takes Heart, 4 clear of April Antics. The 2 trailers, Book of Wisdom and Stretch Running Whistler Style at the back. 22 and 4 for the long shot. She's an Arctic Queen, who has the lead by 2 lengths coming to the 3/8 pole. Racing in 2nd is Equus. On the inside, These Apples right next to Edith Strudis. Miss Lau is just outside of that pair. They're followed by Killy Start, It Takes Heart, Book of Wisdom, followed by April Antics and Whistler Style, 45 and 3 for the half. They're at the top of the stretch. Equus is coming after She's an Arctic Queen. Way out in the center of the racetrack, Edith Strudis and Miss Lau from the back of the field. Whistler Style is coming fast along the inside, looking for a spot as Killy Start has a 2-length lead close to home, and it's Killy Start. Killy Start, yet another. That's a riding triple around Ortiz Jr. Photo for 2nd goes to Whistler Style. Miss Lau was right there, and Edith Strudis.
3 wins through 4 races. The meets leader, Rad Ortiz Jr., 58 and counting. Killy Start, Steven Shower owns trains, and I don't know if it was 5 lengths, but it's pretty dominant.
we got to get the official chart out. Look, it's one of those situations where one of these horses was going to run. I thought it was this one. I would have been equally as strong on the 7 being possible. It's just when some of these times these horses drop, when they drop to win, and not drop to get sold, you can get performances like this.
And for 12-5 level claimers to go 45 and 3 at the half, you had those long shots at a really quick pace, and this horse just stayed behind and grinded away. But I mean,
Mickey was loaded.
Irad was water skiing coming to the quarter pole, okay? I mean, literally, he was water skiing. His hands were about 4 inches above her neck. He was leaning back into his stirrups. And then when he got the seam, he dropped her head, and there she went. And I'm going to call 3 1/4. So you were off.
All right. So Price is Right rules, though. I didn't go. How's Price is Right rules go?
You were over.
Okay, so I'm no good.
So, if you'd said a nose, you'd have still got it because you were under.
The 5 did break poorly there as we take a look at the start. I mean, that was the first thing I mentioned. This was a horse that I really anticipated getting potentially loose on the lead from some of her prior starts, and she did the same thing out of the Wilson chute. She didn't break all that well and threw her head awkward and unfortunately kind of landed behind there. But yeah, all the credit to Irad. Knows how to win here and does it well.
I don't even want to bring this up, but I think I should. Because I thought about it. I was kind of musing in my head, what if Irad had a huge day, had a 6-win day today. Well, he's at 58 right now. If he could get to 60, we got 8 more races today.
Yeah?
68's the record.
Well, he still has a chance.
3
It'll
a
be
day.
difficult.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and he breaks the all-time record. It's a lot has to happen, but he's making it interesting.
He's on the right horses. That's for sure.
Certainly.
Well, I think Steve Russian already broke the agent record between Jose and Irad.
2-1, Killy start dominant here. 3 wins through the first 4 for the meet's leader, 58 and counting, Irad Ortiz Jr., who has about locked up his 4th straight riding title. Killy start dominant here in the 4th.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Del Mar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst last it home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by NyraBets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com. Killy start makes it 2 in a row. Irad Ortiz aboard for both of them, too, finishing up well. Irad, we just watched the stretch run there. When you took a little peek back, it seemed like you had a lot of horse there in the stretch.
Yeah, very honest, Philly. I won on her 6.5 last time, and it was very professional. And today, I think she appreciated the 7/8. It was even better for her. I got time to let him find her stride, get together, and we turned for home and just waiting for a hole. And when I get through, that was it. She did the rest. She deserves a lot of credit. She's a brave filly.
Yeah, she's in really good form right now and was actually claimed again out of this race, but wanted to ask you about the previous race, and Bernard Baruch got the win with Donegal Momentum. I know Richie Migliori was a big fan of that ride. That horse really fought for you today.
Yeah, he always show up. He's a really nice horse, honestly, and last time, unfortunately, he got a bad step after the half a mile, I guess, and almost lost his rider. That's why he had that race on the program, but you take that race away, he always fights. So I trust the horse, Tom Morley. He did a great job. He made the lead easy, so that helped him a little bit. And then he felt the other horse inside of him. He started picking up by his own. I let him do his thing, and when I hit a left-handed, he was responding every time I asked him.
That's what I was going to ask. Do you feel like the presence of Northern Vader came up on your inside kind of caused him to re-engage?
A little bit. He surprised me. Joel surprised me a little bit, but he already getting there, so it's nothing I can do. I just try to stay with my horse, concentrate on my horse. I feel I was loaded, so I just trust him, let him get in, and then I asked him when we turned for home. We was on this down the lane, straight up. When we went straight to the wire and keep him focused, and he was professional. He was very, very, very nice.
Certainly was an exciting race and a nice win here too. Congratulations on a good day so far.
Thank you, Acacia.
Irad Ortiz, he's at Kentucky Downs tomorrow, Greg, back here Sunday and Monday, but certainly making the most of today with 3 and counting.
On fire to start this Friday card and our closing weekend. 58 victories and a lot more work to come. That's just through the first 4 on this card. He is just relentless.
And still has time for the fans, right? He's riding pretty much every race, and he's running back and forth and shaking hands, taking pictures. Just a total pro.
Well, as we talked about before we went to break, do you think about that all as a rider? Do you think that's on the mind? Oh, maybe if I could get to 60. Or is that anywhere in your head thinking about that number, 68?
You know, I mean, I can only speak for myself, and I think most riders have a certain mentality. I don't think you think about records. I think you're just trying to do your best you can every single ride, and then if you get on top of them, you know, it's like you're going for a milestone number, 4,000 wins, 3,000 wins, whatever it is. I think then when you get right on top of it, you think about it. But I don't think you project early on that, oh, I got a chance to win the most races ever in Saratoga.
Especially with a rider like Irad, what's he going to do? Ride harder? Like,
He can't
he's
ride
already riding as hard as he possibly can. So focused, on his job every day, no matter what, whether he has 2 wins or 58. So I don't think it makes a difference to him.
Yeah, and each rider, from what I can tell, is every single race and every single situation might be different. And if you interview these riders and you talk to them about their process, a lot of them, they sit down, and Richie can speak to this more than anyone, is you kind of have to take it race by race. And okay, this is the next race, this is the next race, as far as horse by horse and kind of what you're strategizing in those moments. So yes, the records are incredible, and it's amazing to be able to beat your brother too a little bit. I see you over there, Irad. But it's also being able to deliver in every single moment, whether that's a 12-5 claimer or in a stake race with tonical momentum.
Probably more than a record on that mind is that rematch coming up. He'll be on Mind Frame going against Sierra Leone again on Sunday in that Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Absolutely. And you think about it, some of these last waning days of Saratoga, we've got 14 race cards. If you ride every race and you were thinking about the whole card, it's overwhelming. You have to go race by race and kind of break it up, compartmentalize.
Race 5 starts a mandatory pay pick 5, New York bred maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint, and power speed. First time starter Todd Pletcher with guess who? Irad Ortiz Jr. Current favorite at 2-1. That man right there, yes, he has put in the work, paid his dues. What a summer, the best of his career for Kendrick here at Saratoga. We'll have more on what he has accomplished in this sensational summer when we come back.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Yeah. I love the morning work. The morning is something that brings peace to my day when I can wake up and say good morning to everybody and just get on horses, you know, in the morning. It's fun that us jocks get to go out and get on these horses because it builds a relationship for the afternoon where we can be even better.
Yo, what's up, brother?
Every morning I wake up, I gotta go talk to everyone to let them know how much I want it, how much I wanna be successful to their team, wanna be on their team. I love riding for everybody. I wanna ride for everybody. I feel like I can do good for everybody if I only can put the work in to be successful at the end of the day.
Mama Linda, how are you, hon?
I'm good. I like to always check with the people that I ride for so, you know, we can have a good vibe going into the afternoon where we can win some races. It's all who want it out of life and who want to do better and who get the opportunity to do better. You know, it always don't go your way because you want it so bad. You know, the opportunity got to come to you where you can achieve your goals and where you can prove to them that you are just as good as anybody else, if not better.
Morning. Good morning, my brother. Everything good? You good?
My dad was the biggest inspiration for me as I was growing up. He wasn't overbearing about, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. He was always, son, you know, you gotta learn the horses, you gotta get in tune with the horses.
I wrote that one?
After that, I just started building from there.
Morning. Me, all day. I ride two for Linda, se fue adiós.
My dad always told me if you can't be good at it, you know? So, you know, anytime I lose, I'll be like, man, if I can't be good, I gotta be good at it, you know? If I can't win, I gotta be even better at it, you know? That's some of the things I think about that my dad always used to tell me, you know? And he used to always tell me, never walk with your head down, always keep your head level, because if you keep your head level, you can see what's in front of you. And I can see everything what's in front of me, Dad. You was right, man. I am here, I am there, I am everywhere. I was brought in the game. I was pretty much raised in the game, you know, so I just can't speak so highly of how much I love my sport. I think my sport is wonderful. I think these horses are wonderful. I think these horses do stuff for people across the world that humans can't do for other humans, you know. That's how I feel about horses, and I'm just blessed.
So happy for Kendrick Carmouche. He's been sort of the breakthrough star along with Ricardo Santana Jr. this summer, but what a meet for Kendrick. 2 grade 1s on deterministic. Phileas Fogg in the Suburban. We'll see him in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Laura Lynn, who's undefeated for Grand Motion. Final score the other day. Todd Pletcher, just incredible what he has done. And Mig, he's always so positive.
I love this piece for so many reasons, and a great job, Eldon Phillips, putting this together and really kind of bringing people into the backstretch, the softness of light, what goes on in the mornings. Kendrick, though, appreciates it so much. And I wish I could bottle it and give it to everybody, that when you get to do something you love that much and get up every morning excited to go do it, like you're like a little kid, and you get on these horses that give us so much, they elevate us so much. I've always thought that Kendrick and I were very similar in our approach to riding. But after watching this piece, I think we're kindred spirits in that we appreciate and understand what these horses have done for us and what we get to do. It's an amazing thing to have that appreciation. Late in my career, I was still laying my boots and helmet out to go get on Godolphin horses, you know, and I was an old man by then. I am broken down old man at that. So Kendrick, just incredible. Really, that piece moved me.
Paid his dues at Parks, where he won all those riding titles, and then has come to New York, and he's one of the big boys out here in the toughest jockey colony in this sport.
Absolutely. And he's so versatile as well, right? I mean, dirt, sprint, long, lead, grass. He won, 2 grade 1s on the grass here, another graded 6 on the grass here. And like I said, there's nothing better than to know when Kendrick wins a race that we might get a Kendrick Carmouche interview at the end.
Absolutely. And think about it, right? A guy from Louisiana, smaller tracks, Well, he's at the Taj Mahal of thoroughbred racing in North America. This is Yankee Stadium. This is Madison Square Garden, the Mecca. And he's made his mark here. And like you said, he's no one-trick pony. He can ride any kind of horse, his versatility. And it's not lost on him, and I think that's a beautiful thing.
As, Acacia well knows, after having delivered a couple of Grade 1 wins on Deterministic.
Absolutely, Greg. It's been really funny kind of seeing the progression between my husband Miguel and Kendrick Carmouche, and riding one of the top horses in the barn. And this weekend he'll be riding La Mejana, the favorite, in the Flower Bowl as well. An exciting 2-year-old on Monday for Miguel. So really just getting to see kind of up close, which I always knew kind of covering the races, but now seeing his behind the scenes work ethic in person as well. It is tremendous to watch. Kendrick Carmouche, such a hard worker, as Richie touched on, incredibly positive with his outlook as well, and very smart in the way that he reads a race and the homework that he does beforehand. I think sometimes you can hear it in the interviews that Maggie and I do with Kendrick, how much he knows about the other horses in the race, from their running style to what type of bit they're wearing. He'll say, I noticed the 8 was wearing this type of equipment prior to the race, and I think that sort of insightfulness has really paid off. Yes, here at Saratoga, it's been amazing for the big stage and for him to have the kind of success that he has. But for those of us that follow New York racing year round and follow Kendrick year round, we know that he's been a top rider for quite some time, and you'll certainly see it in the way that he reacts with the fans at Aqueduct coming back to the winner's circle, which was especially evident when he got his milestone victory there at the Big A as well, Greg.
Louisiana been in the house all meet long. He'll team up with John Kimmel, first-time starter in this race coming up, Combat Mission, as we get set for a mandatory pay Pick 5. He's been an incredible story. Ricardo Santana Jr., incredible story. Last summer it was Dylan Davis. You never know who's going to step up at Saratoga.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, there's so many talented riders out there, and it's about opportunity, getting the opportunity to showcase that ability. And unlike other sports, you have a dance partner. This is not an individual sport. You've got a horse that's your dance partner, and you got to ride good horses to show how good you are.
You can win the meet at Gulfstream. You can win the meet at Aqueduct, Belmont, Santa Anita, Del Mar, Keeneland. Those aren't probably changing your career. Winning the meet or having a great meet at Saratoga can have a significant impact in the career of these riders.
We saw it last summer, with Dylan Davis. Meanwhile, with more on this race coming up, let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll start to the outside, Greg, with the number 12 Power Speed. His word has kind of been out on this one with the way that he has been training, even in his just one work since coming here to Saratoga after preparing prior to that over at Monmouth. Got on the Daily Racing Form Clocker report a B+ workout with Irad Ortiz aboard, and I thought that he moved beautifully in that workout. And he is the son of Yopan, who might have noticed I am a huge fan of. I think his progeny, which have been incredibly successful on the racetrack, they're good looking, they have size and scope to them, they're athletic as well, and while they are built and sometimes bred to go a touch longer, they're precocious too, and I feel all of that about this guy, Power Speed. He definitely is a head turner in the paddock and got sharper once they put the tack on him as well. The number 2, Party in the Army, son of our Army Mule, debuting for Jeremiah Engelhart, has plenty of win early pedigree on the bottom side. Party like Grandma, great name. The dam did win the Seeking the Ante. She was the stakes winner at 2, very precocious. She's also the dam of Unicorn Cake, who was multiple stakes place for Maya, also won it 2. This one, along with his stablemate in here, the 10, came in a training saddle, something that Jeremiah will typically do with first-time starters. So putting the racing tack on is not a huge kind of jolting change, but this guy was pretty professional throughout, really powerful in his hind end, kind of rounded out hindquarters, which I appreciate, super fit too, and he too has gotten sharper as he is moving out. The number 11 top player, debuting for George Weaver, son of Matoli in here. This one working with an older horse in Swift Magic, which certainly gives some appreciation to that as well, when they can keep company with older. I did think it was interesting that he worked him on the turf 2 back, and then he does debut on the main track. I could actually kind of see a little bit of the turf hoof on him. He is one that does debut in shortcut blinkers oftentimes, especially with some trainers who are very good at getting horses to win early, I don't love to see them debuting blankers. However, George has been able to do that successfully. He is a big burly individual, and I would look at him at first glance and say he probably needs a race for fitness. However, George is also the type of trainer that his horses do carry a lot of conditioning, and especially with sprinters, they're often quick and they can sustain that speed. He framed himself up beautifully once they got onto the walking ring, so I'll keep an eye on him in the warm-ups, but certainly one that looks like he could appreciate touch more ground in the future as well. Greg?
All right, thank you. Acacia Post Parade coming up momentarily. 8 to 5 outside power speed. Can Arad Ortiz Jr. keep this incredible start to this final Friday of the meet going with 3 wins through the first 4 on the card, now on the 8 to 5 favorite outside. We'll kick off the Post Parade. Flawless. Well done. With Combat Mission, John Kimmel, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, he's actually trained pretty well. A little slow in his gait trials, but John Kimmel likes him, thinks he'll be better for a race.
Dylan Davis, Party in the Army, Jeremiah Englehart.
I really liked this horse prior to where he was supposed to debut last month, but it seems like he's backtracking a bit in his works. We'll see how he fares in this try.
David Duggan Barma, the first-time starter.
Yes, a half to Village Person, who's 2 for 2, the only other foal by that mare, and it's gotten good reports from the Daily Racing Form Clocker report.
There's Pepper J, Jose Gomez.
Exit that Rocket Bob and Sunday Boy. They've pummeled the field last time out, but there's definitely some things to like this first time gelding after that effort.
Coach Parcells, August on Farm, Pepper J, Stick Up Without a Gun.
Yeah, debuted on turf, but there's definitely on the female side of the family a lot more dirt pedigree.
Charlie Hustle, Jorge Abreu, first-time starter with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Bred known by Flying P, looking to crawl up those owner standings, but trained on turf and dirt with some turf pedigree, but lands here.
Katie Davis on Waymo.
Yeah, was eased after breaking slowly on the turf. Now gets to the dirt.
There's Speedster, John Velasquez for John Terranova.
Really intrigued me as Justify, his sire, very strong, 17% overall with his firsters, but John Terranova not exactly known to win first time out with his juveniles.
3, 2, 1. Debut coming up, Mike Maker.
Bred by Buck Butler, last year's New York Thoroughbred Breeder of the Year. This mare has had 3 foals to win on debut.
There's Junior Alvarado for Jeremiah Englehart, Mission Critical.
Really take a look at those clocker reports. This horse has been kind of consistently building along in the morning, and I think up there at 41 to 1, he's pretty interesting underneath.
Here's the favorite, 6 to 5, Power Speed.
Trained by George Weaver, who, I'm sorry, top player. I skipped. That's you. Power Speed.
Yeah, somewhere out there.
Yeah.
There's the 11 for George Weaver, first time out with Pratt, top player.
Yeah, it comes in off a very good gate work, and we know George Weaver is very good with first-time starters.
So a pick 5 starts here, close to 160,000 in the pool, and a lot of money on this first-timer outside for Todd Pletcher, $700,000 son of Yao Pan.
The Dam was an extremely accomplished New York bred mare. She was a 4-time stakes winner in New York bred company, won at second asking, and the lone half sip to race Malibu Margarita, though winless there in 7 starts. So could potentially be one to need to start, but I mean, he looks incredible out there.
Back to Party in the Army. Jeremiah Englehart's other horse in the race, 5 to 1 on this one with Dylan Davis.
And Jeremiah Englehart is so lethal with his 2-year-olds. I mean, as far as the past 5 years, 2-year-old maiden special weight in dirt sprints, he's 9 for 31, 29% overall. And one of those horses, though, as I'd mentioned earlier, that I loved this horse. I was so excited about this horse prior to his debut, but he just seems a bit green in his works in the morning, now coming into where he's meant on debut here. And it's just one of those that I'm trying to figure him out at this point, and I preferred others here. But he's formidable, and he looks good out there.
Minute to post coming up in this 5th. And Dylan just left our screen. And again, Jose Lascano was meant to ride this one. He's off all mounts this afternoon. And it's Jose Gomez taking over on Pepper J.
Yeah, I mean, a first-time gelding is huge, really settles them mentally and can be something that really does help them focus and keep to task, especially with these 2-year-olds. And as far as his works, he's been one that was working really, really well prior to when he debuted. He was one that was really interesting. He's got a strong pedigree there. And Bo Liam, yet another freshman sire who's off to a good start. He's 4 for 20, 7 in the money as far as his juveniles are concerned. So I thought it was interesting, and you're going to get rewarded with the price there.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and picking up on Pepper J, I did get a chance to catch up with trainer Mel Giddings and asking about the gelding from first to second start. And she said it wasn't really that he was a bad actor. He's always been a pretty easy horse to handle and to train. But she said that she felt that he wasn't completely clued in, that he mentally is a lot more focused and settled with the gelding. So I thought that that was an interesting bit of information to pass along. He was very far back early last time out, and he did run on a little bit late. So Jose Gomez climbing aboard, super fit for his second start, and he does have a little experience edge, though it appears on the board that there could be some very well-meant firsters in here. The number 1, Combat Mission, I thought it was interesting what Richie said about John Kimball saying this horse might need a race. I agree. He was one who was very distracted out there in the paddock, kind of screaming his head off. Big, good-looking individual, just might need one mentally. I feel the same about the 8 Speedster, who is very athletic, and there's big pedigree on this one. Debuts in tiny shortcut cheater blinkers. Very, very fit, just maybe mentally not completely clued into this whole racing thing just yet, Greg.
Now even money on this Pletcher first-time starter from the outside with a hot hand today that meets leading rider Arad Ortiz Jr. Short price from that outside post. Send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Here's Sir Walter going in. Pepper J will be next. Stick Up Without a Gun. Here's Charlie Hustle. Three, 2, 1. And Power Speed to the outside. Power Speed goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Power Speed rockets out of the gate. Sir Walter is coming through along the inside to take second there, followed by Party in the Army third. Stick Up Without a Gun is fourth. Then Top Player hustled along, trying to make some headway in fifth. Wamo on the outside of Combat Mission, a gap of 4 back to Pepper J. Then 3 more to Mission Critical. Speedster between horses, 3, 2, 1 outside of them. And Charlie Hustle at the back, 21 and 4. Opening quarter mile for Sir Walter with Power Speed. A clear-cut second heading toward the quarter pole. These two have pulled 3.5 or 4 clear of Party in the Army. Stick Out Without a Gun is now racing in third. It's a gap of 5 back to Combat Mission, followed by Wamo with the yellow cap, a strung-out field. Pepper J is down at the rail. They turn for home. And on the outside, here's Stick Up Without a Gun. Stick Up Without a Gun up to take the lead. Party in the Army is fighting on bravely. A late bid from Combat Mission. The gray with big strides late has to get to Stick Up Without a Gun, and no one's going to do that. Stick Up Without a Gun scores by 2. Party in the Army was second. Combat Mission a promising third, and Wamo was fourth.
Second time out, Ken McPeak. Louis Rivera Jr. was a big price in the debut, and a surprise here to start off a mandatory pay pick 5.
That's back-to-back days where Kenny McPeak wins a maiden race for Harold Lerner. See if they got any more the rest of the weekend, Richie.
Yeah, and you saw, for young horses, big field, the outside horse, your favorite, Power Speed, did break out to that empty space, but he had his opportunity. A very fast-paced set. And how about your winner, guys? Much more of a dirt pedigree. Did not run well on debut on turf. Kind of dirty up his form. Here he comes with that experience.
Completely agree. To me, Seemed like they were trying to figure him out as far as going long on the turf on debut. Now exactly what he wants to do here. I agree with Mig as far as his pedigree leaning towards more of being a dirt sprinter, and I think he just showed us that's exactly what he wants to do.
Took some money in here. 15-1 morning line goes off at 9-1. So stick up without a gun. Starts off this mandatory pay pick 5-2-1-7 here in the 5th. We're about to wrap up our FS2 coverage for now. And we're going to head over to YouTube. So you can find us at NYRA, New York Racing Association page over on YouTube. Back on FS2 as you see at 5 Eastern, FS1 at 6 Eastern. We're all over the place this afternoon. So I hope you stick with us. See you over on YouTube right after a break with the best yet to come on this final Friday of the meet from Saratoga Springs.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur and top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Sel Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Moto. In Italian to win it.
Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Big M. Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Good to be with you on this final Friday of the meet from our Saratoga summer here on Saratoga Live. Here on our YouTube coverage, Greg Wolf, John in the kitchen, Richie Migliori, Megan Burgess, Acacia Clements. As we're through race 5 and stick up without a gun, 9-1 surprise to start off a mandatory pay pick 5, Ken McPeak, Louis Rivera Jr.
Yeah, look, these connections, the ownership and trainer won a race, a maiden race yesterday. They were pointing for this weekend. I'm going to be looking for those purple and lavender silks. You didn't also get that right, did you, Mick? Purple and lavender.
You know, you taught me something because I don't know what lavender is, but.
No, but
One more look at this finish here.
Yeah, he's a horse that, to me, was always meant to do what he just did as far as the dirt sprint was concerned. He debuted going long on the turf. That was something me and Richie up here were kind of scratching our heads about as far as his pedigree was concerned, but he just ran away from them, partying the Army up there alongside. Skimming himself, trying to kind of get into the mix, but it was all the number 5, stick up without a gun. That's a pretty clever name over there for the learners, JK. I mean, look for those silks. That's 2 in a row, as he mentioned earlier.
Not the best way to come away with the cash, but they do here.
I mean, that's basically what they did. Unless Louis Rivera had something in his boot that I didn't see.
Stick up without a gun. I mean, probably less time if you get caught if you're unarmed, right?
5-2-1 finish, 9-1 start to a mandatory pay pick 5. Believe we're headed to the winner's circle. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm very happy to be joined by winning jockey Luis Rivera Jr. Stick up without a gun, gets the win, switching to the dirt, and certainly seems like he took to it and really appreciated the main track today.
Yeah, he definitely did. Kenny and I were a little bit concerned about the distance. He likes to run horses long distance, and you know, here we don't have the long distance on the dirt, so he decided to go to the 6 furlongs race and just told me just to sit on him, just wait, and do a one move. He wasn't looking to win the race. He was just looking to get a good gallop out of the horse and see if we can go longer next time.
Well, looks like he certainly can, as he even got the win today. But talk to me a little bit about your relationship with Kenny, as I know you get on a lot of really good horses for him in the morning, including Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but Kenny one day say, oh, I want to make you a star, and he just wanted me to work all his horses, and he will give me the mounts, and it's been working out.
Kenny said to me, you deserved some live mounts at the races because you've been working so hard. Has to be pretty exciting picking up another win here. I know you had a fall a couple weeks ago, and seems like you're back and just as strong as ever.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Congratulations, Luis.
Thank you, Keisha.
All right, working some superstars in the morning, and looks like maybe a future star in the afternoon, Greg.
And Mick giving himself opportunities to get more mounts in the afternoon.
You got to work hard. You know, the harder you work, the luckier you get. And I was impressed that, you know, Louis had that fall a few weeks ago, was in the hospital till late into the evening, got checked out, and the next morning at the crack of dawn, he's working Torpedo Anna for Kenny McPeak. And, you know, I talk about jockeys out in the morning working horses. It's much like an actor going out auditioning for parts. You're going out working horses, you're not sure you're going to ride them, and they want to see if you fit the horse, if the horse responds well to you. And when you first start out, much like an actor, I'm sure Tom Cruise has some reel out there or some commercial he's embarrassed by, you'll ride any horse, you'll take any part. And then as you start getting, you know, a little bit of a resume, you start building up clientele, you become a little bit of a prima donna. You want to ride the Academy Award-winning horses, which are the stakes horses, right? And you get an agent. And so it's very, very similar to what an actor goes through, a jockey goes through.
Yeah. Race away from this Pick 6 carryover coming up, which we'll get into in a moment. Got a big weekend, though, in this older horse division. Jockey Club Gold Cup, part of Fox Saratoga Sunday. Early start time, 1 Eastern. With the reigning Breeders' Cup Classic and Whitney winner Sierra Leone, who was beat by Mindframe when they met in the Stephen Foster. They will tangle again with this rematch coming up with an incredible supporting cast as well. Take a look at the field. That will line up 1.25 miles for $1 million on Sunday. And obviously those make the two big names in here. It's a great cast, though, behind them.
Yeah, it's tremendous Jockey Cup Gold Cup. And, you know, you have a tremendous Whitney. You don't expect the Gold Cup to come up as good because a lot of those horses won't come back. That's not the case this year. This is a great addition to the Jockey Cup Gold Cup. And Mindframe is a horse that I'm a big fan of. He's tactical. He creates his own trip. He's really done nothing wrong. In his third start, he was narrowly beaten in the Belmont Stakes going a mile and a quarter, so the distance should not be a problem. He was bred by the late Larry Johnson, who the future is now, is amongst others, just a tremendous breeder in Maryland. And it's just a great race. I'm about Mindframe.
I'm about Mindframe too, Richie. This is, as you mentioned, we're so blessed to see these types of horses be able to duke it out. I mean, kudos to the connections. Kudos to folks like Peter Brandt deciding to take a Breeders' Cup Classic winner and continue on in his campaign at 4. He didn't have to do that. That horse could have gone to the breeding shed after completing that kind of monumental achievement of beating older horses in the Breeders' Cup Classic in the way he did. And now being able to win a Whitney for the same connections, he's going to be extremely lethal in this group. But as Richie has mentioned about the tactical ability of Mindframe, that is how you win two-turn dirt races in America, is being tactical, being able to sit behind the pace and get the jump on a closer like Sierra Leone. So I'm team Mindframe here, but all the credit to Sierra Leone and to folks like Highland Falls, Godolphin. I mean, this is an outstanding group of older horses.
Still, you know, Mindframe's still relatively lightly raced. Is there a I know we're looking at Sierra Leone here in that performance in the Whitney, and we'll get back to that question in a second. Talk about this performance on Whitney Day.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Sierra Leone's always kind of run well. You know, I think that he's always a little bit compromised if the pace isn't terribly fast, maybe going a little bit shorter. But when he gets things It doesn't have to be exactly his way, but when things seem to be more of like a level playing field, he shows up and he runs these types of races. You know, I don't want to make the mistake that this is a foregone conclusion that Sierra Leone or Mindframe have to win. I thought Highland Falls ran well in here. I thought Antiquarian ran well earlier this year. Let's not forget, there's a Breeders' Cup Classic winner in here not named Sierra Leone and White Barrio. I understand that Sierra Leone is the now horse, but there's a lot of other animals in here that could jump up and pay big, big numbers.
It's pretty amazing you have a classic winner that no one's mentioning in this race, isn't it?
I think it speaks to the depth of this field. And the fact that you have, on our closing weekend, 2 Breeders' Cup Classic winners in the same race, it speaks to the quality that's been produced the entire meeting here at Saratoga.
But back, I was going to ask you about Mindframe. You could all chime in if you want. He's still, I feel like, somewhat relatively race, came off the bench. Is there a chance we see just a major break, step forward move from him on Sunday?
Well, he had 2 tests this year, right? One was the 7 furlong Churchill Downs. He passed that test. He had a second test, and the Stephen Foster passed that test. If you talk about these other horses in here, even the Sierra Leone, he didn't pass every test he took this year. And I think that is one thing that Mindframe has in his corner. And he's still lightly raced. We don't know exactly who he is. But that's one thing. He's got straight A's so far for the year.
And you know, a horse like number 6, contrary thinking that Peter Brand had privately purchased with one purpose in mind, and that was to be a rabbit. It was an explicit decision that helped him in the Whitney, and it kind of took fierceness out of his game there and was really able, and I won't say that he got this incredibly ferocious pace because he didn't. I think he got an honest pace in the Whitney and was able to capitalize on it, and he lands here yet again as a rabbit to help with that speed factor. But all in all, I think it's going to set up for Sierra Leone to be able to not have any excuses in terms of the big pace question, but is he going to do it? He's one of those horses that, in terms of Grade 1 company, is he going to be able to replicate that? We've seen him get a lot of seconds and thirds. Those closing horses kind of pick up the pieces. Is he going to be able to seal the deal? Not once, but twice now, back to back.
Gets a distance where when we've seen Sierra Leone at 1.25 miles, he's been at his best. He's going to get that again on Sunday.
Yeah, and you know, for some people that might question or be asking us about the use or the employment of a rabbit, that's been going on since the beginning of racing, and it's all fair. Going back to Dr. Fager, when they used to employ Hedevar, who was a crackerjack sprinter in his own right, to help Damascus to keep him honest up front, and they do it all the time in Europe. So it's just all part of the tactics of the game.
I mean, look at Team Coolmore and their success in Europe. That is something that they've employed for years, as you has mentioned. Aidan O'Brien and the team over there are absolute magicians when it comes to allowing their horses to trip out in certain ways and being able to kind of create that success. That's an absolute dynasty there. So something that, as you mentioned, not out of the question, and something that's all's fair in love and war, right, Richie?
They use multiple rabbits over there. They'll use a pacemaker to pick up after the secondary pacemaker. So
it's what you do when you have an absolute just behemoth of a yard where you have so many horses to choose from, right? And there's only a select group of elite races to kind of put them in, so you have to run them against each other, and that's something that we find here in America as well. But yeah, I mean, I think that was a good decision on behalf of the Connections as far as kind of helping along the stablemate, but also not a terrible horse in his own right. Will be a long shot, though, this coming Sunday.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More coming up on this 6th race away from the start of the Pick 6 carryover when we come back.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Thanks for watching. Final Friday of this meet. Race away from an $85,000 pick six carryover. That starts in race 7. Right now, we're approaching the 10-minute mark to post for race 6. It's non-winners of 3 life, $17,000 claiming sprint, 6.5 furlongs. Let's go to Acacia.
We'll get to your favorite in a moment, but first starting off with 2 horses that come out of that July 27th race. The number 3, Foxy Cara, who did show quite a bit of speed that day, as I don't think they're doing best turned out in this race, but if they did, it would have to go to her. She not only has an orange shadow roll, but she has a matching orange bow in her braided forelock, and I just love that. But beyond how cute she looks, I do think that she ran very well last time with being able to use her early speed. This is a horse that over the years has always had trouble keeping her weight in between races, and I think since being with Carlos Figueroa, who I think does an excellent job with a limited number of horses, she's done very well. She is cutting back to the sprint distance after trying the mile in an 1/8 last time. I've always felt that she's built a little bit more like a horse that wants to go longer, but she has run well sprinting in the past too. Out of that same race is the number 1, Florida Flower, first off the claim for Norm Cassie. She too is cutting back in distance to a sprint. Also, where she has run well in the past, very athletic type of filly as well. She is a horse that through previous connections in her last few races has worn a shadow roll. He keeps that same piece of equipment, the piece of fleece over the noseband on her. She was forward alongside, or I should say just off of Foxy Cara last time out, and actually broke quite sharply. Would imagine with some of the speed or even early foot that she has shown when going shorter too, Ricardo Santana probably going to be pretty aggressive with her from the rail. She is one that I do feel physical, from the physical perspective, is actually built a bit more like a horse that would appreciate shorter. Now to the favorite to the outside, the number 9, Catchphrase, one of 2 in here for Rudy Rodriguez Jr. I mean, she just faced so much better company in her last few starts. She was claimed for $25,000, so running against much better in her recent efforts, now dropping in for the $17,500. It does make sense. She faced Despo's Dream, who has been in tremendous form recently. Did not have the best break last time either. I thought she was with the flow of the racetrack 2 starts back, so that race may be looking a little bit better than it is. I honestly just think that this is where she belongs. I think it's a logical drop in class for her. She is one that has a very long body, very long frame to her, so sometimes a little bit tricky to keep muscle mass on. For her standards, looking like she's doing well. She is completely dappled. I know it has been a bit of a cooler meet for the barn, but I do think dropping down to this level should certainly help this horse, as her speed is dangerous, Greg.
All right, thanks, Acacia. 2-1 favoritism. Manny Franco, Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy, by the way, with, the next race starts off that pick 6 carryover, a horse that actually debuted on dirt with a big turf work, apparently. And Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard on exhibition only.
Wow, exhibition only. We just have to deal with the one of the buzziest horses of the meet, I would say. We just haven't seen the horse run yet.
How many times has Wesley Ward tried to get Schwarzenegger in to run?
Since
12?
Since July 13th, he's been entered 4 times at Saratoga, once at Monmouth. This will be the 6th time he's been entered since July 13th.
And word is, how good is this horse?
Well, I mean, he was entered in a stake twice, so I don't know if there really needs to be word. I think it's pretty obvious that he thinks there's something there. I don't know, though. But, Richie, when you have a horse ready to run July 13th, isn't it hard to kind of keep one from boiling over this long?
Yeah, keeping him at that simmering point without boiling over, right? But from what I understand, Wesley Ward's pretty pumped up about running Schwarzenegger.
He's been also the workmate for a horse by the name of Outfielder, who I'm looking it up now, actually ran in France in a Grade 1 and obviously was an incredibly impressive debut winner and managed to finish 4th actually on the 24th in that Prix Mornay, who Wesley Ward has a lot of success in. But yeah, I mean, he could be the real deal and finally hopefully gets a chance to run today.
Greg, I know what question you're going to ask next, so I'll just go ahead and answer it for you. Probably Kindergarten Cop.
It's a great one, isn't it?
It's so good.
What's the one where he goes to Mars, though? That's pretty good, too.
I like True Lies.
Okay.
True Lies is great.
I like that one a lot.
Former governor.
I love that they have videos of him. He's got a pony and a donkey that have the run of his house. They go in the kitchen.
Yeah, that donkey.
They run around the
It's
grounds.
incredible.
I'd like to hang out with him one day.
We'll call him, Richie. I'm sure he'd love to hang out with you one
This
day.
one keeps if as good as advertised. Maybe that will attract him out to the track at some point. Maybe we'll see this horse in California.
I got a pony that comes to the kitchen
November.
window for carrots.
I mean, I got to imagine, if you have a horse that you name Schwarzenegger, they're obviously pretty physically imposing.
You would think, right?
Unless you're trying to be cheeky, but then...
there was a horse named the Mig.
Well, I bet he was
He wound
mad.
up breaking his maiden for 2,500 at Finger Lakes. I think that was about right.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, I guess we don't hear a lot of the stories when it doesn't work out, but a lot of times when we cover horses that have those names specifically for someone, they tend to be pretty good.
Well, it's just a lot of pressure. But game is not a game of exact science. If it was, then, everyone would be a winner. But that's not how it works. But I think that I do believe that it's the case where owners and trainers and farm managers have conversations about, hey, this is a pretty good one, and they name them after horses they believe are going to be good. A friend of mine, Jake Ballas, who has a great relationship with Angel Cordero, waited for a very long time to name a horse Cordero.
Right.
And the horse started off pretty good, but then sort of tailed off. Certainly, Jake was never going to name a horse Cordero that he did not think would be one of the best horses he'd had. You go with what you know when you know it, and sometimes things change.
Well, Prince Khaled, they did that with Frankel. They'd wait in to name a horse for Bobby Frankel.
And they were right.
Right?
I think that they might have been right about that one.
I rode Kate Winslet. I won a stake on her here.
Really?
Yeah.
There it is.
Great crowd on hand for our Friday action.
Went quiet on set.
5-2 favoritism moves to the inside here. Florida Flower as we get set to kick off the post parade. And Ricardo Santana Jr. for Norm Cassie. This one is in the third different barn for the third start in a row.
Absolutely. I mean, this horse is actually my selection in here. Norm Cassie is very astute off of the claim, and not exactly, I don't love claiming from Wayne Potts, but gets the cutback in distance and now to a fast track.
Foxy Cara, Lane Luzzy aboard.
Yeah, another to make the cutback from the 9 furlong route here to the 6.5 furlongs. And his sprint form suggests, though, that she'll have her work cut out for her coming out from off of things here.
Here's Harlan's Bond.
Yeah, Harlan's Bond has been wide in the last couple starts. Hopefully he can try to work out a little bit of a better trip.
Daniil, big price.
Another at the same level in distance, not showing immediate recent form. However, dominant 3-back score at the mile could convince you to make a case there.
Best impression with Rivera.
Yeah, this horse has a couple of good races. The race 2 back is the one that got my attention.
Santagata, not named after Nick Santagata.
Has been ineffective and outmatched at this level routing, and now makes the cutback. Could wake her up, but little jury's out there at 25-1.
Catchphrase, very dangerous, went by.
One of the main speeds in this group and has been right there in much tougher state bred allowance company, and now makes a steep drop competitive here.
And Ray Handlebar and LeGrot on the outside.
Yeah, aggressive drop with this one to see if they can't try to wake this filly up. She tried the slop last time. She tried the turf sprinting 2 starts before that. See if this group can help.
Back to the favorite. So here's Florida Flower and these Silks still trying to make a late run at the owner's title.
Yeah, and I think if I'm not mistaken, I looked. It's 12-ish left.
They got 7 wins. The Rapoli at 11, right, is the leader.
Yes, no, I wasn't talking about the leaderboard. I was saying how many Flying P still has in,
okay.
And I believe the answer is not going to find me. I think it's 12, but whatever. I think it's 12. It is 12.
Opportunities
12
to get
more.
there.
Yeah, 12 more.
Took a run at sensational summer last year. Came very close. And decided they liked that feeling, Mig.
Yeah, I mean, they pulled out all stops trying to get it done last year. And I think it just underscores how difficult it is. You know, Florida Flower, who is your favorite now, is coming out of the common races with Foxy Cara, the 3, and they've been in pretty close proximity to each other. I think, though, that maybe the shortening up in distance potentially hurts Foxy Cara a touch more.
And it's so big on as far as this level and distance. You know, some of these horses we kind of talked about how there was maybe a mile race that didn't go, maybe this distance, maybe not what some want, cutting back in distance. I thought it was kind of a puzzle, just like race number 4 in that 12.5 claimer. There's a lot of horses similar in the terms of those buyer speed figures, and I'm a buyer girl. I like to kind of gauge my horses and see how they fit, and so many do. I did like to pretend the number 1. I know it's a short price, kind of have to swallow that there, but in terms of some of that cutback form, I thought it was really interesting. And we know, as far as speed is concerned, the number 9 Catchphrase could easily get loose, is proven a commodity in terms of sprinting and just run away with them. But with pressure from now that the number 8 Sail Away is scratched, that's all the more case for number 9 to be able to get the way on the front end there.
10 more. It was 12 more this morning.
Okay.
10 more.
And to follow up, Megan, I like the 9 Catchphrase. Well drawn outside, natural speed. I think the one that the 6.5 is probably more suited than the 1 horse Florida Flower. Foxy Cara looked amazing. Full disclosure, I grew up with Carlos Figueroa. He does an amazing job. He's just getting back started training. His horses look fabulous. And I won a lot of pony races for Carlos when we were a kid. He was the trainer, I was the jockey.
There it is.
How'd that work out?
Well, we did good together. And then we won a bunch of races together before Carlos took a hiatus from training.
But who are you competing against in those?
Other kids, 4-H, Pony Club. They would show up. They would have Western saddles and be riding like, you know, kids out for a hack. We had an exercise saddle. I'd ride 3 inches short. Had a Caliente. Carlos's mother made me silks. We'd break. We were 29 for 30. The only race we ever lost, the pony bucked me off.
That's where it all started for the MIG. Let's go to Acacia for more on the 6th.
Always love those stories, and like I touched on back in the paddock, I do think that Carlos's horses always look the part prior to the race. The number 4, Harlan's Bond, is a little bit interesting, though, certainly with, of course, all the respect to Lane Leslie, but the presence, if I could speak, of Flavian Pratt does catch your eye, as he will climb aboard for a horse that has been at this level recently, not taking a dropping class typically. With races like this, I prefer to go to horses that are either dropping in class or maybe changing hands, changing distance, doing something different. Usually the ones that have been kind of knocking at this door at this level have often shown you what they are. But she does get a jockey switch in here today. She's very sharp. She's a horse that's been right there, has tactical speed. She's not going to be hindered by the kind of on paper lone pace of Catchphrase being up against it. And that's the way I feel about the 1 Florida Flower as well, kind of in the tactical spot. I think that's very much to her benefit. Harlan's Bond is a player in here. I want to give a bomb, though. The 7 Santa Gata, I don't know if she is good enough, and she has not necessarily shown that she is, but Kendrick Carmouche climbs back aboard. Robert Johnston, we haven't seen many of his runners at Saratoga here, but he actually had some solid performances throughout the spring at Belmont at the Big A and at Aqueduct as well. This horse is not a 1 1/8 type of horse. She is so much better suited to this distance as she does turn back. Like I said, Kendrick climbing back aboard. She can be sometimes revved up. For her, she's doing great, though touting. Looks great in her coat. I know she had some trouble 2 starts back. You gotta sift through, but she's a massive price. And I thought underneath, just a little bit interesting on the cutback in distance, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here we go. The race before that, pick 6 carryover. Pick 4 starts here. 2-1 favorite about to load. Florida Flower from the inside, but the 9 taking a lot of money and the 9 dropping in class, and obviously had a major excuse last start.
Yeah, I like the 9. I mean, I think that this horse, if you look at the races, there was an excuse. I think the horse has gone fast and been caught by horses that are better. Now, go fast and don't get caught by horses that are worse.
There is Catchphrase with Manny Franco. Let's send it upstairs. Here's Frank Miramati with the call.
Catchphrase takes up her spot. Last few left to load. Here's Daniil in the blue. La Grotte will be the last one to load. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Catchphrase out quickly. Florida Flower is coming through along the inside. And those two hook up right away. Catchphrase to the front. Florida Flower is in second. LaGrotte comes away in third. Then it's Daniil in best impression, fourth and fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to Harlan's Bond. Foxy Cara second to last, and Santagata trails. It's Catchphrase. Through a quarter that went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Catchphrase leads it by 2. Florida Flower is racing in second. LaGrotte on the extreme outside. Daniil has lost a couple of spots now, back to fourth. Racing right on the inside of best impression as they move to the 3/8 pole. It's another 2 lengths behind them to Harlan's Bond. Foxy Cara is next. The distant trailer is Santagata, the half in 45 and 1. Catchphrase turns for home with a 3-length lead. On the outside, LaGrotte, Florida Flower in between, running a big race, trying to close in on Catchphrase, who's all out. Catchphrase, Florida Flower, best impression, warming up in the center of the racetrack. LaGrotte is inside of her, coming to the 16th pole. Catchphrase, Florida Flower, Catchphrase, head and head for the wire. Florida Flower grinds out the win. Catchphrase was second, best impression third. Foxy Cara finished fourth.
Grinding away, Florida Flower, Ricardo Santana Jr., Norm Cassie off the claim, Flying P, win number 8 at the meet.
Yeah, I mean, they got a little bit of work to do, but you know, you got to win them to get there, and they're in that direction. Ricardo Santana with another win. I picked the 9. I thought the 9 ran well. Is exactly what I thought would happen. Make the front end and hopefully be good enough to hold off against this group, but you had this horse of the 1, Florida Flower, that was just too good today.
Yeah, Florida Flower gets it done. Listen, you got to one step at a time, trying to gain into that margin for leading owner, and Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable, they're going quietly into that good night.
Norm Cassie is so good with these types of horses. He's so good off the claim. He's just 14% on paper, but I love to think about horses like Awesome Aaron, who he kind of picked from obscurity, then goes on to win a graded stakes race. But this horse, to me, was, in terms of being able to get this 6.5 furlong distance, was right there with Catchphrase. Obviously, the toe board reflected that. Exactly what we thought would happen. A dual right to the wire, and the number 1, Florida Flower, getting the job done with Ricardo Santana Jr., yet another win and a phenomenal meet for him.
Horse been claimed at this level each of the last 2 starts. Think got taken again?
I think so.
I would think so. I would think that people
think the 9.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. The 9 has to be, one that's very much likely been claimed. But I would think the Florida Flower is claimed as well.
Well, if so, nice to win on the way out. Logical exacta here. 1-9, 6-3. Mig.
Needed Foxy Cara to get her nose down for third. That would have made my afternoon.
That was what we were rooting for, Richie. We were like 1-9-3. Let's get this done. But yeah.
I was rooting for the 4 to win, so Andy didn't show up on a bad mood. See, he looks all right though. He's laughing. He's laughing.
Long way to go. We talked so much about the big weekend coming up for the older horse division here out on the West Coast. We have some things happening as well. With journalism, sensational effort in that Preakness, tackling older horses, JK, for the first time, including Nisos and Fierceness.
Well, when I look at that, the first thing that pops in my mind, Mig, is that's what the Pacific Classic is supposed to look like. It hasn't looked like that consistently over the last few years. There's been some big horses that have run in it, right? Beholder, Flightline. There's been some big horses, Arabian Night. But never, it hasn't been in a while like this, where there's 3 horses that could come out of this as top contenders for the Breeders' Cup Classic, like Fierceness, Nisos, and of course journalism.
Terrible draw again for Fierceness being inside, or you okay with it?
I think anytime he's drawn inside and potentially some other speed, it's not a good thing.
Meanwhile, okay, go ahead.
I'll say this about Fierceness, though. It's his favorite racetrack. To me, one of his best performances he ever had was that Breeders' Cup Classic last year.
That's fair.
Journalism first try against older company coming up, Megan.
This is the big dance. This is everything they've been leading up to as far as his year. I say that. I mean, yes, he's just, you see right there, his record just stands alone. And he's unfortunately ran into a horse by the name of Sovereignty that has quite literally made him look like he was tied to a fence post in some of their battles. But I think that this could really kind of make a statement. Hey, look, I just beat older. Now it's your turn, Sovereignty, in terms of the Breeders' Cup Classic picture later on this fall.
He'll be waiting. Sovereignty going to train up to the Classic. This is the step in between for journalism in here. And, you know, Nysos, incredibly talented. Does he have the numbers going into this race where it makes you think he's a major threat?
I don't say major threat. I think the other two are much likelier if they show up. That is, of course, if fierceness can kind of get back to, you know, some of his bigger races. He's definitely in the mix. You know, Bob Baffert, you know, gives someone a leg up in a grade 1 in California on the dirt. They're usually drawn live.
Better pay attention, right?
What a weekend in this division. Fireworks for sure. It's going to be a lot of fun. I believe. Is that it for us?
Oh, no, we're going to look at this.
No, we have more.
We're going to take a look at this horse for a second here.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, there he is.
Don't worry, guys. We haven't left yet. I know you're going to miss us.
So Florida Flower with that went real quick. Pick 6, looking ahead. Where are some horses to lean on in a sequence?
For me, I actually have a bankroll play, too, that I'm going to, a horse that I like quite a bit is Proctor Street. So I think Proctor Street is one that could be tough. Look, I understand how good dynamic pricing is, but I think Proctor Street could be kind of coming into form. To me, it's one of those two horses in that race.
All right, you're making a bet before you leave us?
Yeah, there it is. Get your phone out.
200 to win on
Take
Proctor
a picture
Street.
of it.
But he still would need to move forward. You just think he's going in the right direction. He needs to move forward, doesn't he, to win that race?
No, I mean, she certainly does, but we've seen that happen. It happens. No, it happens all the time. I think she's going in that direction. Yeah. She's never really run a bad race.
And I think she's shown more maturation. She wasn't ranked last time. Irad got it to settle into his hands, and the way she finished, I mean, she really showed a true turn of foot.
I agree with all of your sentiment, but I, for one, am pretty excited about the debut of She Feels Stunning, who is, of course, I believe, right, the half that She Feels Pretty for Cherie DeVoe. Also, Princess Andy in there, named after Chad Brown's daughter, Andy. Will be fun to see that maiden race as well coming up later on this card. But as you mentioned, I think that JK's spot on as far as Proctor Street is concerned.
We need to go, everyone. Sorry. It's been fun. Next crew taking over. And here's horse racing's newest fan for life. Look at that. Getting to pet the winner in the winner's circle. Let's go to Keisha.
That was a very sweet moment with Florida Flowers. I'm very happy to be joined by winning owner Jay Provenzano, Flying P. Jay, this horse ran really well on the turn back and distance and really seemed to find herself in the right spot today.
Yeah, Norm liked them. We claimed them. I think he finished third today. We claimed them. You know, Norm treated him like how Norm treats his horses, and he was able to improve, you know. We really had high expectations today. I wish we would have held on to him, but it seems like I get picked apart with anything I put in, you know, so it is what it is. So I think we started out with like 7 horses in Norm's barn coming in, and I think he's got 1 left right now. It's, you know, but we'll rebuild. That's what we do, you know.
The claiming box is very active up here in Saratoga for sure, but we have seen you claim horses, drop them into a big drop in class to find them in a competitive spot, and you're making it interesting as far as that understanding is concerned.
Yeah, you know, again, we came up with a plan. We're executing a plan. You know, I don't think it's any different than somebody that buys a horse for $350,000 and they're running maiden 40. I mean, think about the loss they're taking. So if I go $62,500 and I put him in for 50, you know, people are like, oh, he's, you know, dropping. Well, you know, there's a drop in class both ways. You know, you got to put them where they're competitive. Just like every horse has a track. If they can't run here, you know, I got like 2 at Finger Lakes. You know, it is what it is.
Does it keep yourself in the best of company and your horses in the worst of company?
No doubt. Yes, yes. And we're going to try to, you know, make it as interesting as possible from here to the end of the meet. I think we got 1 more today and I think 9 more until Monday, you know, so.
Well, we certainly look forward to following. But quickly, no pink today?
No, I changed it up. It's blue, and, you know, it is what it is. So.
I like it. Congratulations, Jay.
Yeah, I had to lose the pink after that bad beat yesterday.
Fair enough. Jay Provenzano with the win gets the victory here with Florida Flower on the cutback and distance. And first off the claim for Norm Cassie, $6.50 winner. Formful results in race 6, both 2-1 in the top 2 finishers. We turn the page and get ready to kick off today's Pick 6 carryover, starting in race number 7. And no surprise, one of the most talked about 2-year-olds on the ground, Schwarzenegger, currently 1-2 as the Pick 6 comes up after this.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
And 70, I'd had to get down $270,000.
Labor Day Monday, join us for Saratoga Live. The season concludes with great racing from the spa, a winning card including the Spendthrift Farm hopeful for 2-year-olds. Catch Saratoga Live. Coverage begins noon Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
$6,600,000. $1,600,000 bid now $650,000. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track on every screen every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hello, YouTube. From Saratoga Racecourse, Saratoga Springs, New York, this is Saratoga Live. Closing week coverage continues. Marching into the weekend, 3.5 days left. So much great racing still ahead, including an important Pick 6 sequence. Moments away with that Travers canoe donning the colors of Godolphin for the second time in 4 years, I believe. Sovereignty, pretty good last week in the Travers. Welcome, everyone. Lafitte Pinkind just outside the paddock. Story today is that Pick 6 carryover, 85,000 plus, gets started in the 7th, about 15 minutes out, and included the Friday co-feature. Really strong edition of the Perfect Sting. Here's the field. Race 11, older fillies and mares. Mile in a turf course. Number 5, dynamic pricing, 9-5. Morning line favorite Dylan Davis to ride for trainer Chad Brown as I welcome in my co-hosts. 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, one of 17 trainers ever to win 4,000 races. Tom Amos, guys. Yeah, big story, Andy. This Pick 6 sequence, the carryover coming in, walking through the sequence, what stood out?
Well, I mean, it's a tricky start to begin with because you've got a heavily touted first-timer for Wesley Ward and Schwarzenegger, who's a huge favorite in this race. Now, listen, they've been touting this horse. He's supposedly good. Wesley Ward's numbers, believe it or not great. He hasn't won a race with a 2-year-old in the first time starting a turf sprint up here in quite a while. So there are some other things out there. And, you know, what do? Do you lean on this horse to single him and put all your eggs in one basket with a first-time start? It's heavily bet. Do you spread here? Because I don't know about you guys. I didn't see a lot of races on today's card where I'm overly confident with one horse.
What about going to the last race, perhaps? When you look at that race and you look at the Chad Brown entry of Channel Check, the number 1 horse, it seems like that is a horse that Chad Brown tends to win with. He's been in higher class races. He's dropping into maiden claim, but the price, the claim price or for sale price is $100K. So it's kind of a risk reward thing if you went for a horse like that. I think those are moves Chad Brown makes a lot and has a lot of success with.
I will say this is going to be the shortest priced horse in the sequence. So if you do want to start out, what a lot of people don't like to single to start off pick 6. Schwarzenegger is going to be your shortest price in this sequence,
Yeah.
the whole pick 6. So,
How many times have you been entered?
A lot. If I was going to single try Chad Brown
three
horse,
times.
I'd
We're talking about Schwarzenegger.
I'd single dynamic pricing if I was going to single a Chad Brown horse.
Finally, chance to see Schwarzenegger and that upcoming pick 6 getting started next here on Saratoga Live. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Pick 6, did we mention? 85,000 plus, 13 minutes till the 7th. Following race, race 8, late pick 5, and the Perfect Sting Friday co-feature, race number 11. Main track fast turf courses are firm. Temperature around 77 degrees as we wind down the 162nd season at Saratoga. Friendly reminder, still take advantage. Better late than never. Sign up today, NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPOT200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. Field for this 7th race, updated odds. The 2-year-olds, the boys, Maiden's Turf Sprint. There it is. Schwarzenegger. Today he is the running man. Finally, 3-5 favorite, about 12 minutes to go as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale standing by right behind us in the paddock. Maggie, these 2-year-olds, the beginning of several careers, including one by the name of Atfield.
And a horse that's very specially named for my husband Tom Morley's late assistant, who was also a longtime assistant to Kelly Breen and worked closely with Firenze Fire, John Atfield, who we sadly lost in the beginning of November last year. He fought many battles, that's for sure, when it came to his health. And in the end, it was quick, which was what John would have wanted. And I can't help but kind of get chills, honestly, because he worked so closely with Donegal Momentum when he first came to Tom's Barn in Louisiana. It was John down there, and he was the one who was instrumental in his development. And seeing him win today with Atfield now running here in this race is just giving me chills. And too, Nick Santagata, who worked closely when at Kelly Breen's, is saddling Atfield, who I must say, John, a fairly reserved man, though not with his wardrobe, was quite loud with it, while Atfield, the horse, quite loud with his voice, as he's one that even in the barn, Lafitte, likes to talk quite a lot. So looking at him here in the paddock, I think this is just a jumping off point for him. He worked well enough on the turf, but he's definitely a horse that has shown the ability to run on the main track. Just a bit green, not totally clued in to what his job is yet, but is certainly a good physical.
Maggie, I remember learning about him on Backstretch Heroes, Atfield. If our viewers didn't have a rooting interest before, now they do. These 2-year-olds, Atfield pictured, currently 20-1. Schwarzenegger, though, Maggie, odds on 3-5. Finally, his long-awaited debut, guys. Schwarzenegger here, and I'm interested to hear what Maggie has to say about him physically. Like, he better be really imposing and giant and, like, hulking and intimidating, right?
He's been imposing on the backside chatter, I can tell you that. I mean, this is a horse that, you know, almost cost $1 million to begin with, and has been getting rave reviews. Lafitte, you mentioned he's been scratched a few times. He has. It's a matter of kind of how it works up here. When you enter in a race and you decide you're not going to run in that race, you lose your starting position versus horses that haven't run yet. So getting back in has been difficult for him. He was actually, as you can see, he's part of an entry, and it took the other half of the entry, Andy, to scratch for him to draw in this race.
Well, let me say 2 things. First of all, he scratched because the races were rained off the turf. They didn't want to run him in the dirt. And I understand you're right, they lose starts. But he scratched out of 1 turf race he could have run in. And that was when they drew the rail, and they said they didn't want to run from the rail for whatever it was worth in the stake race. This is his first start. But he's mostly been scratched. They rained, and I guess when Wesley entered 2, he probably thought, hey, if the other one draws in and I'm in the outside, especially in the enviable position being the first AE, he could scratch the other half of the entry and get in. Didn't really need to because the 6 scratched as well.
But you don't know that going in, so I think that's why.
I 100% agree with you, Tom. 100% agree.
Maggie, impressed with what you see, Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, I am. I know Wesley Ward feels like he's the second coming of Golden Pal here. We'll see if that comes to fruition on the racetrack. And with regards to all those scratches that we've seen, one of them was listed as a regulatory vet scratch, so scratched by the attending NYRA veterinarians. But other than that, it has been Mother Nature and trainer decision.
looking at him here in the paddock, he is big. There's a lot of him. As you said, I think hulking would be a perfect adjective to describe him, Lafitte. And he's got an excellent walk. I mean, you know, when you have to buy yearlings per se, that's what you're mostly judging them on, is how well they walk, how athletic they are with that stride, which is the slowest stride that they'll be at. So he definitely covers a lot of ground with it. And watching his workouts, he's just been just a machine out there. I mean, if anything, I think they've tried to slow him down a bit, especially watching the 1-2 back where he was by himself and under a stout hold throughout. So my only complaint is I just don't know how fit he is, because he's such a broad type of horse and a little bit just heavier framed overall. I think he might need a start to get going, but as I always say, he can win on town alone, and turf sprints are the easiest spots to do that in. And, you know, he is somewhat like Golden Pow in his physical, but talking to connections and the staff of Wesley Ward, Golden Pow is super high energy all the time. And they said this guy can actually be quite laid back whilst in the barn. Moving on to number 4, that is Mo Spice. They paid $70,000 for this son of Yalpon. Not much pedigree on the bottom, but he did work 10 flat. He was asked a little bit. He does have that higher kind of floating knee action, which suggests to me that he is more of a turf horse. And looking at him here in the paddock, I think that would be true. He is stout, he is compact, he looks fairly quick. I don't love the fact that his workouts, at least on the dirt, while he shows a bit of speed, he's not seeing them out. And that's always indicative of a horse that's a little bit more turf meant overall. We'll see if he likes this surface, as Rod Ortiz Jr. is up aboard and looking for his 4th win today, Lafitte?
In a groove, Rod Ortiz, indeed. Leading rider here at Saratoga. Mo Spice at 6-1. Pick 6, the sequence, the carryover gets started right here. A little bit later on, the feature, we'll dive deeper into the perfect sting. Look there, Kendrick Carmouche, fleet and ready, and Tom, always exciting in the unveiling, and many new careers about to get started here in the upcoming 7th.
Right, as a trainer, you know, when you debut one of these first-time starters, and there are a few in here for sure, you know, you're always asking yourself after they leave the paddock, have I dotted my I's? Have I crossed my T's as a trainer? And of course, demeanor is so important with racehorses. It's not just being physically talented. You got to have the right mindset. Paul, no different than when you're at the plate, right?
Yeah, 100%. You got to be laser focused.
Laser focus. There he is, Schwarzenegger. Finally, odds-on favorite.
Well, it is kind of fun. I mean, we talk about it and we joke about it, but it is fun to see the highly regarded ones. Some of them are really good, and a lot of them aren't.
We're about to find out. We've been waiting for this one. Fleet and ready draws the rail. Ray handle trained first-time starter.
You know, race? Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Paul.
No, go ahead.
You got it.
Free State took money in his turf debut. Post-time favorite, in fact.
Yeah, you know, I didn't think he ran that well. The pace didn't totally fall apart. He was disappointing.
Mo Spice. Big afternoon indeed at Rod Ortiz. What else is new?
Yeah, Maggie noticed that there wasn't a lot of pedigree in the bottom here, so where does the turf come into play? He'll have to show it on the track.
Brooklyn Styles, there he is, 3rd at the level last month.
He ran a credible race that freestyle comes out of, and good enough that he could be okay in here, but it wasn't that good an effort.
Atfield, you heard the story, easy to root for, Spendthrift Stallion Vacoma, first-time starter.
Yeah, we'll see. Vacoma's had some success. There's not a lot of turf pedigree, though, that I could see. Though Street Boss on the dam side gives him some.
Exhibition only, 2nd start, first try on grass, and then Copa de Plata and the M Racing Group debuting colt.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a little bit of pedigree if you want to look through. They paid a lot of money. Mark Cassie, though, not strong with firsters and 2-year-old turf sprints.
Green Screen, Ammerman Racing, first-time starting homebred.
Yeah, Paul mentioned that the dam, very, very talented. Stakes winner on the grass, 5 of 19 lifetime. And, you know, Oscar Performance tends to be a grass sire.
Yeah. It's exciting. Not only the start of this pick 6 and the carryover, unveiling of Schwarzenegger, odds on at 3-5 as we will be right back with the 7th from Saratoga, 2-year-olds, 4 minutes out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides. and Highland Falls is in there too, but it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Windy.
Gun Runners on top of the world.
Stellar afternoon for Thoroughbred Racing. And this Friday in upstate New York, welcome back, Saratoga Live. Gearing up for this Pick 6 carryover. The sequence starts in moments. 2-year-old sprinting 5.5 furlongs on turf, Paul. And finally, Schwarzenegger, long-awaited career debut. There he is, 3-5.
Yeah, and gets a complete outside draw, even though he is the entry 1A. And I think that will obviously help in loading last. And, you know, Wesley's horses, which we haven't seen, you see everybody's going with the 1A, except Tom and Maggie. They're probably the sharp ones here with Brooklyn Styles. I think the other horse in here, to be honest with you, that's got to start. But we'll see what happens. This horse has obviously been touted all over the racetrack. You know, Andy's right. Wesley's horses really haven't run that well at this meet. But Johnny V's getting aboard, so I think this one's going to be a little bit different outcome.
I think I was going to say, I think there's this impression that all of Wesley's 2-year-olds, they win all the time, and he has just not had success over the last 5 years with his 2-year-old firsters and turf sprints. It's kind of an anomaly.
Really, really odd, and a trend that you would expect would change before long, maybe here. But you're looking at Brooklyn Styles, Tom. You're going with this guy. This was his unveiling, August 1st, right here. Facing similar, you'll see Brooklyn Styles, who wound up running third to Intricate Spirit. Promise you'll see it. Intricate Spirit, who ran second yesterday in an allowance race at Kentucky Downs.
So it was an interesting race. You know, look, around the 3/8 pole, Brooklyn Styles is being ridden. You know, it means he's out the game almost. He's been ridden that early. And oftentimes, with the first-time starter, they're confused. They've never done this before. They've never been with this many horses. In practice, we can't put them with this many horses. So it can be tough on him mentally. You see him kind of laying in right here, Paul. And you just got to get the idea this horse was very, very green that day. The biggest improvement we see in racehorses is typically from their first to second start. I look for Brooklyn Styles, the 5-horse, to make that jump.
Maggie, what's he showing you as he gets set for that second start, Brooklyn Styles?
Lafitte, that is a sharper horse here second time around, and it just seemed as though he was running and stops and starts in that debut in which he was chasing around his stablemate with I lost my Intricate Spirit. I was going to call him that, then I panicked that wasn't his name. Talking about number 5, Brooklyn Styles on the racetrack. He's incredibly fit now, and I think his stablemate Intricate Spirit is actually quite nice. To be honest, that day, on that particular occasion, I thought Brooklyn Styles might be the one showing more speed, and that Intricate Spirit might benefit from getting more ground, but he was the one who showed the speed. I think that's Brooklyn Styles' job today, though. Look how sharp he is out on the racetrack. I mean, he has been bouncing on his toes since he got out there, and he just looks like your true turf sprinter. And like Tom said, you cannot, the value of experience is second to none when it comes to these young horses. As we'll move on to number 9, Copa de Plata, excuse me, a son of Justify. The dam, she was 5 for 46 on the turf. Now the half sibling did not like it, but that one was by Gun Runner, and I have yet to see a Gun Runner who likes the turf. And if you go back a generation, the dams have to a stakes winner on the turf by the name Lamuna. This guy not taking that much money right now at 15-1 here from Mark Casse, but he comes here very fit, looks like a turf horse, might want a bit longer. Talking about number 10, Green Screen for Graham Motion. This has plenty of pedigree. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy does run well here. Looks as though he might need a start overall, Lafitte, but he's definitely well meant for the conditions.
Green Screen, Andy, by your boy.
I think,
Oscar performance.
Yeah, I think Green Screen's the interesting horse outside of the favorite in this race. And I think with Graham Motion, who can win these races, there's a lot of turf pedigree, and I don't worry about it being for much more distance because Graham can get him ready at 5.5. So I think if somebody challenges the favorite, it's going to be him.
Mo Spice, who you just saw, the debuting colt, acting up. First day on the job, now settled, moves forward. All eyes on Schwarzenegger. Odds on 3 to 5. Time for the pick 6. Frank Miramati with the call. 7th race live from the Spa.
Brooklyn Styles just a little hesitant to go in. Has backed away a couple of times. Schwarzenegger. He breaks from the outside post. The rider is off, number 5, Brooklyn Styles. Schwarzenegger. Right up to the gate. Goes in. And they're off, and Schwarzenegger flies out of the gate. Free State has some early interest, and Atfield is in between horses. Here's Brooklyn Styles now ranging up to take second. Free State is now back to 5th as they run down the back stretch. On the outside, Exhibition Only has moved up to be a joint second. This group is followed by Green Screen. Fleetin' Ready is next, who is racing on the inside of Mo Spice. And going by that pair, Copa de Plata, Schwarzenegger, 21. And just under 3/5 of a second has blazed to an 8-length lead. Brooklyn Styles on the inside is chasing and trying to bridge the gap. Exhibition Only is next. And on the inside of them, Atfield, Copa de Plata in the center of the course. They're in the final furlong. And it's all Schwarzenegger out in the center of the course, clear by 6. Atfield is coming fast along the inside. Schwarzenegger, Atfield's coming. It's going to get close. Schwarzenegger or Atfield? Atfield nailed Schwarzenegger. And in behind them, it was a photo for third, and third ended up going to Free State in front of Green Screen.
Celebration from the Tom Morley barn is going to be next level. Atfield, named after the late John Atfield. She told us the story. You met him last year on Backstretch Heroes, a part of the family, a part of the Morley stable for years. And that image there says it all. And what he meant, Tom, it is. It's not just somewhere you work, the barn, the stable. It's a family.
It's a family. And, you know, that moment we just saw there, we see it often in sports. Sports is true to life, and it brings some beautiful, beautiful things. And that's what we saw today. Here you are watching Schwarzenegger right here, who made the lead as easy as a horse could make the lead. Paul, I thought it was hasta la vista, baby, at this point,
Yeah.
but not so much.
He got really leg weary late. I kept telling you he's getting short, but it looks like he was farther in front than it looks when they're on the outside, Annie, but he got run down.
Yeah, he slowed down perceptibly. You know, we got a little bit of rain this morning. These courses are on the good side of firm. 21.59 is flying out there, and obviously took a toll on him. He had a lot of speed. Wesley Ward continues to disappoint with him, and this pick 6 is on the verge of having blown up with this horse winning at 23-1 and Schwarzenegger losing.
Compliments of the trainer you just saw making his way to the winner's circle for a second time today. Tom Morley, earlier stakes victory in the Bernard Baruch. Here, 23-1 shock. Atfield to kick off this pick 6. Tom and Maggie. Atfield. As we go back to the start of the race, and Paul, like, first jump. This is over.
Well, this is what Wesley Ward's horses usually do. When you see him at Keeneland most of the time, or a lot of the time, they beat the gate. That's where his big advantage is. He's a very good gate trainer. We haven't seen any of those horses, and you kind of think the race is over, but this horse has on the left rein. I think that Johnny V had trouble with the turn with this horse. I was lugging out most of the way.
Yeah, for sure.
Most of the way.
For sure he was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that's first-time starter,
Little
greenness,
yeah.
you know.
He was too fast for his own good, Tom.
Yeah, that's well put. I think Andy's actually made a statement I appreciate.
I mean, I don't think, I think we're used to seeing those kind of paces in these turf races, but you got to realize there's some give to the ground, and this horse was flying out there.
Flying.
He's obviously got a lot of ability, but whether they can harness it and get him to win as the distances get a little longer. I mean, obviously he's not a router, but, he ran okay. But Atfield, nice win.
Spendthrift Stallion Vacoma as a first-time starter stallion. You know the story, the numbers off the charts. Atfield, who's just cold on the board, though, at 23-1. You could hear the response from the crowd right when you think that Schwarzenegger's going to keep on going. Where's the wire? Where's the wire? In Atfield, saving all the ground and cutting into his lead.
And think about this. So there wasn't really any turf pedigree there, but Tom Morley obviously saw something he really liked for the grass for this horse. And although it was a surprise to all of us, I'll bet it wasn't to him. Good trainer.
Tom Morley had Atfield ready. Big upset. Dylan Davis, Atfield, named for the late John Atfield. And what this one meant to the entire Morley stable, Tom taking it all in as Atfield wins on debut.
$1,050,000. $1 million, Blake, thank you. For Rangeroo, it's Mandaloun. A Mandaloun wins.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Hats and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Atfield. It's an incredible story. The other part of the story, Andy, picked 6 players, many of them blindsided, and time to reload for the upcoming late pick 5. But for the moment, a celebration there for Atfield and Team Morley.
And you can get that $10,000 hit and split if you opt in at Naira Bets, the Big 5. And yeah, a lot of horses eliminated, but if you had Atfield, or if you bet them, or if you're the connections, a lot of reasons to be happy.
And the difference between the prices, Schwarzenegger in the pick 5, that middle pick 5, was about, I want to say, $1,300. It jumped to $8,600 with Atfield winning that race.
Seems like it should have been more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would think it would have been. I agree with you.
To Maggie with her husband, Tom, winning trainer.
Atfield takes down Schwarzenegger, as you just chuckled about, Tom. Maybe not the human sense of things, but today on the racetrack, that's the way it played out. And wow, I truly am overcome with emotion.
Yeah, this is not an easy interview to do because he was obviously named for John, our assistant, who died last year very, very suddenly. And thank you to the West Pacers and Rainbow's End group for being kind enough to name a horse for John. And then for him to do that here, first time out in Saratoga, is just somebody's looking down from above.
And with Donegal Momentum, too, a horse that he loved and cared for throughout his time.
Yeah, he was Donegal's biggest fan. He absolutely adored that horse, and so for both of them to win here this afternoon is it's quite hard to keep it together, to be honest. But I thought it was he was very professional today. He put his head in a hole that was maybe a half a hole, and but when he got through that hole and Dylan gave him one crack left-handed, it was a case of whether he was going to have enough ground to get there in time. But he was fantastic.
And I collapsed into the arms of Schwarzenegger's groom because John and him were such good friends. But it's just a testament to say how many people love John Atfield.
Yeah, it was a tremendous shock to all of us when John died last year, and he had a huge love for his backstretch family. And they were in many barns, Kelly Breen's guys, and Joanne led up Atfield today, and he was part of John's team and Kelly's team, and he came over to us when John came to work for us. So hugely emotional, hard to keep it together.
Congratulations.
Thanks, babe.
Guys.
Some wins just mean a little bit more than others, obviously that being the case. For Tom, for Maggie, for everyone associated with Morley Stable, Atfield. As an assistant, Tom, can you expand on that a little bit, the relationship between trainer, assistant trainer, and responsibilities, how important the assistant trainer is to the operation?
Sure. So the trainer's obviously the face of the organization, but almost all trainers have spent time as an assistant trainer, and you are definitely the coach that puts it together in the barn, works directly with the grooms and the hot walkers, and does all the heavy lifting. I've been petitioning for 2 years now for the Kentucky Racing Commission to put assistant trainers in the program next to the trainer. I think it's important because there are a lot of young ones out there that want to train one day, and they should be recognized just as a trainer is.
Off and running in this pick 6 and a big upset with Atfield 23-1 in race number 7. We turn the page, race 8, more 2-year-olds. Coming up here, 2-year-old fillies. Late pick 5 is next. Maidens, mile and the 16th on grass. Paul, what'd you come up with?
I thought this was a difficult race. I took the 8 in here, Connect the Stars, a horse that's been running a filly that's back-to-back seconds, and maybe Dylan Davis will have himself a nice day. But I thought it was another wide-open race. Many horses in here, many fillies. And Tom will tell you, these fillies can change overnight. So I would think any of these horses. I want to get back to Atfield. That horse squeezed through a tiny hole, might have scraped the rail. That horse was a lot better than people thought. I mean, if you go back and watch that replay, that horse kind of jumped to the wrong lead, did not want to go through the hole, went through that hole, and caught. That was actually really good by that horse. That horse got some potential.
Well, I also don't think Schwarzenegger ran that badly.
No.
Imagine Atfield's not in the race. He wins by 5 lengths, and then we're, whether fair or not, sitting up here praising him. Atfield ran very well to beat him. Schwarzenegger ran fine. He's got a little tired, but
many
buried the rest of them.
Terrific horses have lost their debut before going on to greatness. American Pharaoh, Andy's all-time favorite, lost his debut before capturing the Triple Crown. Another great story in the 8th. She Feels Pretty's little sister debuts today. She Feels Stunning, trained by Cherie DeVoe. We'll be right back. You're watching Saratoga Live. Late Pick 5 is next.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
So I was born in Saratoga. Everyone wants to say you're from New York. I don't claim that. I like to say my formidable years were spent in Southwest Florida. My dad was a harness trainer, so I grew up in the harness racing industry. I used to be involved in bodybuilding and competing, and I got into thoroughbreds kind of by happenstance. I just needed a job and got a job as a hot walker, and then I thought I can ride them. So I wanted to be an exercise rider, so I started galloping at a farm. I got my first job for Chuck Simon, whose full circle first job was for my father on the harness track. He took me under his wing and gave me guidance and direction and really gave me the foundation. And when I outgrew the job, that's when I started working for Chad, and I worked for him for 8 years. Lady Eli and the situation she went through with the laminitis was something that was a really profound experience in my life. You just had to be patient and listen to her. I'd have to say that's one of the most special bonds I've had with a horse that I've worked with. My main takeaway from working with Chad was just a really big bank of knowledge to pursue the career that I have now. There's never going to be an opportune moment to say, this is when I'm going to go out on my own. And the one thing when I worked for Chad, that was my life, and I was happy to make it so, but really my personal life is what drove the change. I'd met my husband. My last day was on a Sunday. We got married on a Friday. And then I had announced that I was starting my business the same week. So there was a lot of change. Success did not come easy, and it took us quite a bit of time to gain traction. I started in 2018, and we got a little bit going, and then COVID hit. So it was 11 months. We had gotten really close a couple times, but that'll definitely test your character. The first graded stakes win was a filly named Gam's Mission. And then the first grade 1 that we won with She Feels Pretty, I had went to Churchill to saddle a horse, and I was sitting by myself with my earbuds and watching my iPad.
But She Feels Pretty careering away in the Johnny Wagner Dalma Stakes. She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
But when she ranged up and went on by everyone, I just had to say, I just won my grade 1. I just won my first grade 1, and just didn't quite know what to do with myself. I can say that I'm really proud of how things have grown. I just don't have it in me to say, well, I'm successful, because I just still feel like there's so much more to do and so much I would like to achieve, but also trying to really enjoy where we're at now.
She may not say she's successful. We'll say she's successful. Cherie DeVoe, Tom, who's been running her own operation since 2018, her ascent over the last 7 years. What stands out to you?
Well, when you make that transition from assistant trainer to trainer, it's so key that you get a quick start. You want to get the attention of owners that maybe would move horses to you. And it's a small pool of owners out there. I was able to do it, but on a much smaller scale in Louisiana, and it got me going. Cherie did it on the big stage, and she did it with winning some very, very big races. A very impressive, not only career for so far the 7 years, but her start is what really caught my attention, and it really got her going.
Her work with the Star of her stable, and She Feels Pretty. Cherie DeVoe, the multiple grade 1 wins, a Breeders' Cup winning trainer. She Feels Pretty, Andy, the week before last, in action north of the border, grade 1 E.P. Taylor. She Feels Pretty. Johnny V, confidently ridden, checks the rear view mirror, and yes, someone is coming.
Yeah, and it was a narrow win, but it was a fast race. I think it got a pretty high speed figure. She's going to have to make a decision whether or not they want to run her at 1 3/8 the filly and mare turf, which I think they're obviously thinking of doing, or if they want to take on the boys going 1 mile on the turf. That's really the only options for her. She's a very good horse, regardless of what they decide, regardless of where she finishes.
Yeah, that was a good race. I mean, that stretch at Woodbine just never ends.
You're right about that.
Johnny was thinking the same
especially when
thing.
you're in front.
Yeah, and when you're in front, you're kind of the target. And, they kind of galloped away from the rest of the group. Kind of with Andy, she's kind of in between those distances.
She could be undefeated. She's never run a losing race.
Yeah,
she's had some
I don't think she
mediocre
would be a wicked
trips
miler,
against the
too.
track. I probably would have gone more the mile route, but
yeah.
sure he's going to make the right choice.
So that's another layer to the 8th race here, another part of the story here. She Feels Pretty, and her little sister, She Feels Stunning, ready for her debut. And Tom, how often when you have a horse who is a star, who is a Grade 1 winner, and you see a sibling come along, I mean, how much can you expect in terms of similarity from one sibling to the next?
Well, that's a great question, and I don't have the absolute answer for it. All I can tell you is there's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure when you run, you know, a baby by a very successful mama, or you run a brother or sister that's related to a very successful horse.
Can't wait to see what she does in her debut. She feels stunning. There she is. We check in with Maggie.
And Cherie and Lael's stable going right in for She Feels Pretty Little Sister, and they paid $650,000 for her at the Keeneland sale last September. Honestly, she looks exactly like her. It's uncanny how similar they appear. Maybe she's a little bit more petite. Obviously, being a bit younger will have something to do with it, but so athletic. And Cherie has her looking incredibly fit. I mean, a lot of times I think Cherie's horses look as though, you know, it's a start to get them going, to build upon, to gain fitness. That's not what I'm at least observing from her here in the paddock. She feels stunning. And watching her workout, albeit a while back, on August 4th over the training track, 48-4 by herself, ears up the entire way. Rider statuesque, did not look as though she was going that fast because she just has an enormous, big, floating stride. So given the pedigree, given her looks, she's certainly well spotted here, and she does look very promising here in the paddock. We'll move on to Chad Brown's duo. Actually, he's posted right outside of She Feels Stunning with Princess Andy. Of course, Andy's kitten named for one of Chad's daughters, who is this one's dam. She did win a slow turf race. This is her first full, but she is a full sister to Voting Control, a multiple graded stakes place turf runner as a 2-year-old. I think ran second in the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf. Definitely looks like a turf horse, very athletic overall, did work 10-1, and they only paid $80,000 for this daughter of Cairo Prince. Actually doesn't look like your typical Cairo Prince. A lot of times they can kind of be slighter framed, and she's actually got some, you know, bone and some depth to her, which I like to see, and she's quite physically mature. And with regards to that 10-1 work, the rider actually dropped his crop, so it wasn't like she was particularly asked for it that much, and just had a really nice, efficient, fluid way of going over the synthetic surface there. So I think she's a major player in here, and for a Chad Brown runner, you're getting paid if you like her. Moving on to number 7, his other runner concurrently, daughter of American Pharaoh, the dam. She's a stakes winner on the dirt. She's had 0 winners and 3 fulls with 2 trying the turf. Sometimes it's just all about who you are as an individual, not what your siblings have done. She's beautiful. I mean, she looks like a 3 or 4-year-old filly. There is a lot of her, which I like to see, and she's beautifully balanced. She's, like I said, very physically mature. The mental side, I'm still wondering about. She's quite eager here, bordering on being a little green, a little obstreperous overall. So I want to watch and how she behaves out on the racetrack. There is a lot of noise in here, Lafitte. It will get them a little riled up or a little distracted overall, but as a physical, she is gorgeous.
Physically imposing. We'll see about the focus part with concurrently 1 of 2 Chad Brown trained first-time starters. By the way, don't forget you can take home your share of $10,000. Hit the late pick 5 here at Saratoga. Split $10,000. Visit NyraBets.com to opt in. Late pick 5 in 8 minutes. Tommy, your plan. Let's see the tickets so our viewers can scan that QR code and ride along with you.
I'm playing indeed. You know, so in this first leg, you know, we're talking about 2-year-old maiden girls, and a lot of them with not much experience. But I'm going to take Miss Picky, the 1A, as my top selection in here. This horse draws in off the also eligibles, but with the scratch of her stablemate. I think it's the preferred horse Todd wanted to run on the grass today if the race did overfill. So he scratched his other half to get in. But the best pedigree belongs to She Feels Stunning, the 2 horse. So I'm going to use her and then Connect the Stars, another horse with some experience. And I thought her debut was pretty darn good. Look, we're going to stay spread out until the last leg. Last leg is a claiming race, a first sale race. And if you have $100,000 in your pocket, you can buy any one of those horses out of the race. I like the 1 horse, Channel Check for Chad Brown. We've seen this move before with Chad, dropping from Maiden Allowance Company, which is a higher level, into that $100,000 claim. Single there.
Single to channel check in the nightcap. Late pick 5 here at Saratoga. A pick 6 with a 23-1 shot to kick things off just moments ago. More 2-year-old fillies. Andy, who'd you have graduating here? Did you go with the well-bred little sister to the multiple Grade 1 winner?
I did, and I'm regretting it. She's not getting bet. This horse is not getting bet. She's not supposed to be 4-1 if she's all that, in my opinion, with that pedigree. Because the truth is, the 1A and 8 are fine. They ran. They have the experience. I get all that stuff, but they're not that good. They're coming out race scratch. It was easily defeated in the stake the other day. It was a very slow pace. I guess the 8 ran better than the 1A, but I would think if somebody really liked a firster, they'd take more money in this race. I guess she can win. We'll see. Listen, I wonder if concurrently it could be one of those Chad Brown horses that's getting a little bit lost out there. And I might rather take a shot with this American Pharaoh at 7-1, just sort of getting dismissed here and kind of ignored.
Paul, for you?
Well, I thought the 7 was interesting of the first-time starters. I prefer that filly over the rest. I mean, I landed on the 8 because, none of these fillies have been working that great in the morning. I think the 8 did not have the best of trips last time out, but, the beginning wasn't that good. But, one of these other fillies probably should jump up and beat her. If not, I like the way she looked in the pack. I like the way the 7 looked, too.
Word's really funny. It's very murky. I picked the 2. I have to stay with the horses I pick in the morning. I'm feeling a little bit like I regret it.
Wide open. And we'll start with the favorite, in Miss Picky, who draws in, called to post. There she is, draws in but stuck outside.
She attended a ridiculously slow pace, and now she draws a far outside post. She seems like a dubious favorite to me.
She feels stunning. There she is, 4-1. It's a little cold on the board.
Yeah, she gets the rail, though, and I think she'll be able to save ground, so we'll see how good she is.
Princess Andy, another good story, and Chad Brown trained first-time starter.
Whether or not she's ready to win first time, it's hard to imagine they would name a horse. And the dam was named for his daughter Andy as well. But you think if they named this horse after her, they must think she can run a little bit.
Rhea Al-Nil, second start, turf debut.
Yeah, Cornelia Hartsmart is going to be in the irons here for this filly by Tacitus.
Sharing wisdom here, Brookdale Racing debuting filly.
It's all turf, the pedigree. I don't know how strong the turf it is, but it's all turf horses.
Real drama, number 6, Conover Stable, first-time starter.
The other Oscar performance filly in here for Whit Beckman, who's had a pretty solid beat for Conover Stable.
Concurrently, Seth Klarman's debuting filly.
You got to go to the second dam to find turf, but the American Pharaohs like the grass.
See about her focus, still kind of distracted and acting up. Pre-race, connect the stars, the edge and experience.
Yeah, Tracy Farmer, owner and breeder here, dropped in a bullet drill in between races here.
Now give your best. Michael Ryan's first-time starter, 9-1.
This one's got plenty of pedigree for grass. After 2 turf winners out of 3 to try it.
Gin Joint on the outside, 7-1, Tranquility Lake Farm debuting filly.
Yeah, gun runner of a Tappet mare. I'm just wondering if this is going to be one you have to sit and wait, but the horse is getting bet a little bit on the board at 7-1.
2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course start of the late pick 5. And circling back to Miss Picky, who from the outside post, though, and her debut, Andy, she showed speed. Here she is in the thick of things, turning for home.
Yeah, but she had a cozy draw. It was a race that just completely gapped out. There was no pace whatsoever. Now she's got the far outside post, so the possibility of her getting hung out a bit wide exists in the air. And listen, maybe she runs better, though I happen to think the horse that ran second in there, Connect the Stars, I know she's had a lot of chances, but she ran the better race of the 2. I mean, I suppose she could win. I just have a hard time believing there aren't better first-time stars in this race, but maybe there aren't.
I really thought Miss Picky chased the leader all the way around there, did all the heavy lifting there, and of course that leader won the race. And it kind of made her a little tired.
They went 51 to the half. Chasing, I would say it was sort of waddling along with her on the front end.
You don't think she re-engaged when the other horse came up to her the 9?
I do think so.
She kind of re-engaged.
But I mean, he's hardly riding her to try to keep up with the leader.
10 post, how difficult to win from out there?
Well, with a race experience under your belt, I think that really helps horses a great deal. If this would be the first time starter Lafitte, the 10 post, typically horses have never been in the gate with that many horses in practice. Well, not typically, they never have. They tend to break away from the group, and it causes them to lose a little ground right out of the gate. That's a huge disadvantage, especially when you're in a sprint race. But having a race under her belt, I think it's going to make a big difference.
Looking at Connect the Stars, Tracy Farmer, Dylan Davis looking to go back-to-back. Maggie, give your best. Ready for her debut. The first-time starter by Too Darn Hart. What's she showing you?
I'm seeing a professional yet sharp and keen type of first-time starter, whereas I do have to circle back really quick and tell you the show that the 6 and 7 put on once they got their riders up. It was really the well-named Real Drama who caused it all. When Kendrick Carmouche got up on her, she just had a wingding and slammed herself into the outside of the fence around the paddock. Incredibly well sat by Kendrick to stay on. And then number 7 concurrently kind of saw monkey see, monkey do, and wanted to say, yeah, right, you think you can do that? So can I. She wasn't nearly as bad, though. And Flavien Prat's doing the right thing by concurrently and giving her a nice warm-up to get rid of some of that nervous energy. I think she's really nice. I'm just not in love with the way that she's been acting in the prelims here. As we'll look at, circle back, sorry, I got a little off tangent, guys. As number 9, Give Your Best, they paid 180,000 guineas for this Daughter of Too Darn Hot at the Tattersall sale. As you heard Andy say, there is pedigree. Good. Looks as though she's a turf horse. I wouldn't want her going too much further than this. She's actually a little bit more compact. You know, I'd almost love it if it was a mile as, you know, opposed to a mile and a 16th, which I'm being incredibly picky about. But well-muscled, incredibly fit, super healthy. I think she's a player here. She's not taking much money at 12-1, but she made all the right impressions to me and definitely has a pedigree to back it up. The one that doesn't, though, is number 10. As Paul said, she's been taking some nibbles, Gin Joint, but this is a dirt, I mean, and dirt pedigree, as she is a half to Beauty Reigns, who's a multiple greatest stakes place dirt sprinter. She's by Gun Runner, as you heard me say. I don't really like gun runners on the turf. So what is she doing here? My guess is that it's more for the distance, because she is quite a large filly, and despite having a little bit more sprint on the bottom, she does look as though the distance is what she actually wants. She's just a little bit soft as well, like a race will really do her good, and I'm sure Bill Mott's kind of doing that with the turf, an easier surface to get one, you know, educated and a bit of fitness out of. But I'm gonna stay with number 2. She feels stunning. She's done everything right. She looks incredibly fit here. I'm not particularly scared of her being somewhat, you know, tepid on the board, because the other horses taking money are horses who have experience. So I'm going to take a shot with her. Not overly thrilled with the ones that have run. She has just done everything right in my eyes. Lafitte?
Big sister, superstar. See what little sister does in her debut. These 2-year-olds always an adventure. Tom, whether it's pre-race or now at the gate, how often will they fool you when they do everything right in the morning and then act up in kind of a mess in the afternoon, and vice versa?
We see it all the time, and when that happens, it's just another thing that the trainer can work on between races that makes them run better the second time. But, you know, Maggie mentioned both the 6 and the 7 as to how they were in the paddock and headed out to the... Oftentimes, horses bring that behavior to the starting gate. So I'm going to pay close attention. This was a very loud group of horses in the paddock behind us. They were all kind of yelling at each other and wanting their moms. They were a little nervous. So it'll be interesting to see if that carries over to the gate here.
A lot of that going on the set here as well as we get ready for the late pick 5. Miss Picky, guys, and Arad Ortiz from the 10 post. What's a win early on?
Well, he's got to get over, I would think, from there. And he's going to be forward with this horse, I would think, because he was forward last time out.
Miss Picky, she feels stunning. She feels pretty. His little sister, the tepid favorite in this 8th race at Saratoga. Time for the late pick 5 to Frank Vermati with the call, race 8 from the Spa.
Gin Joint and Miss Picky, the last 2. Sharing Wisdom. Here's Gin Joint. And Miss Picky, along with Real Drama. They're in the gate. And they're off. Miss Picky flies out of the gate. Princess Andy, Ria Al-Nil in between horses is up and on the pace too, as is Real Drama, and Give Your Best now backs off that trio who are battling for second. Then it's Connect the Stars, who settles down in mid-pack. She is on the outside of Sharing Wisdom as the field moves into the first turn. Concurrently has 2 horses behind her, one of which is Gin Joint, and it's a gap of 5 to the trailer, She Feels Stunning. 24 seconds flat. Miss Picky has made it from the outside over to control the pace on the rail. And she's prompted by Real Drama, a length back second. 2 more to Princess Andy in third. Then comes Ria Al-Nil in fourth, followed by Connect the Stars and Give Your Best right next to one another concurrently as in between horses, 8 lengths off the lead. On the inside, Sharing Wisdom, Gin Joint outside of them. She Feels Stunning continues to trail. 49-1 for Arad Ortiz Jr. and Miss Picky, leading the way into the far turn. Tries to expand that margin, close to 2 lengths. Connect the Stars is making a move outside of Real Drama. Princess Andy looking for a seam, angling off the fence to come after Miss Picky. Miss Picky turns for home. Princess Andy is in pursuit second. On the outside of them, Connect the Stars is third with 1 furlong to go. Miss Picky, a 4-length lead suddenly. And it's been a huge meet for these connections. Miss Picky for Rapoli Stable, Todd Pletcher, and Arad Ortiz Jr. romping home by 5. Connect the Stars finished second. Sharing Wisdom third. Real Drama was fourth.
Big summer indeed for the team and for winning trainer Todd Pletcher. Had Miss Picky ready today in her second career start, showed intention from Jump Street, Tom. Outside post, broke sharp, made the lead.
Well, Paul talked about it before the race. Her ability to win or not win was going to be dependent upon how easy she could make the lead from that outside post. Miss Picky does indeed make the lead. She makes it pretty easy. You can see her angling all the way, saving ground going to the first turn. This is where the race was won, right here. And it's interesting to note that the top 2 finishers in this race were the 2 horses that had the experience of a race under their belt.
No, I was wrong. There isn't a single first-time star that could run with these horses. And it just makes me all feel warm and fuzzy when we show the head on, and one guy is mildly aggressive and 9 guys are snatching and grabbing. I look forward to tomorrow when most of the riders here are at Kentucky Downs, and a lot of new riders are in town. They might have not got the message, Paulie. You got to grab your horse coming out of the gate.
I tell you, this horse, Miss Picky, she got a little high-headed a little bit, and
she did.
She was kind of grabbing air, chomping air. My dad used to say she's biting some flies on the way home, but she lowered her head finally at the end of this race, and the rate, Tom hit the nail on the head, and when you send from the outside and nobody else goes, it's got to be a great feeling.
Savvy move by Rapoli Stables. This horse was on the also eligibles, not a part of the field, but he had another horse that made the field. Scratch that one so that Miss Picky could get in. They felt this was the one.
For Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli, how about the sweep? P.G. Johnson with Anticipation. The P.G. Johnson with the ultra-impressive Time to Dream. Yesterday with Anticipation with Final Score. And, yeah, oh, by the way, another win on grass with a 2-year-old filly. This time, Miss Picky and Arad Ortiz.
I mean, he's had some kind of week. The filly is just tremendous. And, you know, this horse actually ran really well in a second career start. And you've seen this horse flopping back to different leads, ears going up. It's actually better than looked, I thought. And Todd, just like you were saying, and these silks, they probably got the favorite. If they ran it right now, they probably would have the favorite in the juvenile fillies. And the colt would be right there, too.
She looks like it is Time to Dream with her. And for Todd Pletcher looking on, Miss Picky breaks through. Second career start. Not much from She Feels Stunning here in her first career try. 1-8-5-6. Miss Picky. 4 wins on the afternoon. Arad Ortiz. Rapoli. Pletcher. Another one to celebrate with a 2-year-old at Saratoga.
City of Light. Multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
The Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside, and
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, where we just watched Miss Picky graduate in her second career start by Uncle Mo. A superstar 2-year-old champion, 2-year-old Breeders' Cup juvenile winner. Onward and upward for this filly who arrived in one of those zones here, Tom. 4 wins and counting on this Friday afternoon.
How about that? I mean, he's capable of doing it on any given day. That's who Irad Ortiz
he just gets
is.
It done, right? It's one of those things where Jose's out of town. He's at Kentucky Downs. So you're like, well, Irad's going to get all his mounts. Let's bet against him. No, wrong move.
And for Todd Fletcher, another win with a 2-year-old. To Maggie in the winner's circle.
As I was joking with Todd, we're used to him winning with Rapoli with 2-year-olds, but on the dirt, this year it's been all about the turf, Todd.
Yeah, we've been fortunate. They've been running well on the grass, and as you know, there's a lot of turf opportunities here, so that's it's been good for us.
Good to have those types. Miss Picky, I think, responding well to having that race under her belt, and was just dominant today.
Yeah, I mean, that was the key, having the experience under her belt. She broke sharply, was able to control the pace, and it's a nice filly that we have high hopes for, but it was good to see her step up today.
Say, of course, being by Uncle Mo, that helps as well. But talking about the future, Jockey Club Gold Cup on Sunday with Mind Frame. He's a really cool horse because he's done so much in such a short, span of a career so far. And he's won from 7 furlongs and has been very competitive at Sunday's distance. Talk a little bit about the progression you've seen from him this year as a 4-year-old.
Well, he was a May foal, and last year as a 3-year-old, he's able to, in his 3rd start of his career, run 2nd in the Belmont, which, was a big ask at the time. And we always felt like he'd be better as a 4-year-old. We gave him kind of the fall off with a summer-fall campaign in mind. And so far, with the winning the Gulfstream Park Mile, backing up to 7/8, back to a mile and an 1/8, he's proven that he's versatile and can really do just about anything. So we're excited about the way he's coming into it. We know it's a super tough race, but hopefully shows up and runs his A race.
What about the pace dynamics? Where would you like to see him early?
I'm just going to leave that up to Irad. I think there's plenty of pace in here. There's a pace setter in here. So this horse is adaptable. We're not too concerned about that.
Well, best of luck with him. Congrats here with all your turf babies.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Picky controlling on the front end. And that was all she wrote, Lafitte.
And for Irad Ortiz, Maggie, when the cat's in Franklin, Kentucky, the mice shall play, as the old saying goes. 4 so far. Miss Picky here. A date with Mind Frame, Paulie, in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Watching that Foster again, just what jumps off the screen, how impressive it was when taken on the far turn by Sierra Leone. His ability to quicken and dart away and create separation, I thought.
He's just naturally one of those horses that can run from 7 furlongs to out to 1 mile and an eighth, and we'll see going to 1 mile and a quarter. He's the most tactable horse in the race, and what Todd just said it right there. We're not worried. You got contrary thinking in there, Sierra Leone's little buddy, who is the kind of the pace setter. You have Phileas Fogg. I even think that the outside horse, Banishing, who won the Charlestown Classic, could even be up on the pace. So where does Mind Frame sit in there? I think wherever Irad wants to sit, and that's the one key. But he's going to get first run, and then they have to hold off the bear.
Do you agree, Andy, the best Jockey Club Gold Cup we've seen at Saratoga since moved from Belmont?
I can't imagine when we've had a better Jockey Club Gold Cup, period. Even when Curlin beat Lawyer Ron back in 2007, I don't think the field was as stacked with horses with good horses in here. Obviously, you've got arguably the top 2 older horses in the country right now meeting with Mind Frame and Sierra Leone. Highland Falls ran great last time. I don't even think the White Barrio ran that badly. Obviously, there's some other up-and-comers. This is a sensational race tomorrow.
Can't wait for that one as the road to the Breeders' Cup Classic continues on Sunday. Fox Saratoga, Sunday Jockey Club Gold Cup. We turn the page. Race 9, good allowance race. Start of the late pick 4, 7 furlong dash. Field and updated odds. Baby Yoda. He can bring it when he shows up at Saratoga. Look out, he's 3-2. Linda Rice, represented by a pair in El Grande El Bless You and Light the Way, both 8-1 with about 21 minutes to post. Linda Rice, who's made history at Saratoga. It's well documented. She is the only female trainer ever to have captured a training title here, and she's done it twice. Been training since the late 80s, and since that time, over the years, Linda Rice, what keeps her going? What keeps her coming back? It's very simple. It's just a matter of the competition and winning.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, an affiliate of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's gonna win a Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he gonna do it? He is! Voodoo Song won the 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
It's exactly what they'll say. Linda Rice, you look at the numbers and the titles she's racked up, 18 total on the New York Racing Association circuit, Andy. Terrific trainer. It's just cagey.
She runs horses where they can win, relentlessly. And if I was going to criticize her anything, I'd say that she needs sometimes to be more aggressive. The funny thing with Linda is when you see her being aggressive, those horses usually overachieve because she's usually very careful. When you see a Linda horse in the spot, you're a little surprised it seems a little bit above them. Be careful. Those horses will usually run better than you expect in those spots.
You know, and she started it too, being very sharp by going to Kentucky and claiming a lot of horses and bringing them here. And, you know, Tom was mentioning before this meet that the Churchill Downs meet was one of the strongest ones he was a part of, and it's played out here at Saratoga. So she was kind of ahead of the curve, getting some horses from Kentucky down here, Tom. I think it was a sharp move.
She made the Kentucky Racing Commission change their rules on claiming down there. They call it the Linda Rice rule. You know, you used to claim down at Churchill Downs or at Keeneland, which can be brief meets, and you could run them right away after the meet. Not anymore. Now you have a period of time where you're in jail and you cannot run that horse out of state. That's a Linda Rice rule.
When she first went there the first year, she failed miserably. And everybody laughed at her down in Kentucky. What a sucker she was. And she said to me, right, I was a little unlucky. She kept doing it, they kept winning, and they changed the rules. And when they're changing the rules because of you, you're doing something right.
That's true. You might be laughing all the way to the bank. What's El Grande O doing up there at 7-1 for Linda Rice?
Probably dead on the board, or probably people knew I picked the horse. And the way I've gone the last couple of days, I can't blame them for running away.
Confidence inspiring. See what El Grande O does in this upcoming 9th race, along with Light the Way for Linda Rice. We're moving over to FS2 a little early. Coverage shifting. Fox Sports 2, we'll see you there. Still so much live racing coming your way. The 9th race, 15 minutes out. Feature still ahead. Perfect Sting. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Yoda.
Closing weekend, Saratoga. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend, and thanks for joining us. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. As you can see, horses in the paddock for the upcoming 9th race. Stellar afternoon for Thoroughbred Racing, winding down the 162nd season at Saratoga, just outside the paddock alongside Paul LaDuca, Andy Serling, trainer Tom Amos. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You're just in time. Late pick 4 on tap, Tom, plus a really, really good addition of the feature today, the Perfect Sting.
Perfect Sting, long on the grass. And, you know, we have a really standout horse in terms of what she's accomplished in dynamic pricing. Dynamic pricing is a Grade 1 winner. And, you know, that is the highest level of race we run here in the United States. Here she finds herself actually in a stakes race, but coming down in class to run against some up-and-comers. It'd be really fun to watch.
Dynamic pricing, why here? Why in a race of a Grade 1 winner? Why is she running in the Perfect Sting?
Because it's a race that fits her. I mean, she's a mile or 2 mile and a 16th horse. She won the Grade 1 Just a Game, and it's a race that falls well, I guess, if you want to run the First Lady at a mile, a Grade 1 at Keeneland in October. And, you know, some point you have to find races you can run your horses in. She belongs in here, and she's a horse that was always very good. She's just a bit unlucky. Caught a lot of biases, worked against her last year, ran very competitively, and this year things have worked out better for her.
Class edge is legit, but so is the competition.
Yeah, I mean, she's the horse to beat in there. When she lost to Diana, she obviously lost to one of her stablemates in there. And, you know, when she gets back to her company, she likes it here at Saratoga, too. Kind of with Andy, she's kind of back where she belongs, and she towers over this field because she does have that Grade 1 activity and some great, really nice. She just won a Grade 1 in the Just a Game, like Andy was saying. And there was some yielding, it was some giving the ground, like Andy's saying earlier. We did get some rain last night, so she should enjoy the ground today.
This turf is listed for firm. I think it's closer to good.
Some cushion there. That's the Perfect Sting. Coming up later on, race number 11. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. As promised, late pick 4 coming up. Perfect Sting, race number 11. Shifting over to FS1 at 6 o'clock. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 76 degrees. 3.5 days left. Less than that. 3 days and 4 races. Still, the invite stands to sign up. Get involved. NyraBets.com. When you sign up, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NyraBets.com. Good 9th race on tap. 7/8 of a mile allowance. Current favorite, Baby Yoda. More on him in a moment. 6-5 favorite. Andy, you're going in a different direction. Overlay. El Grandeo, 1 of 2 for Linda Rice. The bankroll play this afternoon.
Either this horse is a tremendous overlay or I'm the sucker at the poker table. And it may well be the case, but 8-1 seems a little bit odd for a horse who didn't really handle wet tracks in his last 2, got a ridiculously bad ride last time out, and his last 2 dirt races on fast dirt ran 96 and 94 buyers, which I think has him vying for favoritism here. Linda Rice's numbers off the layoffs, they're not terrible. I don't know. I think this horse makes a ton of sense in here, and I think particularly Baby Yoda is a bit of a vulnerable favorite, and even Discreet Mischief, who doesn't have much speed. So I'm going to take a horse, El Grandeo, who has the ability to win it. But the price, yes, I love getting 8-1 horse I like. It scares me a little, this horse, because he's 4-1 morning line. He does not look like an 8-1 shot on paper. I don't care if you like him or not.
Betting is odd in this 9th race. El Grandeo pictured. Paul, late pick 4. Let's see the ticket. And again, viewers, you'll see the QR code. You can scan and ride along with Paulie.
I don't use the 1 in here, El Grandeo. Maybe I should have. When I look at this race, I think the 3's a standout in here. I almost took a shot here. I think the 3's better than Baby Yoda. This horse has been behind Raging Torrent, Nash, and really fast horses. 2-3-7-9 in race number 10. I thought the 7 was a nice little play in that race, actually. Kara's Dreamweaver could get the job done. 5-6-7 in the stakes race. I know dynamic pricing is the horse to beat. I'm going to try to use Proctor Street and Larray in there. And then the last race, I thought was a difficult race. I actually like the 10 the best in there. I think you need to use the 9, who's an also, I think, an interesting horse. And the 1, obviously, for Chad Brown. But I'm going to go 5 deep in the last.
Best of luck, Paul. Late pick 4. And to everyone playing this late pick 4 at Saratoga. Riders up. And Baby Yoda How much does it matter, Tom? And I'll ask you that question in a moment. First, let's revisit his last win. 2 starts back mid-June downstate. Andy Baby Yoda does what he does. This was actually downstate, so yeah, he's running fast and winning at Aqueduct, where normally he saves his best for Saratoga.
Obviously, this was an effort that would make him extremely tough in here, but a couple things. First of all, there was a real argument that inside speed had a big advantage in that racetrack, so he may be helped by the racetrack. He's also a horse that runs his good races now when he's able to control. And I got to think with Comedy Town in here, even Light the Way to a certain extent, but particularly Light Man outside of him, even here where people don't seem to want to engage in the front end, there are others that are supposed to go. If he has an easy time on the front end, a couple of people did not ride particularly intelligently.
How significant, Tom, the fact that he is for sale today, Baby Yoda?
He is. He's for sale for $100,000, and he has a very, what we like to call back class. He's got a lot of back class. Andy talked about it with a different horse, about finding the right spot for a horse. Baby Yoda is 7 years old. It's a game of poker for trainers oftentimes. They put a horse in a high or any claiming for sale race, thinking no one is going to take a chance on this horse because of X reason or that reason. Age certainly comes into play here. His last race wasn't that good. But I really think this is a good spot for him. And if you look at his work pattern since his last race, which wasn't a good one, it's very, very good.
Does he get claimed, Tom?
No.
7-year-old geldings for $100,000?
Yeah. But Andy,
there
don't be too old school there. The purses are really big this time, in 2025.
I get it.
Post parade, Andy's top selection, El Grandeo.
I think he gets some position behind horses, and if he runs his good race, he's very, very live.
Number 2, Comedy Town, the 7-year-old Arad Ortiz looking for a 5th on the afternoon.
Yeah, the best thing Comedy Town has going for him is Arad Ortiz.
Discreet mischief. Last time on a fast track, he rolled.
Seems like Brad Cox can do no wrong these days. His horses have been burning it up here. My concern with him is his general lack of speed, and I'm not sure how fast the pace is going to be, but if he runs his good race, like Paulie says, he's probably the horse to beat.
Like the way, Sharp Gelding, he's won 3 of 4.
He has won 3 of 4, and those 3 races were all dirt races. Take away that turf race, he's won his last 3 on the dirt.
Baby Yoda, he's different on this track sometimes.
Yeah, but the problem is he doesn't have too many recent efforts that are good enough to win here. He just has the one. So is he really the kind of horse you want to bet at a short price?
Light Man, Quick Gelding, 3rd in the Morrissey.
I like this horse. Tactical speed is his weapon, and I think he can run well here.
W&L to the outside, 2nd at 2 for Belmont.
Showed a little bit of life last time out, but he did save ground most of the way on a day you wanted to be on the rail before angling out in the stretch. He just never really got back to what looked like really good 2-year-old form when he won the Remsen.
Good race. Fast sprinters. The 9th. Start of the late, pick 4, circling back to El Grandeo. Winding up, this is his last victory. 3 starts back. Aqueduct facing allowance runners, Paul. El Grandeo, who was prominent throughout and holds sway.
Yeah, Andy makes a good point about this horse. This horse obviously brings a rain turtle to the racetrack with him. I mean, my goodness, a sloppy racetrack, muddy racetrack, sloppy, muddy, sloppy, muddy. But the 2 fast races in October and December are very fast. The other fast race was in the Jerome. So on a fast racetrack, this horse is a completely different animal.
Did I hear you correctly? Rain turtle?
But look at this horse.
But what's a rain turtle? I've never heard that expression.
4, 5, 6, 7. You never heard of a rain turtle?
I never have.
You draw the rain turtle right before if you want a rain out in the minor league baseball. Or if you're Kevin Costner, you turn on the sprinklers.
Yeah, right.
We've been here way too long.
I got you now.
We welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, looking at El Grandeo moments ago, what's he showing you pre-race?
Well, he's the guy who has to come in here off the layoff, Lafitte, and he's a little bit of an optical illusion. And what I mean by that is he's quite short and stout naturally in his physical frame, but as he's gotten older, he's actually become a bit sway back. And so what that means is, the point of their withers really slopes down into the dip of their back and comes dramatically back up over their hind end. So that will always make it look as though they got a big old belly. He's always kind of been that way. If I had, if you held a gun to my head and said, does Grandeo look 100% fit? I would say no, he looks about 90% fit. But I do like the fact that he's coming back here at the 7 furlongs. I honestly think that is the best distance for him. Moving on to number 3, Discreet Mischief, I've never laid eyes on him, but last time he was totally outfooted after being slow away from the gate. He's obviously a better horse when he can lay closer, so this 7 furlongs feels as though it might be able to do that for him today. And two, I'm willing to forgive him for that first try over the, second try, I should say, over the wet track. He ran well on it first time, but he is a bit of a heavier horse, so wondering if that had an ill effect on him today. Has gotten a big warm-up from Manny Franco, so hopefully he does lay closer. Here's your favorite, number 5, Baby Yoda. He looked otherworldly good when he came back on June 13th, and then subsequently Vanderbilt, and today he just looks fine. He looks good enough here, and he's a horse that wears that breastplate because he does have such high withers into a more narrow kind of tubular barrel that he has. He warmed up fine. He can win here. I do think that, you know, there might be some other interesting characters in here, and the one that I landed on is at 9-2 with number 6, Lightman. He's third off the bench here for Bruce Levine. He took money in the face of Baby Yoda, running third that day, and I thought running well in defeat. And last time he kind of broke running from the far outside. The pace did hold together with Doc Sullivan and the Wine Steward, but Lightman just looks fitter, stronger now than what he did going back. And his coat is resplendent. I love what I'm seeing from him here today, and getting back to a dry track can't hurt either. WNL, I've always thought shorter is better. Bill Mott's gonna give it another go here. That pace holding together in that last effort with Concrete Glory wiring the field. There have been several others to come out of there and run well, including Scotland in the 4-go, running second to Bookham Dano. He did finish up on his wrong lead. Whether that was surface, I don't know. But I will say this, I want to see how he does here, Lafitte. 7 furlongs, dry track. I think it's right up his alley.
That's WNL to his inside Lightman. Had to be music to your ears, Tom, hearing what Maggie had to say.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and note that Lightman is going to be ridden by Kendrick Carmouche, who used to ride the 4-horse and has moved to that one. So at least Kendrick, between those 2 horses, has his pick.
Lightman stepping forward, Baby Yoda. 3-2, the favorite. Time for the late pick 4, the 9th from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Mirmati.
WNL goes in. And they're off. A tardy beginning for El Grandeo, and a very fast one for Light the Way, who's joined by Comedy Town. And these two hook up with Lightman 2 lengths off them in third. They are followed by Discreet Mischief, who gets a good spot in the clear, while fourth, El Grandeo moves up inside Baby Yoda, who's in between horses now, and a gap of 5 to WNL. It is Comedy Town and Light the Way through an opening quarter mile, and those two are 2 lengths clear of Lightman coming after the top pair in third. Baby Yoda in between horses, El Grandeo at the rail, and Discreet Mischief is just outside of that pair, 5 lengths off the lead as they come to the 3/8 pole. And then it's WNL at the back of the field. Comedy Town, Light the Way, 1-2 the whole way, with Baby Yoda right next to Lightman at the quarter pole. In behind them, El Grandeo and Discreet Mischief. There's less than 3/16 of a mile to go. Comedy Town and Light the Way continue to do battle. Baby Yoda's trying to reel them in, picking up some momentum late. Baby Yoda on the outside, Light the Way in between, and Comedy Town. Baby Yoda, a gradual grind at his favorite track to get the money. Light the Way was second. Comedy Town finished third. Lightman fourth.
11th lifetime win, 5 of them at Saratoga. Baby Yoda, not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard, but a win in the end as the favorite delivers. Baby Yoda just covered in dirt.
Yeah, no, I mean, just class tells, right? But let's go back to the start of this race and watch the 5-horse Baby Yoda. She doesn't have a good break. He doesn't have a good break, and he's going to have to make up a lot of ground. That's not his preferred spot early in a race. You're looking at him right there. He's second to last out of the gate. But, you know, great riders. And Pratt is certainly a great rider. Patient, tries to go to plan B, doesn't work out the way he thought out the gate. And Baby Yoda's class shows here. He's going to get the job done. We talked about 100,000 being maybe too much to claim this 7-year-old for, but with today's purse structure, I'm not so sure.
He was claimed.
Oh,
Baby Yoda was claimed.
Yeah, he was claimed.
He also might have won this race because the 1 broke 6 lengths behind the field, the 3 completely failed to show up, and he beat 2 long shots. So
welcome to how horse racing works in any given race.
I understand all those things, but I think the important thing is to say what happened, what led to a horse's win, because in theory, people are betting the next time they run, and they want to know. Anybody bets this horse next time, I wish them the best of luck.
Paul El Grandeo, steward's inquiry regarding the start. What'd you see?
Well, he broke terrible.
The one, watch the one.
The one.
Yeah.
I know I'd like my money back.
Oh.
I have no idea.
Whoa.
I have
no
no
chance.
I have no idea.
I mean, I think what they're looking at, Paul, is whether or not
the one guy
he got a fair chance out of the gate, and that's all about the starter letting go of the horse when the gate opens.
Yeah, so
and he did.
Yeah, it's tough to tell, right? So he kind of lets go with his right hand. I'd have to see it again. But what they're trying to see is the one, did he get a fair start? Did the starter release him in time? I kind of agree with you, Tom, but, you know, they're taking a look at it.
Yeah, want to take
I
another
applaud that.
Take another look. Paul, tell me what you see, and Tom, could you explain the rule after he's done?
Watch the guy's left hand. Does he release the horse with his left hand when the gate opens? He's still got a hold with the right hand, Tom. The right
This
hand.
horse may be declared a non-starter.
He might be declared a non-starter.
I hate to see the stars in that
again.
predicament because it's such a tough job, and everybody makes mistakes. And I'm not saying he did or didn't.
It's a brutal job, but watch when the gate opens.
You hate to see them.
Watch the right hand of the starter.
I think Paulie's right.
Watch the right hand of the starter when the gate opens. He feels this horse, his head's not straight. He's trying to get his head straight. His arm is still on him when they release the gate. Now it's going to be a call.
I mean, Paul makes a good point. You know, I'll use Paul's words. You make a very good point, Paul.
Thank you.
You make a great point. Get it right, Tom, okay? If you're going to imitate my man Paul, you got to get it right, okay? We'll see.
What specifically are the stewards looking for in cases like this?
That's the question.
Exactly what Paul said, really.
Did the horse have the opportunity to break correctly? And if he's still being held on to by the starter, he did not get a fair chance to break correctly.
I think he was covering his head with the left hand, Tom, trying to straighten his head with his left hand.
His head was cocked before they put him, and he was trying to straighten him up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can be victim of circumstances, and I will never, ever criticize these guys in the gate. They're risking life and limb, and every time they're loading a field, and they're tough guys who do a sensational job. And you know, even if they decide that he was holding the horse, as you guys say, it's because he was trying to straighten the horse out.
Yeah.
So it's not really
He didn't
his
do it on
fault.
purpose.
No, of course they wouldn't do it on purpose.
It's a split-second
I'm just saying
thing,
that
too, with the
it's a
1,000-pound
job
animal.
where they can almost only look bad. Because nobody pays any attention when they look good when the fields
like
break
umpire
so
behind
well.
the plate,
right?
Paul.
They're going to be only going to be goats for people when things happen.
no,
the reality
that's
is
a lot different.
these guys do
99.9% if you're not talking about the umpire behind the
Don't worry
plate
about
calling
me.
balls and strikes, then he's doing his job. And we're not talking about the gate crew; they're doing their job.
100%, but that's different. The umpires aren't carrying a 1,000-pound animal, and these guys are actually in shape. So don't look at the umpires with these guys. Okay?
Rich
We should get off the umpire discussion for now. Let's move
my
on.
goodness! How to bring up umpires and the catcher? My bad.
How many times Richie's mentioned that they save lives in the gate and pulling jockeys out of harm's way. The assistant.
These guys are heroes of the
starter
racetrack,
crew,
and I hate to see a situation when they get blamed for anything.
That starter tried to correct the one.
To Maggie.
Here with Bill Mott. Always have to talk to your other jockey as well. Even though we won here with Baby Yoda and Bill, a horse that maybe, he's 7 now. Maybe some of his finer moments, especially here on this racetrack, are behind him, but he still knows how to show up and get the job done.
Yeah, he got the job done today. Didn't break very well. He said he was a little tight in the gate and he moved backward just before they broke. So he had to come from off the pace. It looked like if they ran the race on paper, he might be up on the lead, but they got to go from the gate. But he's won from off the pace before. I mean, he's pretty versatile.
Oh, we do have a change. Number 1, El Grandeo, as we hear Frank Maramati announcing El Grandeo will be declared a non-starter. They did have a hold of him, I guess the stewards figured, when they sprung the latch. But getting back to your horse, Baby Yoda, what's claimed today for $100,000? Bittersweet?
Yeah, for me, yeah. I mean, he was a barn favorite. He is a barn favorite, but he's out of conditions, and it's hard to find races for these horses that they can fit in, and it really becomes a challenge. They don't write the allowance races to make them eligible, and over a course of time, another 6 months, then he'll probably have some conditions back. But he's a neat horse. I mean, he's gonna whoever's got him, I mean, he's going to give him some good efforts.
As I have you as a captive audience for a moment, how's the big horse? How's Sovereignty after his Travers win?
He's been doing good. We gave him 3 walk days, and he's been jogging for 3 days now. We just were trying to give him an easy time. We wanted to give him an easy week or two, you know, before we got into the more serious training with him. But I don't know how long we can wait. He's feeling pretty good with himself. I mean, he's a pretty, you know, high-powered horse and eats very good. He's high energy, so jogging is going to be okay for a few days, but we're probably going to have to turn him around and do a little more serious training in a few days.
I'm sure Neil is begging you to do as such.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, congratulations here with, I know, a horse that is a fan favorite too in Baby Yoda.
Right, thank you.
All right, Bill Mott here getting Baby Yoda back to a place he's very familiar with at Lafitte, the Saratoga Winner's Circle.
It's what he does, Maggie. Baby Yoda headed to Robert Falcone's stable. Flavia and Pratt, no panic, bad start. Calls the audible. All works out in the end. We'll revisit the start here, Paul. And indeed, as Maggie just mentioned and Frank announced, El Grandeo declared a non-starter because of what happened.
Yeah, and the horse's head was already turned. The assistant starter had the hand on the head trying to turn the head. It's just one of those split seconds where the starter hit the button and the guy in with the one didn't get a chance to straighten the horse. It's not his fault at all. It's a 1,000-pound animal. This is split second. I think the stewards made the right call.
We're still deciding if we're going to refund his bankroll, though, here.
I got my bet refunded in Ira bets, so really,
as far as
at that point,
though,
anybody listening to me got their money
By the way,
back.
if you have the
That's
pick
all I
5,
care.
the horse serves as a scratch, you do get the 5 that carries you with you.
On a more serious note, can we get Bill Mott to announce he's running Sovereignty in the Pennsylvania Derby, so all those people that ducked him in the Travers find out he's running the PA Derby? That would make my year.
Yeah, well, that's not happening.
He should just enter him and just to do it to annoy them.
That's not happening. He is the best 3-year-old that we've seen in a long, long time, and he's headed to the Breeders' Cup
favorite in the
Classic.
Breeders' Cup Classic.
When you say
Yes.
a long, long time, do you mean 5 years,
No,
20 years?
I mean, I'll go back to before Justify even. I think he was better than Justify, who was a Triple Crown winner, I
Well,
believe.
Justify was never that fast. He's not better than Arrogate.
Well, that's fair. Was that more than 10 years ago? I don't even know.
9.
9. Well, we're splitting hairs.
I'll do the counting for you.
We're
You're a
splitting
trainer.
hairs, you know what I mean?
2016,
About hair?
2025.
More counting, 470 if you back Baby Yoda,
Let's
the
wait till he
favorite
wins
here.
Breeders' Cup Classic.
We heard Bill Mott talking about him running out of conditions, Tom, and
Right.
what could you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, so we talked about it before the race, Lafitte. Baby Yoda, there's 2 options in this race. You can either run for the allowance condition, but if you're not eligible for the allowance condition, the only way you're allowed to run this race is to run for a high for sale price. $100,000 is the designated price for this race. Baby Yoda and Bill Mott and the connection decided to do that. It's a calculated risk. He's a 7-year-old. $100,000 is a lot of money. And Andy and I kind of debated on whether he would get claimed or not, and it was a fair debate. I mean, who's to say that someone's going to spend that kind of money? But so happens that they did.
Best of luck to new connections. Robert Falcone with Baby Yoda, 10th race. Paul, how'd you see this one unfold? These New York breds going a mile and an eighth in the main track.
I actually like Kerr's Dreamweaver the best, but I understand where the money is going with the 2 and the 3. Barkley Tag has had a couple of runners run here in the Bond Barn. They're due for their W here. They got their 1 W at the meet, but I think this horse is very live in the spot, the 3 Purpose. But I think the 7 here, Kerr's Daydreamer, is Dreamweaver for Mitchell Freeman, who hasn't. He's on 1 for 19. That means he's going to get overlooked, and you're going to get a good price.
You know what I want to know about this horse? What was Dylan Davis doing with Kara's Dreamweaver last time? She looked like a speed in that race, and he had her back to last.
Yeah, she was
She's
dead last.
got to get a better ride today.
Yeah. Something to watch right from the start. Still have 3 races left. Of course, the featured Perfect Sting. And in the final few days, 3 Grade 1 events ahead. Closing day, hopeful Jockey Club Gold Cup Sunday. Saturday, 2-year-old fillies take center stage. Prestigious Grade 1 Spinaway. Can Mythical remain undefeated? We'll be right back.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses. Backing off of a very successful Saratoga season is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Oh, those images just stunning. Serene, Hillendale. Our coverage, of course, on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Gearing up for the late pick 3, about 17 minutes out, and we have 3 big Grade 1 races on tap for closing week here. Saratoga, as always, the traditional, the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies, the Spinaway Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Tommy Joe, 2-1. Mythical, undefeated, 5-2, Paul. 3 wins by 15+ lengths. Thus far, to this point, she's just been too fast to catch, as seen in the Adirondack.
Yeah, she's very fast, and she'd probably be the one to catch again. There's going to be more speed, and she's got to get that extra, half a furlong or so. She's the one to catch. Tommy Joe is the one with all the hype coming in, Andy, but you can't take anything away from this filly.
No, I agree. I agree with you, Paulie. You know, whether or not she can get the extra half a furlong, whether or not she's going to keep going forward. She's run fast races. She buried the boys here in the weekend. You want to knock her, go ahead. I can't knock her. I just think Tommy Joe might be better.
Sometimes 2 can beat 1, right? So Spendthrift, that has Tommy Joe that you refer to, they have another horse in the race, Steer Clear.
No, they don't. She ran today and broke her maiden.
She won today, yeah.
There's enough for that. Let me put an X through that.
You say I'm not a team player. I saved him from making a complete fool of himself.
Old school,
just
quick
a mild
turnaround.
fool of himself.
She's a nice winner today, though, Tom.
Yeah, well, yeah, one in my early pick
2.
5. Yeah. So, but no, look, the question that I'm trying to get to on this horse, how do I get out of this, is there other speed in here that can run early with Mythical? That's the question.
It's been a long meet, everybody, okay? We've been here a long time.
Seems like a long time ago we were introduced to Tommy Joe. This is before Sovereignty did his thing in the Jim Dandy. Some about those 2-year-old races, Jim Dandy Saturday. How special might Tommy Joe be, the favorite in the Spinaway, Andy?
Well, I think, you know, there's a chance, and you guys can weigh in, that she's the best 2-year-old filly we've seen so far at the meet.
Agreed.
Yeah.
You know, I think she's very, very impressive. I think the thing I liked about her was she didn't wire the field. You know, so often these impressive horses, they have a lot of speed. I'm not joking about your horse because your horse has been so good, but a horse, when they close like that, you get the feeling that maybe adversity and circumstance won't necessarily be a problem, because most first-time starters, good ones, break it on the lead, but many of them aren't speed horses as time progresses.
Yeah, and for Tommy Joe, I believe, you know, a little bit of the gate had something to do with that. It kind of kept her back a little bit early. But these races, these big races with young horses, typically pace is very legit early.
Yeah, it's usually legit,
if that's only going to be Mythical that does it up front, that's a problem for everybody else.
Yeah, Tommy Joe's a big, you know, filly. I think she'll run well. You know, we've talked about this multiple times. Fierceness a couple years ago, I thought, ran the best 2. If you look at the best 2-year-old debuts, they've gone on. Fierceness ran the best 2-year-old, went on to win at 9-1 in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Kind of got overlooked because Locked and all these other horses. Tom's horse ran the best horse I've seen by far in a while, and she ran the best races at Philly. You got to pay attention to that because there's so many stars that run here. They usually go on and be
so
superstars.
much changes race to race, coming off of Immersive's win last year and her debut. Remember, she paid $27, $28 when she won the Spinaway, and it didn't end there. It wasn't a fluke. She went on and captured another Grade 1, and eventually the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and a championship. Now, her 3-year-old season, things haven't panned out. Still, lots changes very quickly when you're dealing with horses that are that inexperienced. Grade 1 Spinaway Saturday. The remaining stakes schedule here at Saratoga for the last few days, winding down the meet. 3 stakes races Saturday. Fox Saratoga Sunday, featuring the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Can't wait for that one. And of course, the Spendthrift Farm Hopeful, Saratoga's most significant race for the boys, for the 2-year-olds, all coming your way on multiple Fox Sports platforms. In the paddock, race 10. Maggie's in the paddock, as is Margot Treasure. Maggie, the favorite. What you seeing?
I mean, I guess she has inherited the favoritism, Lafitte, because of the scratches that we saw early on from this race. But she's one that you don't know if the distance is really going to be her friend, because last time when going the 7 furlongs, and she was off a little bit of a freshening, she was a long way last. So yes, of course, getting more distance should draw her into the race, which should give her a better chance. She closed well between, but she was doing so on her wrong lead. And sometimes I'm going to be a stickler about that, because for me, you know, it shows that maybe she was just getting a bit tired going the 7. So why am I supposed to feel excited about taking her at a short price going the 9 furlongs? I just don't get it. She looks fantastic here. There's no doubt about it. But for me, I'm just not in love with the distance here today. Moving on to number 3, Purpose. However, I do like the distance for her. She has been going at the 9 furlongs for her last 3 efforts. And in that last one, she was squeezed back at the start. She was pushed out 5 wide into the first turn. And then unfortunately, a horse clipped heels in front of her going into the backside. And she had to be checked sharply all the way back to last. I mean, obviously she was back there anyway, but she did lose some ground. She's beautiful, and she looks like your true 1 1/8 type of runner here, as she is 3rd off the layoff. Really love what she's showing me here in the paddock for Jimmy Bond, who hopefully, you know, horses have been running well. They just haven't been getting the job done, but did get a winner earlier on, or I should say later last week, and maybe that means things are going to start turning around. Really interesting player here is number 6, Boxed Wine, who was claimed out of her last effort after running pretty poorly back on August 15th. But I know somebody else who is interested in claiming her and switching her immediately back to the dirt. Actually, my husband lost the shake on her. Jorge Abreu got her. She has so much more pedigree for the dirt. It's not even funny. She's a daughter of Vino Rosso. The Dam, she was a multiple stakes winner going long on the dirt, a New York bred, of course. And I thought coming back here as a 4-year-old, going back to June 22nd, she had just done so well. She finally grew. She finally filled out her frame. And so with that pedigree, with her physical attributes, Lafitte, I think she could be dangerous in this spot. First off the claim for Jorge Abreu.
Threat at a price off the claim? We'll see. Boxed Wine. When we come back, riders up. Post Parade and the 10th of 12. Late pick 3 at Saratoga. Closing week at the Spa. We'll be right back.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions. And hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser. Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Labor Day Monday, join us for Saratoga Live. The season concludes with great racing from the spa, a winning card including the Spendthrift Farm hopeful for 2-year-olds. Catch Saratoga Live. Coverage begins noon Eastern on FS2. Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt in to Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $10,000 every Friday through Sunday. $10,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live, nothing like this Saratoga fan base. Coverage is always brought to you by Naira Bets. They track anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started.
700 tables.
700 picnic tables that you're going to learn more about later.
I thought those guys were rooting while I won the dunk tank last week, actually.
How'd that go, by the way, overall?
New world record.
It was, the water was warmer this year, so it went a lot better. Thank you for asking.
They threw some Evian in there for you?
Heating it up. It was a kettle. It was a giant kettle, Paulie.
The line was around the block. The line was around the block
well,
to throw up.
You can use that to raise money for charity is a good thing. I didn't see you going in there. I didn't see any of the three of you in there.
You better be here for your quarter zip on Sunday.
Post parade. Margot Treasure, 5-2 at Katie Davis.
Obviously, this horse has got a big look, stretching out to the 1 1/8. And Barkley Tags had a couple runners that have run well.
Maggie loved what she saw with Purpose.
I get it, too. I think Purpose has a real opportunity here, especially at this distance.
2 big scratches, 4 and 5. Out boxed wine in at 4-1.
This was Tom's go-to move, box wine here for Jorge Abreu.
Garra's Dream Weaver, number 7, third facing, similar early August.
Yeah, 1 for 15 lifetime, but has the proper numbers to get it done here.
2-1 favorite. In fact, Shasha Ren, pictured an outsider, 21-1.
Yeah, try to get on the turf in the debut. Now going to get on the turf.
Higher Force, claim from George Weaver by Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, so, I mean, here's a horse that, okay, stepping up in class, yes, but in a race that actually he fits. Or she fits.
Second chance. There she is. 6th start, first effort on dirt.
Yeah, and she's going to maybe show some speed. Usually, you know, turf speed will, equate to dirt speed, not the other way around. So I would think the 10 would show some pace in this race.
3 left on the Friday program. A heads up for tomorrow's card. Saturday contest, cash prizes, and bragging rights are up for grabs. Enter the Naira Bets Saturday contest today to win the cash prize pool. Registration closes before Saratoga's 3rd race tomorrow. Visit NairaBets.com/contest to learn more. Andy, look there. Kara's Dreamweaver. Why is she the 2-1 choice?
That's a good question. Listen, I like the 2, and I don't know why she's 5-2, to be honest with you. I would never have picked her at 5-2. I don't know. I guess the pickings are sort of slim here, to be honest. She didn't run badly last time. I mean, the reality of racing is you only have to be as good as the horse you're running against. And to be fair in here, this is not that strong a field. I mean, you guys like Purpose. I look at Purpose. I don't think she's good enough. And then I look again and go, well, she's run some races fast enough to compete with these horses. I think that Dylan has to find a way with Kara's Dreamweaver to at least be a little bit closer than last time and not drop out so far. And I think she was hampered by dropping out as far as she did last time.
Yeah, look, it's an attractive finish based on what the rest of the horses are doing, but nobody is doing any running this last 8th mile here.
Yeah, but when you look at this race, Tom, right, this horse was 4-1 in that race, 85-1 3 starts ago. So how really good was that field last time? I just think you're kind of getting the same field today.
Right. I don't disagree. That's why I think a horse like Rudy's horse that he recently claimed, the 9 horse, has a chance to step up here. We'll see if that indeed does happen.
Handicappers, analysts, all in total agreement with this 10th race at Saratoga. Andy went with Margot Treasure, and yesterday, Andy, an adventurous Thursday at Saratoga for jockey Katie Davis.
She had one of those incredible days I've ever seen from a rider. She came out badly interfered with Kendrick Carmouche and Hearst early in the day and got disqualified.
Thank you.
Then she claimed foul against Flavian Pratt after fouling him, which you don't see too often at the racetrack. And then she won it 12-1 in the last race. The racetrack was a veritable roller coaster of events.
It was.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah, a little bit of everything yesterday. But she gave the horse in the last race a really nice ride. Yeah. And for her older brother, and that was a cool moment in the winner's circle.
Microcosm day in the life of a jockey. Maggie, looking at Higher Force. What's she showing you?
She's one, Lafitte, that I've always thought the longer she gets to travel, the better here, as Rudy Rodriguez immediately stepped her out to the 9 furlongs here. First off the claim, she's her typical self. She's rather relaxed, but she's got such a lovely way of going in that it's at slower rhythmic stride that I just think lends itself so well to these 2-turn distances. So I do think the distance is going to help her. I'm not sure her numbers / her class add up here, but rooting for them to get the win here as number 10, Second Chance. You know, speaking of horses switching from turf to dirt, now Second Chance, unlike Boxwine, has never actually stepped foot on the main track in a race. Boxwine actually ran her debut when she was out the back door and made up significant ground down the stretch as a 2-year-old. But Second Chance, there is pedigree for her to like the switch. She, albeit, is by the factor, but the dam she won at Finger Lakes on the dirt. She's also a half to New York bred, won the John Morrissey Foolish Ghost. So a horse that was very good sprinting on the dirt. Now, I've never been this one's biggest fan because she looks nothing like the rest of the family. She's gray for starters, and the other ones had a bit of size to them, a bit of substance, and she's just never really filled out. Plus, she kind of has more of that higher action like a turf horse. We'll see what she does. There's pedigree, Lafitte, but looking at her physically, I don't necessarily see it.
All right, see how she handles things today in her dirt debut. Doesn't look the part necessarily. Second Chance. There's Boxed Wine, and it's the same conversation as far as what will she do on a different surface, Andy, where 14 starts, 13 of them on grass. Here she is on dirt.
Now, keep in mind, Flying Piece trying to win races, trying to get in that owner's title. Obviously, Mike Rapoli's taken a huge lead, but don't forget they entered these horses when they were 1 behind. But what I found interesting is that Jorge Abreu isn't just running randomly on the dirt. He entered this horse MTO, so he's wanted to run on the dirt, and the only time she ever ran on the dirt was a 6-furlong race at the beginning of her career. So who knows if she's a dirt horse or not, and maybe she's a horse that always wanted more distance anyway, so I think it fits. And also, one thing I'd say about her last race, I wouldn't say, oh, her last race was so bad, why would anybody run the turf? She got completely eliminated by the winner of that race on the first turn, and that's why she ran as poorly as she did. Ricardo basically wrapped up on her after that happened, and I don't blame him for doing it. So her last race, not as bad as it looks. And I just think it's interesting. If you want to bet a horse based on a trainer intention, right or wrong, this is probably where you go.
Yeah, Maggie explaining what took place in her most recent moments ago, or in the paddock with Boxed Wine. And then, Tom, you have the late pick 5 you give out to our viewers, and 2 down, 3 to go. You have numbers 3, 7, and 9.
I do. Yeah, and I think those are the right horses in here, to be quite frank with you. And, of course, would love to see the 9 horse jump up and win here. It would help that pick 5 payout. But this is a wide-open race. And at this distance, the 1 1/8, I think it boils down to, truthfully, what goes on pace-wise in here early on.
Yeah, and how does this race really shape out? We'll show Tom's ticket here. And he's still alive, and he's got 3, 7, 9. He's hindering on the 1 in the last, 3, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you know, the pace is going to be interesting here.
Doesn't it come from the 8, Paul?
I think it does at 25 to 1, but, you know, I don't think that horse will be around when they come. I think the 10-2 is going to show pace in here. I think Andy's right with the 6, because if you look at the 6 in here, she's got the best numbers by far, but they're all on turf. If she can translate any bit towards dirt, she could run it. She could be a competitor in here.
That's just not going to take a particularly good effort to win this race. I mean, you know, we appreciate the horses, but these are not a fast bunch of horses. You made the over-under 155 on this.
Yes,
I'm going to go over for $1.
I don't want to eat with you, so this is what we'll bet. We'll bet a shoe shine from
Wow.
Bob, right by the racing office.
Yeah.
Loser pays for the other guy's shoe shine by Bob, who's, by the way, that's a lost art, and he is really good shoe shine.
Tom
man.
gets some free over there.
I do
Good
not.
plug there.
155.
Is that a yes or a no?
Your next one will be free. No, I'm not betting a shoe.
Come on,
Bill
man.
Parcells, 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach, was there getting a shoe shine today.
That tells you all you need to know.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
2-1 favorite.
Known, famous shoe shiner, getting shoe shine. Well known.
Kara's Dreamweaver, 2-1. 10th of 12th on the last Friday of the season. Frank Miramonti standing by with the call. Race 10 live on FS2.
Higher Force comes up. Second Chance will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Second Chance, Higher Force, both out very quickly. No shortage of pace as Cha-Cha Ren is up close, as is Boxed Wine and Kara's Dreamweaver in between rivals. Purpose second to last, and Margot Treasure is 8 lengths off the lead, as Higher Force will set the pace. Over on the inside, leading by 1.5 lengths, Second Chance in second, and then it's Boxed Wine riding the rail in third. Kara's Dreamweaver is fourth. The quarter went in 23 4/5 seconds. Purpose races in the 5th spot. She is just on the inside of Cha-Cha Ren, and it's a gap of 7 to Margot Treasure. Down the back stretch, Higher Force, Second Chance, 1-2. A couple of lengths, Boxed Wine, Pink Blinkers in third. Kara's Dreamweaver is racing in fourth. Purpose now by herself in fifth, just 5 lengths off the lead. A couple back to Cha-Cha Ren, who's 3 in front of Margot Treasure, 48 flat for the half mile. Higher Force gets a little nudge to go on. Second Chance applying the pressure in second. And then it's Kara's Dreamweaver into third. Boxed Wine fourth. Purpose 4 lengths off them in fifth. Margot Treasure starting to pick it up from behind. They're coming to the quarter pole, 3/4, 1:12 and 3. Higher Force has been there throughout. Boxed Wine trying to angle out, getting a little seam in between horses. On the outside of them comes Second Chance in third. In the center of the track, Margot Treasure, Purpose inside. Boxed Wine has taken the lead with a 1/16 of a mile to go. And Ricardo Santana Jr. gets his second Flying P win on Boxed Wine. Higher Force, a solid performance in second. Purpose third. Margot Treasure was fourth.
Flying P stable. Jay Provenzano, come on down. First after the claim. George Abreu, Ricardo Santana, Boxed Wine. Maggie zeroing in on this one. Second career start on dirt in 15 races, a winning one.
Man, look at Boxed Wine with those kind of pinkish blinkers behind the leaders. The rider's just, Ricardo Santana is just absolutely sitting. Gets a seam right there. Uses his communication, his hands to tell Boxed Wine to go, and go this horse does.
I'll tell you, like, this is a good win for me. I played some big threes and used this horse. But I got to tell you something, and she ran very well, and they were smart. Whoever decided to go to the turf, was TT or Dave Canizzo or somebody, decided they wanted to run this horse on dirt. They were right. But, man, Rudy Rodriguez had a rough meet. He got beat at the wire today by a nose earlier, and his 9 horse, who you liked a little bit, Tom, are you talking about Higher Power? That horse ran her eyeballs out in this race.
Yeah, good
that
race.
was a tough
good
beat
race,
for
but
her.
Boxed Wine gets the win, and Boxed Wine gets the deserving win.
There you see Tito.
Subdued Jay Provenzano, Paula Duke on the way to the winner's circle.
Yeah, and listen, this horse ran fast. That's actually a pretty fast time, 1:51.9 for these horses. So the top 2 finishers just ran away from this group, and those are the 2 horses that were the unknowns, right? The 6, first time on dirt, going long in a long time. The 9 stretching out. All those other horses coming out of the race were nothing. We saw that replay, and I think it showed it enough.
It's a wildly fast race for these horses. I would make fun of you for making the over under 155, Tom, but I bet over.
Yes, she did.
I can't really do that.
I still want
I
my
cannot
shoe shine.
believe how far away this was.
I can't believe Higher Force
Tom.
ran second.
Ran a huge race.
Massive effort.
Yeah, that was a tough beat for Rudy with a 9, man. That horse, she ran her eyeballs out. Romero cleared the lead and everything right with her. They went a very honest pace for this level of horse. And I mean, I'm taking nothing away from Box Wine, but higher force. She ran hard. She really ran too well to lose this race.
Flying P, that hot pink. Boxed Wine. Ricardo Santana, 2 wins this afternoon. Jorge Abreu, first after the claim. And right to the winner's circle. Boxed Wine, 6-9-3-2 in the 10th at Saratoga. Results, reaction plus. Grade 1 winner on your screen. Dynamic pricing. On the move, 10-1. Just a game victorious. Belmont week won't be 10-1 today. Dynamic pricing. Heading over to the Saratoga paddock. The featured Perfect Sting is next.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Zel Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Mona! In Italian to win it. Starlust!
Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M. Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. To Maggie in the winner's circle, who found the winner and then found the winning owner.
Yeah, take 2 here with Jay Provenzano, Flying P, and Jay. Look, you beat Tom in a shake for this horse, but you both had the same thought process. This is a dirt horse.
Yeah, we did. As soon as Tom saw me enter him in the dirt, he texts me and he's like, that is the same idea I had. And I was like, sorry, Lord. You know, but listen, so yesterday it was like, I can't wait to get out of here. So when I saw him after the last winner, I was like, you still want to get out of here? He's like, no. And I said, that's why we pull the covers over our head. You know what? We wake up, next day it is what it is. You know, it's like 2 wins. I win a shake for Baby Yoda. It's like, what a great day. Like, it can't get no better. You guys win a steak. You win with, Atfield. It's like you just, you know, you got to take the lows to get the highs. And you really need the lows to enjoy the highs.
It is so freaking true, man. I mean, I was in tears in the paddock after Mamba got beat. And then today I'm in tears of joy.
Yeah, you know, yesterday was a hard one to take. I took 3 bad beats up here, but yesterday was tough because I'm like right where the wire is, my box, and I called him a winner. I saw him a winner, and so did your team. Like when I went home.
Hall doesn't miss either.
When I went home yesterday, they're like, oh, you know. And then when they went to the slow, they're like, uh-oh. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I did, you know, uh-oh. But it is what it is, you know. This is the game, you know, like put your big boy pants on, and you know, you better, because if you can't, get out of the game, you know.
It's true, and you still have 8 more chances here.
I do. You know what? Mike has had a tremendous meet. He's had some real nice babies run. He's win, you know, two races with 2 horses twice. You know, like he's had a meet of a lifetime. You know what? I had that meet last year, whatever. I'm falling a little short with a couple bad beats or whatever. I think now I'm tied with Klarovich for second. So, you know what? I got 8 more shots. I'll do what I can do, you know? That's all I can.
It's why we do it. It's just so much fun. We're all competitive by nature. Congratulations on a huge day, though.
I appreciate that so much, Maggie. Thank you.
Guys.
Another big summer at Saratoga. Jay Provenzano as boxed wine strikes in the 10th.
I thought he got taken down while I went to the bathroom because I've never heard that much whining from an owner after winning a race. Wow.
Was kind of a tough beat.
Well, they were talking about if you're just getting that conversation, you don't know. It was yesterday. Ricardo Santana, actually, if you watch the photo, it's kind of out of a movie. He's looking back, but look at the pick 6 follow along. Monster, you beat a 3 to 5 shot to start. Baby Yoda, I think some people might have, but I think a lot of people in box wine might change it a little bit.
I think this race determines everything.
Yeah.
I think it determines whether the pick 6 carries over this race coming up.
Well,
the 5 and 6 got to get beat here for that to happen.
Perfect Sting. Friday co-feature.
How about that?
Dynamic pricing, 9 to 5, morning line favorite. Not the current favorite, Proctor Street on the ascend, improving. More on her in a moment, Proctor Street. But if you're wondering why there's a stakes race at Saratoga called the Perfect Sting, here's why. It's been a quarter century in those Stronach colors. Second running of the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf Andy, Perfect Sting, and Jerry Bailey strike at Churchill Downs.
She was a tremendous racehorse and had remarkable consistency throughout her career, trained by Joe Orsino, owned by Frank Stronach. She was just a machine.
What year was that? 2000?
2000.
The last time Churchill hosted a Breeders' Cup, right? Did they host one?
No, there's been a few since.
06, 11.
I mean, we were on set for 06. Tom, get it together.
Shit,
Let's
I'm
go.
forgetting about Zenyatta.
Oh, yeah. Just that Breeders' Cup you forgot about. But yeah,
memorable for him as well.
Perfect Sting.
You're on fire today, Tom.
Red Ransom being the
you
sire.
hit that box wine before you came up to set or something?
I don't know what's going on, folks. We're trying. Me and Lafitte are trying to conduct a show over
back
here.
in the 80s?
You know what makes a good broadcast? When 7 dudes are talking at the same time. That's what makes a really good broadcast. Is there any way these 2 mares are similar in price as they are right now by the time we get to post?
Yeah,
that blows my mind.
It's interesting. Believe it or not, in the double, the 6 is favored. In the pick 3, the 5 is considerable favorite. It's like 3 to 2 difference.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You know, it's hard to say. Listen, I have no problem with the idea the 6 could win this race. But the problem I have from a gambling standpoint, a price like that, the 5 has done it. She's a Grade 1 winner recently, 3rd in the Diana. She's run big races repeatedly throughout her career. The 6 is an up-and-comer, and she had a perfect trip, and she won nicely last time. And she certainly has the right to improve, and she could end up being a Grade 1 horse, for all we know, and she might win this race. But you're betting a horse at too short a price in the come here. That's my problem with the odds. She can win this race. I won't be shocked if she does. I picked her second. But the 5's supposed to be favored because she's more likely to win.
And it's a significant class drop from what she's been facing. Plus, the horses she's run against in these Grade 1s have come back and done very, very well in subsequent starts.
Running against, she feels pretty. She's running against monsters. You know what horse I think is a little sneaky in here is a Lilac Rolla. She finished 2nd and 3rd behind the 2 best 3-year-old fillies in Europe going a mile last year. She ran too bad to be true in her return. She's a wise guy horse near to me.
It's a fun race. Very strong edition of the Perfect Sting coming up next. The co-feature on this Friday at the Spa closing weekend. And yeah, a little bit of a wrinkle to Fox Saratoga Saturday. It's Fox Saratoga Sunday, and it's early. Coverage begins 1 Eastern. Road to the Breeders' Cup Classic continues. $1 million
Jockey Club Gold Cup. Sierra Leone, Whitney winner. Is he the best older horse in the country? Mind Frame defeated Sierra Leone in the Stephen Foster. Defending champ is back. Highland Falls, there's the field. 9-strong Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Let's revisit the Whitney. First Saturday in August. Felt like a statement race going in, Andy, for Sierra Leone. He made a statement, all right.
Yeah, he did. He made his run. He got a great ride by Flavian, the old inside-out move. Got an honest pace to work with, something that has haunted him a little bit throughout his career, and he proved best. But I'll tell you something. Highland Falls did not run much worse than he did. I think even Disarm ran okay in this race. The best race Disarm, finishing third's run since the Travers here 2 years ago. So as well as Sierra Leone ran, others ran well behind him, and they're all back in here, and I think this is going to be one heck of a race, especially when you throw in Mindframe, who, whether you like Mindframe in this race or not, I think you have to consider him the leader of the division right now with the Grade 1 wins and the fact that he finished ahead of Sierra Leone. That may all change tomorrow.
Climax runner, stretch runner, added distance Jockey Club Gold Cup, 1.25 miles.
Right, and look, quite frankly, pace dependent. And when the pace is there for a horse like Sierra Leone, he shows his brilliance. He did it in the Breeders' Cup Classic last year, and you saw it right there in the Whitney. He needs that pace up front to set up that big close.
Except one thing I think is remarkable about him is he's a deep closer, and he's never failed to hit the board. So he's never run a bad race. He just needs a faster pace to run his best race.
Paul Roth, watch this in the Foster. Sierra Leone is right at Mindframe's hip, and watch Mindframe, the ability to dart away and quicken.
Yeah, but I think Sierra Leone was out of his game, right? You know, this is a kind of race where a softer pace, Mindframe is going to beat him every time because he's able to lay off, and Sierra Leone has to chase him early. When somebody can do the dirty work and sting Mindframe, that will help Sierra Leone. You know, a lot of people will keep saying, you know, Mindframe ran giant this day. I thought Sierra Leone ran really good to run second there. And I get it, Sierra Leone's gotten, or Mindframe's gotten the best, but when it's a full field, we'll see what happens.
Tail of the tape, same age. Sierra Leone, more experience by far. Bigger bankroll, but Mindframe perfect this year. 3 for 3, Tom. It's just an intriguing Jockey Club Gold Cup, and we are going to learn so much more about this Breeders' Cup Classic after this weekend from Pacific Classic out west, fierceness, and here with these two in the Jockey Club Gold Cup specifically.
We will, and we talked about pace in this upcoming race, and isn't contrary thinking that stablemate of Sierra Leone, he's in there for a reason, to make that pace quick and to help set up the close of his stablemate Sierra Leone.
But now they know it, right?
Yeah.
They know it now, so maybe it will change a little bit. They won't kind of go after contrary thinking. Got left last time. Yeah.
I think he's not hurt. It's not like when they ran against Holy Bull with a rabbit, or even Hedevar running against Dr. Fager, or against Commentator. He's just making an honest pace. It's not hurting anybody else. It's just helping Sierra Leone.
We're going to continue this conversation and so much more just on a different channel. We'll see you over on Fox Sports 1. 2 left from Saratoga. Feature is next.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Racetracks, casinos, slots, superfectas, you can gamble from anywhere all the time. You've just got to ask yourself, should I? Take a pause to stay in control and think about how much time you spend gambling. A pause can help you determine if you're gambling because you like to or you need to. A pause can help remind you there's more to the moment than your next wager. Visit oasis.ny.gov and take our survey to see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Saratoga Racecourse, closing week, Fan Appreciation Week. You have to appreciate the amount of winning Chad Brown does every summer, leading trainer with 3 days and 4 races left. In moments, Brown to unleash dynamic pricing, Grade 1, just a game winner. Current second choice, co-favorite in the Perfect Sting. Competition, how about trainer Brendan Walsh? High hopes for this improving filly. Her name is Proctor Street. Big win here last month, biggest challenge to date, ready for her stakes debut. Saratoga Racecourse live look in the paddock just before the co-feature Perfect Sting. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. Good crowd on hand. Fans taking in the last few days of the season. And we have 2 races left on this Friday program as we welcome you just outside the paddock. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. That Perfect Sting coming up very shortly. Very strong edition of the Perfect Sting. Fillies and mares here going a mile on grass as we get set for closing weekend. Still so much great racing coming your way. 3 Grade 1 events, the Spinaway 2-year-old fillies, Jockey Club Gold Cup on Fox on Sunday, and the traditional closing day feature, the hopeful for 2-year-olds. First things first, the co-feature today, that Perfect Sting field, updated odds. Fillies and mares, older fillies and mares. Proctor Street, dynamic pricing, both at 9 to 5 as I welcome in my co-host, Paula Duca, Andy Serling, trainer Tom Amos. Guys, let's start with the fillies and mares right behind us. We know about the Grade 1 winner, Tom, dynamic pricing. Why is Proctor Street making her stakes debut considered a threat to a Grade 1 winner?
Well, Proctor Street's an up-and-comer in this race, and when you look at her last race, it was really, really good. Her finish was a burst at the end. She's undefeated over the turf course here at Saratoga. So she is going to be competition for our big, heavy favorite, dynamic pricing, the 5-horse.
Dynamic pricing, 2 starts back. Belmont week on a yielding turf course, Andy, a 10 to 1 Grade 1 just a game winner.
She ran really well in this race. You know, she outclosed the horse that ended up winning, the Diana next start. Maybe the 1 1/8 a little bit farther for her. Little rain this morning probably helps her chances. She's a horse that ran extremely well when she won the Beaugay before this race. She ran very well in some races last year and was kind of unlucky in a lot of those races to lose. She's a very good horse. She should be favored in this race. Now maybe somebody will step forward and beat her, but she's the one they have to beat.
She was good. And in her last race in the Diana, she just run into some horse that I don't think she got the, really a great trip considering she just was not involved in the race. Now the 6 is taking a lot of money, and I think there's a lot of prospects there. The one thing about the 6, though, her worst race was without Lasix. She'll run without Lasix today.
Leading trainer Chad Brown, dynamic pricing, and welcome again Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, you know her well, dynamic pricing. What's she showing you as we get closer to post time for this Perfect Sting?
She's showing me that she's a little over the top, Lafitte, here, as she has been incredibly wound up. Now, when I've seen her in the past, she's been engaged, she's been eager and forward, but listening and controllable. They're actually going to take her out last because of her behavior here in the paddock. She's just been wound up, whereas you look at her in the face of Proctor Street, and Proctor Street has been calm, cool, collected, looks fabulous. Now, since she's gotten away from the other horses here on your screen, she is settled down. So I suppose keeping her away from other fillies and mares in here is going to keep her settled. Physically, she looks tremendous. She looks great. I noticed that she had grown from 3 to 4 when she came back in May at Aqueduct to get the win. She looks incredibly fit here, but like I said, let's pay attention to how she behaves out on track, and hopefully she can contain herself as a horse that I'm a little bit intrigued by just because her last race was so poor, and that's number 2, Rakaya, as she bolted coming around the final turn there, going the mile and a 16th in the bogey. And it was something that I kind of noticed with her in the her former race as well, just leaning out a little bit. Well, today they've changed the equipment. She now has a shadow roll on with a cage bit, so giving Flavien Prat that power steering that she so desperately needed in that last effort to get around that final turn. She's in a position where she is drawn to the inside and she has early speed. There might be some others to press her, but at least she has that advantageous post. Lafitte?
Shadwell homebred, Maggie. Rakaya, 10-1 call to post for the perfect sting. Older fillies and mares. There's Zadorsky, 17th start, her stakes debut.
Pretty tough spot to pick for your turf debut. She just doesn't have enough pedigree for me to like her in a spot like this.
Turf debut, yeah. There's Rakaya, 10-1. Flavien Prat aboard.
Yeah, I think this filly's going to run a better race today, and you're getting a good price at 10-1. I don't know if she can win the race, but I think she's going to show up.
Vino Rouge, sharp mare, recent form, pretty good.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how she runs. I think her last race is better than that 78 buyer suggests, but it doesn't necessarily mean she's good enough to win here.
A Lilac Rolla, Irish filly, second U.S. start.
Yeah, this horse is interesting. Like Andy said, 2 good races in grade 1s overseas, and the bottom side, Red Ransom, perfect sting. Could be a hunch.
Proctor Street, not her stakes debut, second choice, 2-1.
Yeah, and a horse that, like you guys were saying, the up-and-coming horse.
Lorray, a French filly, Winter Memories winner.
Yeah, I mean, she's second off a layoff, so maybe she can run better. I just think she'd have to run better than she's ever run before.
Number 8, New Rome, 5-year-old mare representing speed.
Yeah, speed of the party for Jenna Antonucci's. Having a really good meet.
And then dynamic pricing over the top, Tom, in terms of what Maggie was just describing, explaining. If you're Chad Brown, if you're her trainer, what are your concerns?
Well, behavior is what Maggie's referring to. And you have to have the proper behavior and focus, no matter how talented you are. I think Chad is going to be paying close attention to his filly, dynamic pricing on the track, to see how her behavior is on the track. We're just watching the post parade now, but what goes on in the next 7 or 8 minutes on the track will have a lot to say about whether that's been carried over to the racetrack.
All eyes on her. Maggie trackside monitoring closely dynamic pricing. Feature, co-feature, perfect sting next. And of course, even though it's closing week, just 3 days left, invite you to get involved. Sign up, NyraBets.com. When you do so, you're going to use that promo code SPOT200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NyraBets.com. Back to Proctor Street and her most recent, Paul, right here at Saratoga, and how impressive this was. Good pedigree, improving filly for trainer Brendan Walsh, and on the strength of this effort, filly on the ascend, much bigger and brighter in her future.
Yeah, she's talented. I mean, there's no doubt about that. She does get 4 pounds on some of her rivals on dynamic pricing. I don't know if that really is going to matter, but she was dominant in her last effort. Brendan Walsh is a trainer, obviously a Midwest trainer, doesn't ship a ton up here, but I would call him the best turf trainer of the Midwest trainers. I mean, Chad, obviously one of the better trainers, not the best turf trainer, and we've seen Todd, but Brendan can bring horses up here along with Grand Motion, and they run.
That was a huge burst.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, sat in last, just went around everybody. That's when you just know you're just that much better than the field.
Beat the horse that won today's first race. The difference was that horse got caught 3 and 4 wide around the racetrack, whereas Proctor Street was able to settle in the rail, save ground the whole way, and angle out. Your burst is always going to be better when you save ground in 2-turn turf races and angle out and don't lose the ground. So that's another horse. So I think that exaggerated performance, she can win. To me, she's overbet. I like standing alone here with a 5. Sorry, guys. And I also think that Paul's point was very interesting about her only mediocre race being when she didn't have Lasix. Not that she ran that badly that day, to be fair.
And I also think the Clement runner is the other horse in here, because if you look at the Clement runner, Lorray, has to start here against Deep Satin, not her best beginning, but she hadn't run since October. I think she fires today. Now she's been up here at Saratoga. Last year she went to Keeneland. I have a feeling she's going to run a big race at 7.
Beat Proctor Street in that Winter Memories.
Yeah.
Rakaya, number 2, Shadwell homebred, 8-1. This was last fall in her U.S. debut. Del Mar Breeders' Cup weekend. Andy, as she wires the field in the Gold Acoba.
Right, well, they've got to get back to that kind of running style now. They obviously tried it last time, but something went badly wrong for her to run as poorly as she did, and it was a quick pace. But the problem for her is New Rome. New Rome has no way to go but go forward and be a speed. So if you're running New Rome in here and you're riding Ricardo Santana, you're going. And that could be problematic for her. But I don't think Rakaya is impossible. I guess the question you guys have to ask is, do you think that win necessarily makes her good enough to win this race?
Yeah, but look what she got going her way. I mean, she slowed it down on the front end in that race and was able to do that. I don't think she gets an opportunity to slow it down and be far enough in front of the field where she's not going to be challenged by somebody.
I think she's going to try to get covered up today.
You think she'll get covered up?
I think with Flavian, he'll cover her up.
Interesting. I think she tries to go.
I think she has to go in here. I think her best chance to win is in the front. The 8 may, like Tom said, may get her way.
Maggie, we're looking at Proctor Street. What are you seeing?
Just a horse that looks fantastic. I loved her win last time, and I like when owner breeders like Patricia Mosley are rewarded, and she has done so well with this family too. Being that this is obviously the daughter of Proctor's Ledge, but if you go back a generation, the brothers and sisters to Proctor's Ledge have been okay on the racetrack as well, and showing that patience paying off. I remember she was meant to run again at the Saratoga meet last year, but for some reason, something set her off one morning, and Brendan Walsh said she actually kind of reared up and went over, and she had to be a late scratch. It was close to the day she was meant to run. And so then he kind of regrouped, things didn't go well, and they put her away. And boy, has she rewarded them. And if anything, she has filled out tremendously. I remember Acacia covering her last race and saying just the same thing, because she truly has. She's really taken another step forward here as a 4-year-old. And just because Dynamic Pricing, whom I respect, is just, I don't love the way she's acting. She's just very, very edgy. Maybe that means she'll be closer. I don't know, but I just prefer the looks of Proctor Street today. Now, moving on to number 11, excuse me. I'm reading the odds. There's no 11 in here. It's the 4. But that is a Lilac Rolla. I'm interested to see to hear what Andy says, because he mentioned that he was intrigued by her in the paddock. I do think that I wouldn't want her going too much further than this mile than a mile. I think it's the right distance for her. She's very much built that way. She's shorter coupled, smaller in stature, and she looks tremendous here for Bill Mott. So she does come out of obviously a live race with the Just a Game and Dynamic Pricing beating that. But Andy, I'm interested to see why you thought she was a little bit intriguing. I know the slow start didn't help her chances.
I mean, you're talking about a horse that was second in the Irish Guineas going a mile to Fallen Angel, who was probably the second best 3-year-old filly going a mile in Europe last year, and she finished third to Porta Fortuna, who was one of the favorites in the Breeders' Cup Mile last year, coming here off of a tremendous European campaign. If she's good enough to be in contact with those horses in Group 1 races in Europe, she's good enough to be competitive in this race. Now, she may not be that horse anymore, and she obviously just completely stunk the joint up in her one U.S. race when she blew the brake. But I don't want to just dismiss the fact that in her career earlier, she's run races that would make her highly competitive, and she's 11-1, because we're spending a lot of time talking about the 5 and 6, and they may be the 2 best horses in the race, but there are others in here, and she's one of them.
With Europeans making their first start in the States, Lilac Rolla, a poor break, that's not uncommon.
No, it's not. And
fair.
Might not be uncommon for her to do it again today. And you want to watch her this start. I just think she's an 11-1 shot that's a little worth talking about. I have no problem. I picked the race 5-6. I agree they're the first 2 horses, but there are others here worth talking about.
Yeah, and speaking of the 4, so the track was really, really deep that day. They actually canceled turf racing the next day, but she's been used to being on that kind of track overseas. It's hard to use that as an excuse.
No, I got no excuse for her. She stunk the joint up. No, I'm not making excuses for her. I'm just saying she does have 3-year-old form that would make her highly competitive
100%.
here. You know, that's all I'm saying. She may just not be able to run anymore.
Paulie, race shape, pace, what are we looking for in the early stages of this perfect sting?
I think New Rome is the horse to catch in here, the 8. I do think Flavian won't get in too much of a pace with the 2. The 3 should show pace. So I do think that that's why I think the 7 sits the best trip in here. I just don't know if she is the best in here.
Last look before she loads there, Tom, dynamic pricing.
Looks good. Looks good going in the gate.
Proctor Street. Arad Ortiz, 4 wins this afternoon, seeking a 5th leading rider at Saratoga this summer. Once again, the 7, Larray steps forward. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time for the Friday co-feature, The Perfect Sting, live on FS1.
Rakia goes in. A Lilac Rolla coming up. New Rome to the outside for The Perfect Sting, named after that brilliant mare. They're in the gate. And they're off in The Perfect Sting. Rakia, Vino Rouge. Here comes New Rome on the outside. New Rome takes the lead over Rakia into the first turn, with Vino Rouge racing in third. Zadorsky is fourth through the opening quarter mile. And then it's Proctor Street who settles 7 lengths off this quick early tempo. Larray on the outside of dynamic pricing, racing head and head, and 2 more to a Lilac Rolla. 23-2, a crisp quarter for New Rome, who races down the backstretch with a 3-length lead. Rakia rating kindly in second. It's another 2.5 lengths back to Vino Rouge and Zadorsky side by side. Proctor Street is by herself, now 9 lengths off the lead. Dynamic pricing is next on the inside of Larray and a Lilac Rolla. 47 flat. New Rome into the far turn over Rakia, who's been second the entire journey. Vino Rouge. Zadorsky is fourth. 6 or 7 off the lead. There goes Proctor Street, making her move now. And Proctor Street is starting to motor home. She's in front of dynamic pricing and Larray at the top of the stretch. Proctor Street down the center of the course, hand-ridden to come and tackle for the lead. And dynamic pricing is slicing through traffic, coming through on the inside of Rakia. Proctor Street or dynamic pricing. Dynamic pricing shows her class with a powerful run through the stretch to win The Perfect Sting. Tight photo between Rakia and Proctor Street. What a run from dynamic pricing.
Frank said it, class, too much class. Winning owner Seth Klarman, winning trainer Chad Brown. So many big moments at Saratoga over the years. Dynamic pricing, hemmed in at the top of the stretch. Dylan Davis finding room on the inside to operate and uncork her furious rally.
Unbelievable. I mean, he had a difficult trip, whereas her co-favored Proctor Street had the best trip you can imagine. There's no doubt who the best horse was in this race.
Yeah. Look at the horse with the white and red cap, and Dylan made this cut to the rail, Andy, and she was now the best. He cut to the rail. He did not give up on her because the top of the lane she was kind of boxed, and she exploded.
Give up on her.
Yeah.
At the 3/16th pole, he was thinking, I'm not going to pull her up. I'm going to go right onto Nelson Avenue and ride her back to Long Island rather than face Chad Brown after this race.
Yeah.
So believe me, he wasn't pulling up.
No.
He was thinking, someone give me a miracle because I'm about to get yelled at.
But he got through. I mean, this big old horse, you hit the nail on the head, Tom, because we were right here going, the 6 might be home. You could see Joel Rosario with the gray holds Dylan in because he thinks he has horse with Larray, and Dylan has no choice but to cut down the rail, and this horse shows that class and just goes right by these horses. The 6 kind of held on onto that lead. I think the 2 came back and popped her for second.
I'm going to say she did. I thought she was close. I'm going to say something, Paulie. I think your point about Lasix may have mattered a little bit because the 6 had a beautiful trip in here, moved up like a winner, like she was going to draw off, and she didn't finish. And I wonder a little bit. I'm not saying, I'm just wondering a little bit, and you saying that, I wonder if that played a role because she looked to have the race sewn up, didn't she?
Yeah, she did, but I just think it's a matter of she's just not quite good enough. I don't know about the Lasix situation as much as you're watching a Grade 1 winner beat a group of horses and showing that she's just better than the rest.
Well, Flavien gave the 2 a phenomenal ride. He decided, I'm not going to, the 8 is nowhere in sight. Right. I'll go buy that horse, but Dylan
hard thing to do.
Gave a pretty good ride. I mean, you got to give Dylan a lot of credit. He ducked down to that rail.
He saved a tongue lashing.
Yeah.
You were thinking he was going to have to, eat her. Like, he was in behind horses, traffic, nowhere to go. Rosario kept him hemmed in, and she finds a crease in her class to thread her way through in the acceleration late. In the end, winning
That's it,
by a length
right
plus.
there, Lafitte. The ability for this horse to accelerate down the lane allows Dylan Davis to make some very quick decisions, get to spots he needed to get to navigate this horse through and win the race.
After getting into a spot he shouldn't probably have been in the first place. And to be fair, Leray was sort of race riding her as she should.
Yeah.
I mean, she's the horse to beat. You're supposed to try to keep her in a trap if you can. That's just good race riding. And the reality is, people were betting the 6 on the come. I get it. But the reality is, she's a better filly, dynamic pricing, and she's been good throughout her career.
What a pro, look at her. Seth Klarman's dynamic pricing. And to be fair, this looks like it was a very relieved looking jockey right there. And Dylan
I can't read
Davis.
lips or sign language, but I have a feeling Dylan is saying,
woo. Never in doubt. Not for a moment. Dylan Davis, the Saratoga product, produces dynamic pricing late, finds a seam, explodes, and takes down the perfect sting at Saratoga. Wow.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Stirring edition of the Perfect Sting. Dynamic pricing scores. Welcome back. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Winner Circle Lead-In, brought to you by the Phasic Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. Star of this show today, dynamic pricing. Wow. Owner Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown. Dynamic pricing, written by Dylan Davis, with Maggie in the winner's circle.
That's right, a ride where you could have looked like a goat, Dylan, but you ended up looking like the goat.
Had a perfect trip. All the gaps were opening up, and she was there for me every step of the way.
You have a great rapport with this filly. She can be a little edgy. She was back in the paddock, then they kept her away from the horse, and she seemed to settle a bit once out on track.
Yeah, great job with Chad realizing that early so she didn't get too carried away. We were able to go out last year and get her relaxed, and we had a nice, easy warm-up, and just talking to her the whole time and getting her relaxed, she really switched off, and she did a good job mentally for us getting to the gate, really.
And really, what were you thinking at this point in time as we're watching the replay back? You know, we saw Proctor's ledge get the bit of a jump with the wide move. You opted to stay inside, and boy, did it pay off.
Yeah, I knew that Johnny was going to take me at least to the quarter pole there, and I was actually looking to opt to come outside with Joel, but he had a little more horse than I did. I didn't want to have to push my way out, so I had given myself some options while trying to do that, and then I darted right back inside, and I saw the gaps there, and she was there every step of the way, and happy for her, and great job with the team here and having her ready, and she really thrived through there. She pushed on through, and she wanted to challenge a little more, but she already got the job done a touch early there before the wire. So.
She was full of herself for sure on the gallop out. Well, Dylan, congratulations, multi-win day, and capping it off with the perfect sting.
Thanks, Maggie.
Guys.
Just like they drew it up on the chalkboard. Dylan Davis, dynamic pricing. This is why we love having a world-class trainer on set. Tom, you're the trainer. You train dynamic pricing. What's going through the mind of Chad Brown? What's going through your mind if that's the filly you train, a favorite in a stakes race, and you're watching things unfold?
Are we on YouTube TV? Or,
no, we're definitely not on YouTube.
Okay, in that case, let's keep it good. But I can tell you a lot of frustration watching a horse that I think is the best horse in the race, and having a tough trip like that, and wondering if I'm going to get there or not. All the time and effort that the barn puts in, but you know what? That's what makes good horses, great horses. The ability to accelerate, to go for spots. And Dylan Davis did exactly what he had to do at the head of the lane. He wasn't getting out, and he's going to have to navigate through some traffic. And, you know, he looked like me on the interstate trying to get home in a hurry. You know, I picked the right lane here, I picked the right lane there. As long as you can put your foot on the gas and the horse goes and the car goes, you're going to get it. And when you put the foot on the gas for this filly, she takes off.
It helps to have that caliber of a filly as we look at the follow-along with the pick six. But isn't that what jockeys are taught, Andy? It's on grass. You're supposed to save ground. It's a calculated risk that eventually something's going to open up. A seam is going to present itself.
It's like Richie says. There are bad rides and there are unlucky rides. And he had a target on his back, and horses kept him in. I don't think he gave the horse a bad ride. I think he was just going to get unlucky if he didn't get up. And I think the one thing, and you hit on it, Tom, with her, is he didn't panic. He didn't steady. He didn't do anything stupid. He didn't try to bang into somebody to get out. He said, plan A ain't working out. I got to go to plan B. And plan B worked.
I thought it was a heck of a ride. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys are saying, here's the problem that you have.
Don't give me the you guys stuff.
No, here's the thing. If the horse was a 1-2, you guys are acting like this horse was 1-9. He was 9-5. If he was 1-9, it'd be like a hairy ride. But that was a good ride.
Let me say one more time. It's been a long meet.
We're not done yet. Not done yet. Not done today. Not done with your guys' bankroll plays. This isn't fun. This isn't entertaining when you both see the same race the exact same way. Not as entertaining for the rest of us.
But there's so much alike, these two guys.
I will tell you something. You guys want to make fun? When my man Paulie likes a horse, I like him.
Let's see it, Paul.
I bet more.
I like the 10 in here via Veneto. The horse got just creamed at the break last time out. I think the drop in class will help her. Filly by Malibu Moon for Phil Antonacci, who's had a tremendous meet. Me and Andy are on the same horse. I only got 80 to win. Andy got his $100 back from earlier.
Right, I actually bet 200, right? Because I got my 100 back in the other horse. I'm on a free roll. But I'm going to bet 100.
Good day at the track. You bet a horse that was declared a non-starter, man. You're going to finish this
first
meet out
ticket
with
I
a
cashed
bang.
in about 3 days, my friend. I like Bienvenido too. I mean, now listen, this horse is one of the favorites. If you look at the Mudbright Race bets, opened up as the favorite. It's a kind of an obvious thing. Had one start, was running against better horses, had trouble. Now picks up Irad Ortiz for a rider who was riding that day that buried 2 horses in Grade 1 races earlier. Bienvenido makes a lot of sense in here for a trainer Phil Antonacci who's having a terrific meet. I don't discount the 2. I think the 6 is a very interesting long shot near Magnum's Microburst, a horse that could be very live in here at a price. But I think the 10 is the one I want with my man.
29th and final next when we come back on FS1. Plus a look ahead to the closing day feature, the hopeful Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-olds. Bob Baffert has sent butane from the West. We'll preview when Saratoga Live returns.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is God-eye.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 now bid now $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000, thank you.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
On the outside, it's Shanghai Bobby as they turn into the stretch. Here's Shanghai Bobby now to strike the lead. It's Shanghai Bobby in front and getting clear here. Shanghai Bobby's in front by 4. Then Burn Identity and Fortify, followed by Overanalyze. They come down for the wire, and it is Shanghai Bobby to win the hopeful, and he did it impressively.
That was only the beginning. Shanghai Bobby in the 2012 hopeful, eventual Breeders' Cup juvenile winner, Paul, and an eventual 2-year-old champion.
Yeah, it beat the Doug O'Neill great horse for Mario Gutierrez by a whisker.
He's had enough.
He's had enough. Yeah,
well
at a big
Maiden,
prize.
right?
Yeah. I remember those boys had a lot to win on Shanghai Bobby. He's had enough. But Rosie Napravnik said, not today. That was one of the first 2-year-old races without Lasix, and they ran really slow.
Rosie Napravnik.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
This is one of the slow ones.
Shanghai Bobby, trained by Todd Pletcher. Hopeful winners who have eventually captured the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and been crowned 2-year-old champion, going back to Forte, most recent Shanghai Bobby favorite trick. Horse of the Year back in '97, eventual Preakness winner Chiefs Crown in the mid-'80s.
No, Chiefs Crown is actually a very interesting horse. He was favored in every 3 Triple Crown race without ever winning one of them. But he did beat Spendebuck in that Breeders' Cup, in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
And favorite trick, probably one of the best 2-year-olds ever.
Horse of the Year?
2-year-old.
He had a good record.
That's right. Horse of the Year as a
2-year-old.
Yeah.
Like 8 for 8 or something. A big campaign for Pat Byrne.
Take a look at the field. Lucky Tom's not unleashing his 2-year-olds in the Spendthrift Farm hopeful. 8 strong. Current morning line favorite in Butane coming in from the west, 2-1 morning line favorite. Ted Noffi, 9-2. Maggie's with us. I don't know what was more memorable, Maggie, Ted Noffi's debut or the post-race interview you were a part of.
Yeah, I know. I loved getting the chance to catch up with Ned Toffee. I always got to think about it. As he said, the joke was on him as the president of Spendthrift Farm, put the name in after this horse had begun working, and he was told to look up Ted Noffi, and found that, yes, they had named this horse kind of after him after a mistake in a tweet by a racing publication in calling him the incorrect name. But he said it actually fits because he's big, gray, and though luckily much faster than the human version, as he was impressive in his debut. Big, just lumbering type of horse where you feel like the longer he gets to go, the better he will become. And so I think there's a lot of upside, a lot of promise with Ned Ted Noffy. See, I still can't get it right. I have to really think about it, Lafitte, to get it right.
All part of the story, what made that so memorable. Ted Noffy. Paul, what are you expecting in the hopeful?
I think the horse is a really nice horse. You can see the way he kind of straightened out, and it kind of looked like he got warmed up towards the end of the race, if you look at it. He kind of got to his right lead and kept on going. I think he's got a lot of talent. And, of course, when you get to the hopeful, it's one of those things where you kind of dream. You win that race, you're obviously one of the top horses going into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. So I do think Ted Noffy's going to give himself a good appearance in that race.
So much history, prestige, tradition for those who run well, typically onto the Champagne and then eventually the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Danger from the West. Andy, what do we know about the incoming butane for Bob Baffert?
He'll be overbet, and people will go crazy on the internet if he wins. Other than that, it's hard to really know. $1.7 million for him. I think they nominated the 2 horses that Bob had, Brant, the other one for the owner, and Brant's going to stay out there and it's going to run. He's obviously good. I don't know about you guys. I have trouble judging how good these horses are, and I think he's probably very good, and I respect Bob Baffert as much as anybody does, but I just feel like these horses always get a little overbet, and you look at his figures, is he really faster than anybody?
So he didn't break that well that day, and he had to hustle to get in a position. Oftentimes with a first-time starter, they don't do everything exactly right. I think you'll see Butane make a big effort in the hopeful.
One thing about Bob, like you said, they're going to be, I hate when people say, how's Bob's horses training? They're all training well. That's just the bottom line. He trains them against all of his other horses. So they're going to come here, like Andy said, going to be a little bit overbet. They're going to be training well. They're going to be getting B-pluses from the Harrington workouts out there in California. All of them, they come here. But you have to discern, kind of like Chad on the turf, which ones you're going to use.
Baffert, of course, based out west. He's won the Del Mar Futurity, not exaggerating, like 13, 14, 15 times, something unreal. Only 3 starters in the hopeful butane will become the 4th. That's the closing day hopeful. And speaking of impressive 2-year-olds, and breaking some news here on FS1, Tom, you've had 2 of the most impressive freshmen this meet, going back to It's Our Time. Plans have been decided for what's next.
So assuming It's Our Time stays healthy off of this maiden debut win, which was really awesome, and really it reminded me of why I love racing so much. I mean, I was emotional because I haven't had one do that in a first-time start ever. I mean, I've had them do it, maybe 1 or 2 starts in their career, but never something like this. It's for some first-time owners, you guys, a father-son team, and I turned around to the dad who I bought this horse as a yearling for last year with our team, and I turned around and looked at the dad, and he was crying. And
awesome.
it was special. It was really special. But so we're going to go to Champagne with It's Our Time. That's our plan as long as we stay healthy.
So that means that Tom will be working here next year. Tom's contract was renewed shortly after he made that. And I also want to say, thankfully, after 3 hours on the set together, something useful was finally said on the set.
I think the greatest part about it was you beat Jason Wirth's horse, and I was able to text Jason, you just got stuffed in the locker.
That's brutal.
He's now blocked. That's now blocked Paulie in his phone.
He took me out a couple times as a filly. There's payback as a you-know-what.
Wow. It's Our Time. Champagne bound. Stellar upon debut here at Saratoga. And then the colt with kind of a cult following. A Big Dom in his debut. Victorious. Tom, most impressive of what's next for Big Dom. Where will we see him next?
This wasn't 17 lengths, but Big Dom is just getting started. And he's a prototypical 2-turn horse in the way he's built and made. And he's going to start in the Keeneland Futurity next. That was a very good race, you guys. Time was fast. He fought hard in it. He's a bigger, stronger version of what It's Our Time is. Maybe a little harder to get fit as a 2-year-old than It's Our Time was. But he handled it really well, and we're excited about him.
You told me Jose come off the horse and said the horse is going to love going long,
He did. That's a good point, Paul. He said, man, I can't wait till we take this horse 2 turns, Tom.
Yeah. Waking up, going to the barn, knowing those 2-year-olds are waiting for you. What's that like?
Yeah, I mean, look, they were both bought at Keeneland, and our team got to buy them. It's exciting not only for me, but for the guys that I work with at the Keeneland sale. So my former assistant, Brent Sumja, who went on his own in California, is a very successful trainer, retired. He's part of the team. Ron Fauché, also a former trainer, 2-time Fairgrounds champion trainer, and he's retired. He's on the team. And then Chris Richard, who also a former trainer. And those guys, Richard, Sumja, they worked with me. Fauché was always my competition. So as a team of 4, I think we do a pretty good job.
Great stuff.
To say it. You've had a great
Can't wait to see what's next. It's Our Time in the Champagne. Big Dom bound for Lexington in the Breeders' Futurity. To Maggie in the paddock for this nightcap paddock report.
Wow, Tom, that sounds like a Louisiana powerhouse team that you have assembled there. Well done. As we'll take a look here at a horse that I wasn't expecting to like. That's number 4, Bourbon Milk Punch. This is her second start for the Horacio de Paz barn, and she was wired last time out while tracking the pace in the 2-path. First time for Horacio. I haven't seen her. I didn't see her for that first start for the barn, but she looks fabulous here. She's put on weight. She's put on conditioning. Her energy's better. She's dappled head to toe. I know she kind of has the appearance of being who she is, and maybe there's no, upward and forward move from her. But physically, she really caught my eye in this group. As we'll move on to some lighter raised individuals, including a first-time starter for Adam Rice coming in here is victoriously, daughter of Win Win Win, whose progeny have been better on the turf. There isn't much turf on the bottom side, though. She looks turf meant. She's kind of long, very angular, slighter frame, and while she looks fit and lean, she definitely looks like she'll need to strengthen up a bit here, and I think she should do so with this start under her belt. Number 9, Sharon Horizons, the higher priced of the Chad Brown duo here, actually the one not taking much money, but she debuted in a maiden claimer. I thought she was a little green early. She was able to save ground. She made a mild rally up the rail, but for a Wooten Bassett, she's actually kind of big and burly. There's a lot of her. Several of these, while they can be like this, they also can be a little bit more slighter and finer bone. She's one that, while I didn't see her in that debut, I'm guessing she definitely needed it. Did it move her forward enough here to move her up and make her a bit faster? As number 10, Via Veneto for Phil Antonacci, she's another one. She's a bigger type of filly, her with the Malibu Moon that comes with the territory. Big, solid filly, though, and she looks strong in here. I thought she just had no speed at all. She tried to make a bit of a rally through traffic up the inside, and the short comment does say fractious in the gate, so I'll keep a tight eye on her, guys. So far, so good in the paddock, though she has been on the muscle.
Great insight, Maggie. Called to post, 12th and final. $100,000 maiden claimers. We start with Channel Check and that team that just won the perfect sting.
Yeah, Channel Check dropping in class here from non-claiming to 100,000 claiming. We saw it work earlier.
Key actress, George Krikorian, Bill Mott. That's a team more like Goddess, then Solo Vincere. Back to turf, class drop.
Yeah, so what about it, Andy? Key actress.
Key actress? Well, she went by, but I think she's the horse to beat. Against the track last time.
We'll get back to her. We'll get back to her. Bourbon Milk Punch here with Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, she's a little bit slower than these horses. Not impossible, but I think there's just better horses in here.
Caviar Breakfast.
Been stuck behind some slow paces, but this is the one making those slow paces. Didn't get there.
Magnum's Microburst, class drop, first time in for a sale.
She is way too big a price in this race. She actually ran really well 2 races back against the bias and can be a player at 2 price.
Katerina Rostova, tough sledding for a while.
Yeah, look, has most starts of any horse in this field. That's not necessarily good when you're still a maiden.
Victoriously, Adam Rice trained first-time starter.
Listen, Adam Rice is always dangerous. We'll see.
Sharon Horizons, after one start, the homebred for sale.
This could be an interesting horse. Favored last time. Was behind a slow pace, couldn't get up.
Via Veneto, Andy and Paul all in.
Yeah, I don't like the price at 2-1. I'm live and pick 3, so I don't have to worry about it, but I think this horse is extremely dangerous.
McKinsey's Glory, tough post, tough beat last month.
Tough beat last month. Just beating a nose on the grass in a maiden claiming race, but lower than this one, so you'd have to consider this a jump in class.
Fillies and mares, who's ready to graduate? 12th and final. 5 minutes out on this gorgeous Friday evening. Closing week coverage continuing from Saratoga.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race. Very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Fox Saratoga Saturday with a twist, a wrinkle. Fox Saratoga Sunday, and it's early 1 Eastern. Coverage begins. The road to the Breeders' Cup Classic continues. The Jockey Club Gold Cup. Defending champ is back. Highland Falls. Sierra Leone Whitney winner. Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Mind Frame emerging top class older runner. What a matchup. $1 million on the line. American Classic Racing distance, 1.25 miles. Jockey Club Gold Cup this Sunday. Fox Saratoga Sunday. First things first, Friday nightcap. Looking at the favorite, Key Actress, her most recent, let's revisit. 4th of July, facing better competition. You'll see Key Actress, Tom. She was tracking the leader. Couldn't reel the leader in, just second best on that afternoon.
I guess. I mean, Lafitte, you said it. She couldn't reel in the leader, and I thought she had great position to show some finish. I actually thought, you know, just kind of was second best.
I'm going to beg to differ, and I think she was best, and I think the leader actually might have been third best. But this was in the first week we got up here, the July 4th weekend, when the rails were at 0 on the inner turf, and virtually no horse was competitive that wasn't on the rail. And the winner was on the rail the whole way. The horse who was third was on the rail and angled out late. She chased 2 wide. Now, I know it doesn't seem like that significant a difference. It was on that course, and I actually think she ran the best race of anybody, myself.
The bettors believe you. They're on you.
She is the favorite. What about Channel Check, drawn towards the inside, looking to graduate in her 4th and first time in for a claim, first time for sale?
Yeah, look, first time for sale, and I just feel like a horse like this, you know, wasn't getting it done in the maiden allowance ranks, but was still running credible races. This is a definite class release in this race.
I have a question for both you and Paulie about that. I don't think the drop to these $100,000 maiden claim races, we are new this year, we have not been running these this year, are as substantial. Now, you're not going to put a $500,000 horse worth of big pedigree, horses values of broodmare in those, but don't you think there isn't that much risk of getting claimed here?
Yeah.
It's not as substantial a drop for that reason.
But it's a substantial drop in competition.
Okay, but the only problem I have with the one, she was 90 cents on the dollar in a $32,000 purse at Tampa. So that's basically a maiden claimer here.
We liked her that day, let me point out.
And then ran 4th out of 6 horses last time, and not for me.
With a change of equipment, you know, you can tell he's looking for something. He had blinkers on when that second start. I get it. But, I mean, okay, forget about whether anybody's going to claim the horse for $100,000. The point being, this is a lighter group of competition than a maiden allowance.
Except the horse
if you want it.
Except the horse she has to beat, the 2, is shopping out of maiden specials as well, as is the 10 Via Veneto. So in this particular case, her main competition are making the same drop.
100%.
For
I understand that.
Via Veneto.
Yeah.
For you and Andy, bankroll play.
Yes. Hopefully he needs to get out of the gate.
The horse that's too big a price is the 6, I maintain.
Magnum's Microburst at 25-1. There is a Via Veneto. Frank Miramati with the call, 12th and final from Saratoga, live on FS1.
Last one will be Mackenzie's Glory. Walking up. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Key Actress is out alertly. Bourbon Milk Punch has some early speed, and Channel Check along the inside is not far behind as they move into the first turn. Magnum's Microburst is 4th at this stage, has 4 lengths to make up. Down at the rail comes Caviar Breakfast 5th. Then it's a gap of 3 lengths back to the next flight. Solo Vincere on the inside of Victoriously. That pair is followed by Katerina Ristova. Via Veneto is settled toward the back of the field on the outside of Mackenzie's Glory and Sharon Horizons. 23-3 for Key Actress. The favorite shows the way over Bourbon Milk Punch in second, coming to the half-mile pole. Then Channel Check by herself in third. A gap of 5 back to Magnum's Microburst, who's on the outside of Caviar Breakfast. 2 more Victoriously. Solo Vincere is next. They are followed by Via Veneto, who's called on now, 15 off the pace, trying to make some headway. Katerina Ristova. Sharon Horizons is at the back of the field, and also outside of her, Mackenzie's Glory. Key Actress, Bourbon Milk Punch arriving at the top of the stretch together. Channel Check's had a good trip, if good enough. She angles out victoriously. And from the back of the field, Via Veneto, 8 lengths off the lead with 1 furlong to go. Here's victoriously down the center of the course, coming after the leader, Bourbon Milk Punch, and down at the rail, Caviar Breakfast. Caviar Breakfast comes through on the inside of victoriously, and in between them, Bourbon Milk Punch is fighting bravely. Here's the line, victoriously by a nose. Caviar Breakfast was a giant second. In behind them, it was Bourbon Milk Punch and Channel Check.
Fireworks in the stretch to close the show on the final Friday of the meet. Victoriously, Caviar Breakfast hitting the wire together. Adam Rice trained, first-time starter, victorious in the 12th.
I mean, that pace was crazy, guys. And even if you don't understand pace at all, when you look at those horses going down the backside, you can look at them right there, turning for home. Look how spread out this field is.
Yep.
That's telling you they're going way, way too fast in the front end, and it collapses. Everybody close to the front end totally collapses, and it's who's got any horse at the finish? Who's got gas left? It's the closers. And that indeed was what they do.
And somebody just got the entire pick 6 pool by the 8 getting up. There's 80,000 and change to the 5, and it was 433,000 with the 8.
Yeah.
Somebody just took down the whole pool by a dirty nose. And Adam Rice, man, you ignore him at your own peril. I did it, and I was wrong.
Live with Maggie.
Here with Adam Rice. That was exciting. It looks as though you were riding her just as hard.
I was not until literally her head bobbed before the wire. Kevin and Taylor were standing over there, and they were riding her the whole way. I was waiting. I thought the 5 had us, but Johnny, man, wow. Look at that.
I know you usually get your brother-in-law, but he's in Kentucky, so settling for a Hall of Famer isn't bad, right?
Yeah, Hall of Famer. He's slacking in Kentucky. I don't even think he rode today. Unreal.
Of course, Jose Ortiz, who we're talking about. But this filly, I mean, we usually see you with the 2-year-olds, Adam. Obviously, you're great with first-time starters, but she's a 3-year-old. Did you have this kind of feeling that she belonged with these ones?
I don't never know if I'm really secure in bringing them to say they belong, but she has been Spirit of New York's workmate for the past month and a half, and she's laid him over every week. So she's a wonderful filly, and she's really been honest the whole way. She's been so good to deal with. And it's been really nice. It's exciting to see that I was right, so I'm really happy.
Well done, you. Congratulations on another spa winner.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys.
Hey, Lafitte, by the way, the pick 5, pick 6 paid $499,000. You can buy 60 of Victoriously. She cost $7,000. You can buy 60 of them. 60 fillies with that money. Would you be my trainer if I bought 60 fillies with that pick 6 money?
This is what I would do. If I won that pick 6, I would follow Victoriously, because you're never going to forget her name.
That is true.
And when her career's over, you should find her a very good home. You should buy her, and you should take good care of her.
The daughter of a
win-win-win. I think it's very nice how you're spending other people's money, Tom.
Pick-up mounts
I'm
for
good
the
at that.
injured Jose Lascano, who Dave Brenning of the Daily Racing Form tweeted does have a broken collarbone. Broken collarbone for Jose Lascano, reported by Dave Brenning of the Daily Racing Form in a spill earlier today. Hopefully, back before long. Get better, Jose. John Velasquez picking up the mount on this first-time starter trained by Adam Rice, victoriously, aptly named filly. And the result of the pick 6, $433,000 plus payout as a result of that finish, victoriously over Caviar Breakfast at 33-1, 8-5-4-1 in the nightcap.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
count and get all through all done. $1,050,000. $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake. Thank you.
For Rangeroo, it's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Labor Day weekend, Fox Saratoga Saturday moves to Sunday. Breeders' Cup Classic and Whitney winner Sierra Leone faces Stephen Foster winner Mindframe in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Special coverage presented by Caesars Sportsbook. Sunday, 1 Eastern.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
He's been there a few times, hasn't he? Johnny Velasquez pick up mount victoriously. Trainer Adam Rice, he shows up at Saratoga, kicks down the door, and it's just, guns blazing.
When I pick him, he loses. When I don't, he always wins.
They're not favorites. He wins with prices, man.
He does.
It's crazy that the pick 5 paid $1,100 to this horse. You can see Johnny V getting up in the shadow of the wire as Caviar Breakfast cut to the rail. Kenny McPee's horse has been running great. From $1,100 to $433,000
It shows
is amazing.
how random the pick 6 can be.
Yeah.
That the second finisher
That's
at 33 to 1 was 1/5 of the price. The pick 6 is a very odd duck. It really is. And here's what I'd like to know. I'd love to know if there's any chance the person who hit the pick 6 scratched into it when they made that horse in the 78 race.
Wow. Oh, yeah. I bet not, but
Probably
still.
not. But that would be amazing.
Yeah, it would be amazing. That's when you go and drop some off at the pour box and go to the casino. Yeah, a little bit of that.
Give some to Tom.
$7,000 filly. Wow, victoriously. You hit
And
that,
everybody's
when
probably
she
yelling
retires,
about
give her a good
Schwarzenegger.
home. Give Victoriously a good home if you hit that pick 6 when she retires.
You're darn right. Tip the dealer.
Wow.
He's getting a tip to her barn. At least
Incredible.
Some special carrots from me if I hit that thing.
Not a lot
Easy
of
for you to
fillies
say.
that were acquired for $7,000 in tomorrow's Spinaway. Again, this is the biggest race for 2-year-old fillies every summer at Saratoga. The weekend winding things down tomorrow. The 3 stakes races. We'll get to the Spinaway, Flower Bowl, Prioress, Fox Business tomorrow, 3 to 6, I believe. Sunday, Fox Saratoga Sunday with the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Monday, Spendthrift Farm, Hopeful. Closing out the meet, Andy Serling with a bang.
We are, and it's that Jockey Club Gold Cup is the best race of the year, for at least for older horses, if not for anybody. And believe it or not, the Disco Partner and the Saranac are very, very interesting big field races. So the racing for the rest of the weekend, there's a lot of races left to go and a lot of good ones.
Looking forward to
Both
most.
2-year-old stakes, the Spinaway as well as the Hopeful. I've got a vested interest from afar to see how good those horses do and what our competition is.
Good luck to you, Tom.
Talent scouting. Always talent
You got
scouting.
a talent scout.
Tom's rooting for low speed figures.
Yeah. All coming your way. Last 3 days here to wind down this 162nd season at Saratoga. College football coming your way. Headed out to East Lansing. Sparty fans, our producer, Evan Schwartz, Michigan State graduate. Michigan State, Western Michigan. That's coming up next on Fox Sports 1. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. Right back at it tomorrow afternoon. Closing weekend coverage continuing at the Spa. The feature did not disappoint. Perfect Sting. What a performance by the Chad Brown trained mare in the stretch. What a ride. It all worked out beautifully, didn't it, for Dylan Davis, winning owner Seth Klarman. Another good crowd here. Just 3 days left of Saratoga 2025. We'll see you tomorrow on Fox Sports 2 to kick off the broadcast. Fox Business 3 to 6 with the Spinaway. Have a great night, everyone.